Chapter 44. Hee. Old Fart Wei's lips curled into a playful smile. Since we have decided to be first, then we have to speed up. Let me, as a senior, tell you two rookies how to find the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. 2 hours later, the three of them finally arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain. Old Fart Wei raised his head and looked at the towering mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was covered with snow that never melted. The red mountain body was very special. He knocked a red rock from the ground and placed it under the true eye cylinder. "Let's play rock paper scissors," Tang Tian said. "Wa, let's go. In the end, we have to rely on our strength," Old Fart Wei said confidently. Tang Tian awoke and looked around. "Where's Old Fart Wei? Where's a Maori?" Tang Tian looked up at the sky. As the sunlight grew stronger, the colorful keyboard patterns in the sky disappeared. Tang Tian and Old Fart Wei pulled a Maori and quickly rushed into the yellow light barrier. In his hands, there was a black fan-shaped object. The outer arc of the fan was a sliding guide rail. On it, there were many complex patterns carved on it. There was a pointer-like hard rod, with the end resting on the outer arc guide rail. Morning came. It was as though the sky was covered with colorful keyboard patterns. Once again, it appeared above the heads of the three of them. The three of them did not feel tired from rushing through the night. They were still full of energy. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyes twitched. He quickly pointed far away. "There's someone there." "Who?" "Star Lexicon Spirit Stone." Tang Tian and a Maori opened their eyes wide. Their faces were full of curiosity. The Star Wind Martial meet was an eye-opener for them. They heard many things that they had never heard before. It was a cave about the same size as the training grounds. There were 4 other caves around it. Each cave was also enveloped in a red, white, black and green light. In such a big cave, there was only one person. "Why did he win?" Tang Tian asked blankly. "We can only rely on luck." Old Fart Wei waved his hand. "The oscillator can capture all sorts of undulations within 100 miles. Strong true power undulations, treasures energy undulations, spirit generals martial spirit undulations etc." Old Fart Wei explained. He adjusted the oscillator in his hands and injected true power. Old Fart Wei stared. "Old and slow reaction? Bullshit. Come on. I'll let you little brats experience what it means to be old. Ginger is spicier. 30 years of experience in rock paper scissors. I didn't expect you to actually like such a fresh color." Old Fart Wei returned to normal, pretending to be indifferent to cover up his sluggishness. A Maori casually pointed at a lemon-yellow light shield. "This one, I like this color." The valley was deeper than he had imagined. After flying for a quarter of an hour, he finally reached the end of the valley. Tang Tian and a Maori finally understood. At that moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Tang Tian hurriedly shouted, "Hey, old man, housefly cow. Long live." "Yes, why?" Old Fart Wei was also stunned. "Let's go this way." "Huh?" Old Fart Wei's eyes flashed a strange look. "What's wrong?" Tang Tian quickly asked. In a daze, Tang Tian didn't know how long he had been sliding. Plop! Tang Tian fell onto a hard rock. The three people's screams echoed in the cave. There are powerful experts fighting. There are powerful energy undulations. Old Fart Wei's expression was a little strange. He suddenly stood up, closed his eyes and opened his arms in the night wind. After a while, he opened his eyes and shook his head. "Don't care about the others." "Oh," Tang Tian replied. "It's the labyrinth of spirits." Old Fart Wei's face was a little ugly. Old Fart Wei looked at the two of them for a long time. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Haha. I didn't choose the wrong person. Such an impassioned young man. Even my heart, which has been silent for so many years, can't help but palpitate with excitement. Then let's fight. Let's get first place." He clenched his fist and stared at Old Fart Wei seriously. He said word by word, "Even if it's dangerous, I want to be first. You can buy it, as long as you have enough money. Iron and bronze-ranked star treasures could still be bought in the market. I heard that silver rank star treasures can be bought too, but I've never seen it before. As for you not knowing about it, that's normal. Even if it's an iron star treasure, it's worth a lot. The point is, in a place like Wuan Star, it's impossible to buy it. Hey, I'm such a wise old man. I will definitely not play such childish games with you brats. Old Fart Wei said with a look of disdain. Old Fart Wei was unmoved. Do you know? Crystal Sky and Northern Swallow beasts. They must be searching for the Star Lexicon Spirit Stones. If we choose the same target, we will definitely meet them. The nature of this martial meet has completely changed. Now, every opponent is filled with danger. If they have the chance, they will not hesitate to kill you all. This is not a competition, this is a battle of life and death. Tang Tian, I didn't expect it to be you. Suddenly, a tall red mountain peak appeared in everyone's vision. Everyone's spirits were roused, and they increased their speed towards the mountain peak. After a bitter battle, under the two's incredulous gaze, a Maori walked to the cliff. That's right. Old Fart Wei's eyes flashed a cold aura. Sexton's constellation's star treasure, black iron rank, called Oscillation Apparatus. Sexton's constellation is a dark constellation between Gemini constellation and Hydra constellation. Remember the True Eye cylinder just now? That is Microscopium constellation. It is located south of Scorpio constellation, between Heavenly Crane constellation and Sagittarius constellation. Sexton's constellation and Microscopium constellation star treasures are almost all support-type star treasures. There are very few battle-type star treasures. But, don't look down on support-type star treasures. In the future, you will know that support-type star treasures are usually more versatile than battle-type star treasures. Tang Tian and a Maori's jaws dropped. They stared blankly at the unbelievable scene in front of them. A Maori suddenly pointed to a place not far away. Look, there's a valley there. Everyone's gaze turned over. All the girls' eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. Labyrinth of Spirits. Tang Tian and a Maori looked at each other. It was the first time they had heard of this name. Childish. This is obviously a challenge of hand speed. If you are afraid of losing, just say it. Don't worry, I know. I am old, and my reaction is slower. I can understand. Tang Tian retorted sarcastically. Tang Tian and a Maori were on high alert. Old Fart Wei's mouth twitched. Tang Tian used his hands to cover his face. Then which one should we enter? Tang Tian looked at the wall of colorful lights. He felt dizzy. There are too many. Star treasures, star lexicon spirit stones and the like. They will usually form a unique force field around them. These force fields have been nurtured for thousands of years. They will become one with the environment. This is the labyrinth of spirits. Old Fart Wei's gaze deepened. Seems like the star lexicon spirit stones are indeed inside. Be alert. Be careful of people trying to assassinate you from behind. Old Fart Wei said softly. Every planet will give birth to a unique type of soul stone. Their aura is one with the planet. As long as you can control it, you will be able to assimilate into the planet faster. Some people have guessed that it is the original embryo of the star treasure. But this conjecture is still unconfirmed. Once you have the star lexicon spirit stone, you can build a base here. A base with the star lexicon spirit stone, within a radius of 200 miles, will not be attacked by wild beasts. Old Fart Wei's face was solemn. For any exploration of a planet, a safe base is the most important. If we can find the star lexicon spirit stone, we will definitely be first. Why do they have so many star treasures? A Maori asked. When I was in Beast Academy, I never heard that the school had any star treasures. Old Fart Wei was stunned. Many people had already seen the valley and were rushing towards it. The three of them rushed towards the valley. The entrance of the valley was not wide. It was only 7 to 8 feet wide. It was surrounded by red rocks. As expected, as they continued to advance, the number of people around them increased. In the vast purple grasslands, the martial artists were like agile antelopes, running and skimming at lightning speed. Tang Tian and the other two increased their speed. Ah, Then let's hurry and find the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. Tang Tian raised both his arms. The three of them kept their tents and followed Old Fart Wei, advancing with all their might. The two of them raised their arms and shouted. Old Fart Wei glanced at them and retracted his gaze. Crystal Sky Academy, their star treasures are much better than mine. It's not strange to find them. A red cliff appeared in front of them. The cliff was extremely high, and the surface was smooth and flat, as though it had been polished by humans. What made Tang Tian and a Maori feel the most inconceivable was that there were countless of caves on the cliff. They were densely packed, and every cave was covered with a layer of faint light. These light barriers were of different colors. They looked like colorful bubbles hanging on the cliff. A figure walked out from the cave with the white light barrier. Who wants to pick? A Maori looked at the sky. Hey! They did not meet with any danger during the night. The three of them were extremely fast. Along the way, Old Fart Wei would occasionally take out the oscillation device to adjust their direction. Rocks, unknown type, unknown use. A Maori shouted along, First. I support fundamental Tang, a Maori said. That's right. A Maori clenched his fist, and with a serious face, he said loudly, very yellow and very violent, I like violence. WA, I want violence, I want absolute violence, I want absolute yellow. WA. Let's be very yellow and very violent together. Woo-ao. The needle of the oscillation device suddenly slid, pointing in a direction, and constantly trembling. Tang Tian's smile disappeared, and he nodded, I know, but, so what? Don't tell me we should retreat just like that. I don't want to. I want to be first. Tang Tian felt that Old Fart Wei was too mystical. There were all sorts of strange things, and he pointed and asked, What is this? Is it also a star treasure? Tang Tian and a Maori listened attentively. They realized that this world was much more vast, profound, and interesting than they had imagined. Old Fart Wei adjusted the oscillation device again, and this time, the needle pointed in a direction. Upon entering the light barrier, the three of them felt a strong suction force. They did not have time to react, and were sucked into the depths of the cave by this strong and astonishing suction force. Tang Tian was in so much pain that he grimaced, and opened his eyes in a daze, and climbed up shakily. The experience just now was too horrifying, his legs felt weak, and his head was dizzy. Chapter 45. Wang Zhen's eyes flashed with admiration, and said, My 5 elements are fire, my fist technique is called Chain Cannon Fist, rank 3, the fist force is strong and fierce, be careful. Tang Tian took a deep breath, his crane body relaxed and tightened, the world in his heart was unusually calm. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, he opened his fist. Tang Tian, your flash fist, is it only at this level? Wang Zhen took the initiative to take half a step back, and suddenly opened his mouth. The fiery red fist seal instantly shattered into countless of dazzling red sparks, like fireworks. 2 fist prints that were even larger and more solid than the previous ones whizzed toward him like cannonballs that had just been fired. No. What a strong force. The calmness in Wang Zhen's eyes seemed to be ignited. He suddenly took a step forward, his body shot forward like lightning, and the flash fist was released again. A dazzling red cannon fist seal, like a cannonball, with an angry roar, flew towards Tang Tian. Dong. Flash fist. Flash fist, you are ahead of me, my flash fist killing technique has yet to take form. Wang Zhen did not hide and said calmly, It's a pity, this time we are not just sparring. You have to be prepared, I am going to give it my all. The labyrinth of spirits is different, but the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone likes strong people. Wang Zhen said indifferently, Come, let me see your true abilities. Killing lightning. Tang Tian looked at Wang Zhen with a face of admiration, such strong abilities. The fiery red fist seal, like raindrops, bit at Tang Tian's back, not letting up. Wherever Tang Tian passed, there would definitely be a row of basin-sized pits. The sharp crane body energy, collapsing mountain-crushing fists. Do you really want to fight? Tang Tian had a good impression of Wang Zhen. Tang Tian's heart quivered. Tang Tian's body trembled, his fists trembled, the fiery red fist seal's power was beyond his imagination, Tang Tian felt like he had hit a flying hammer. After 20 consecutive punches, Tang Tian sensed that something was wrong. His fists were showing signs of numbness again. The attack suddenly stopped. Tang Tian was elated. Could it be that Wang Zhen's true power could not continue? But when he looked over, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his face changed. This wasn't the brute force of muscles, but the explosive power of violent vibrations. To be able to unleash such a shocking amount of true power in such a small vibration, one had to be able to play with the vibration to the point of perfection. They were like two red cannons that emanated murderous intent, and they pointed at Tang Tian side by side in a ghastly manner. Wang Zhen's father was full of expectations for him, because in his hands, the chain cannon fist could be upgraded to a rank 4 martial technique. Wang Zhen's aura suddenly surged. A powerful pressure assaulted Tang Tian like a gale. Tang Tian agilely dodged it. He walked along the rock wall without any pattern. The two fists collided again. The excitement in Tang Tian's heart rose to the extreme. With a long whistle, his left leg fiercely stomped on the ground. His body was like a snake, as though he was slithering on the ground. He had long prepared his right fist. Facing the whistling red fist print, he punched out. The two arms that he had just raised up immediately fell apart. Wang Zhen retreated 5 steps before he could stabilize his body. Tang Tian's left leg stepped forward ferociously. His right fist, which he had prepared, suddenly punched out. The low and terrifying explosive sound lingered in the ears. The frequency of Wang Zhen's chain cannon fist's attacks was astonishing. Furthermore, every punch was extremely powerful. Looking at Tang Tian's powerful fist, Wang Zhen secretly cheered in his heart. All these people had underestimated this unreliable young lad. The fighting intent in Wang Zhen's eyes grew stronger. To be able to meet such a strong opponent, it was such an exciting thing. The two fists collided fiercely. Tang Tian felt a wave of numbness in his right fist. A ray of light flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes. Tang Tian, I have always been looking forward to meeting you. When Wang Zhen walked out of the light barrier, the 4 light barriers and the cave disappeared. Above their heads, a white light barrier appeared, revealing a cave. Bang! What a strange fist technique. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and exerted strength in his legs. His body shrunk and rolled to the side of the rock wall. Once his back was on the wall, Tang Tian started running along the wall. Tang Tian frowned and lowered his body into a horse stance. All the true power in his body crazily gathered in his fists. Circles of fire patterns, from his shoulders, continuously spiraled towards his fists. Wang Zhen's arms were like red cannons, glowing with an intense red light. Only by opening the angle could he have a chance. Tang Tian's true power surged. Without fear, he looked straight at Wang Zhen. This cannot go on. Bang! Wang Zhen nodded his head. Not bad. You have improved again. Senior Wang Zhen had actually integrated the power of the flash fist into the chain cannon fist. The current chain cannon fist could already see the shadow of a rank 4 martial technique. The power of the fiery red fist was astonishing. When it hit the surrounding walls, the rock wall that was as hard as iron was immediately blasted out a big hole. Countless rocks flew everywhere. Tang Tian still had to defend against these rocks. The flying rocks were extremely fast. If he was not careful, if they hit his face, it would definitely leave a bloody scar. Flash fist. A ray of red light flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes. His red right arm was raised like a cannon barrel, pointing straight at Tang Tian. Using his shoulder as a fulcrum, he fiercely sank backwards. Their fists rained down like rain. From time to time, their fists would collide in mid-air. Very quickly, Tang Tian felt that something was wrong. Every punch, his fist would feel numb. After a few tens of punches, his fist was almost completely numb. Bang! Dong dong dong! Phew! Wang Zhen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A dazzling silver lightning tore through his vision. The fiery red fist instantly crumbled. Countless sparks scattered in all directions. When the last word was said, Tang Tian seemed to have changed into another person. His aura suddenly became bitingly cold and fierce. He stared at Wang Zhen. Tang Tian's pupils constricted. He saw that the surroundings of Wang Zhen's fist were rippling with a few circles of light ripples. Tang Tian knew how powerful it was. Wang Zhen's fist, vibrating rapidly in the air, could form such ripples in the air. The fire attribute true power revolved at an astonishing speed. Wang Zhen's posture was extremely peculiar. Both his arms were straight and drooped down. His joints were not bent at all. Wang Zhen's eyes suddenly lit up. His heart was shocked. Both his arms were in front of his body. The fist had already arrived. An astonishing force, heavily smashed onto his raised arms. An even deeper and trembling howl than before, caused Tang Tian's ears to go numb. Crane body energy minute collapsing fist. Hearing this, Tang Tian clenched his fists tightly. He said, "I've been seen through. Then let me show you my flash fist killing technique." What a powerful killing technique. What is this technique called? Wang Zhen's eyes were filled with admiration. Tang Tian roared. He did not retreat. Instead, he attacked with the same flash fist. What a strong force. Tang Tian was getting more excited. It was his first time seeing such a fist technique. He took a deep breath. Circulating all the true power in his body, the crane body was ready. Seeing Tang Tian's blank expression, Wang Zhen said calmly, "You don't have to look around. This is the lowest level of the labyrinth of spirits. The cave above your head is the passage to the upper level. Inside, there is a spirit key to the second level. Only those who obtain the spirit key can enter the second level. It is destined that among us, only one can enter the second level." Vibration could actually be used like this. Bang. Not good. Beast Academy Wang Zhen. When he walked out, Tang Tian recognized him. Wang Zhen. Bang bang bang. Tang Tian's heart trembled. He did not know why, but he did not have any fear. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a flame flowing. Although I have never thought of fighting with senior, but to be able to meet such a strong opponent, I am very happy. Dong dong dong. Tang Tian said in a deep voice, "My 5 elements are balanced. My fist technique is called minute collapsing fist. Rank 3. Please be careful." Before he finished speaking, Wang Zhen took a step forward. Tang Tian felt his vision blurred. He lost sight of Wang Zhen. At the same time, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Tian did not have time to think. He could only continuously use his minute collapsing fist to disperse the fiery red fist. Without thinking, Tang Tian punched out with his left fist. "All right." Tang Tian was helpless. "Then let's fight." Not giving Tang Tian a chance to catch his breath, another heart-shaking explosion was heard. A fiery red cannon fist whistled through the air. Wang Zhen's attack was shockingly stable. He was like a heavy cannon, firmly embedded in the rock. Both his red arms, alternating between sinking and recovering, Senior Wang Zhen's eyes were calm without a trace of fluctuation. From the beginning to the end, he had maintained the same attacking frequency. Wang Zhen's chain cannon fist was not passed down in the Beast Academy. It was a family heirloom. Very few people knew that the Wang family was an ancient martial arts family. Although they had declined for a long time, they still had some foundation. The chain cannon fist was only rank 3. But in Wang Zhen's hands, it shone brightly. Wang Zhen fixed many of the flaws in the fist technique. He incorporated many techniques he learned in the academy and perfected the chain cannon fist. Wang Zhen's expression was as cold as steel. A red light flashed in his eyes. Killing technique. Wang Zhen was surprised. His eyes lit up. Dong. Dong. 2 red arms were raised at the same time, pointing straight at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was being suppressed bit by bit. Wang Zhen's attack was upright, but it was unstoppable. The concentrated fists were like a curtain of rain. Although it was not as fast as Tang Tian's 12 punches per second, it was heavy and powerful. It completely blocked off Tang Tian's path of advance. Tang Tian was able to borrow the aerial stake steps and minute collapsing fist to continuously dodge and block. Once you get the spirit key, the winner will advance to the next round. The loser will be sent out of the maze. Wang Zhen said. The crane body in his body seemed to be stirring. A deep, drum-like whistle suddenly rang out. Hiss. Tang Tian took a deep breath and retreated 3 steps. His right leg stepped on the ground, stopping his body. Using this force, he twisted his waist and threw out a punch. So powerful. Tang Tian was shocked. Compared to Minute Collapsing Fist, the vibration of Wang Zhen's Flash Fist was much smaller. The power was also much smaller, but the time it took to exert force was much shorter. Wang Zhen had integrated it into his Flash Fist, forming a unique Flash Fist. Under such a strong sense of danger, Tang Tian had goosebumps all over his body. He took a deep breath. The air was like a knife piercing into his lungs, and there was actually a piercing pain. A few fists appeared in front of Tang Tian. 1,000,000 punches. Among all the martial techniques that Tang Tian had learnt, Minute Collapsing Fist was the martial technique that he had practiced the most. Every punch was instinctive, without any need to think. Tang Tian stared at Wang Zhen. This was the first time his killing lightning was blocked by someone. Even Tang Tian's eyes could not follow the extreme speed of the killing lightning. He did not expect it to be blocked by Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen reacted very quickly. What a strange place. Tang Tian scratched his head. How did you know? So powerful. Chapter 46. The red sparks were like a blossoming red flower, instantly blossoming in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian's body swayed, his face turning pale white. But he continued to rush forward. It was not the time to use the great avalanche. Hey. Tang Tian laughed unsightly, his body finally stabilized. He looked at Wang Zhen, his eyes seemed to be surging with something. Not necessary. Hey. I'm not done yet. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes seemed to have countless flames flowing, burning. He opened his palms, and suddenly clenched them tightly. Wang Zhen, who was expressionless, muttered in his heart. Hey, who said so? The crazy figure, without a trace of hesitation, without a trace of fear, with a determination as sharp as a blade, fiercely crashed into the Black Fist seal. Bang! Wang Zhen's true power started to surge crazily again. In his cold eyes, there was a crazy light. The Black Fist seal formed at an astonishing speed. Wang Zhen immediately calmed down. He was waiting for the victory to come. Hoo! Bang! Tang Tian finally stood up, swaying. He raised his head, his face was black, his hair was burnt, he looked extremely ugly. It's over. Wang Zhen's eyes were calm, there was not much surprise, such a strong attack had already exceeded his usual limit. Under the intense pressure just now, that double black cannon kill condensed all the essence of his martial techniques. It was his pinnacle work. Tang Tian's figure disappeared again. I said, even if I die, I want to win. The red fire attribute true power appeared at the same time, lightning fast converging on Wang Zhen's fist. Even facing such an unforeseen event, Wang Zhen's eyes were still ice cold as steel. Go. Perish. Only his eyes, with strong confidence, stared at the two high-speed revolving Black Fist seals. Tang Tian's body trembled, his shoes and trousers exploded into pieces. Wang Zhen thought silently, looked deeply at Tang Tian, and prepared to jump towards the white light barrier above his head. Tang Tian, please don't die like this. The excitement in Wang Zhen's eyes slowly faded, both his arms drooped down. Tang Tian's tenacity exceeded his expectations. What a stubborn guy, he actually forced me to use my killer move. Tang Tian's jet black face suddenly revealed 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. The huge sparks exploded right in front of Tang Tian. The crane wings in Tang Tian's body trembled, the vibrating power was like an electric current, flowing along the meridians in Tang Tian's body, from his legs into the ground. Bang! With the crisp sound of his joints, Wang Zhen's arm instantly straightened. He raised it like lightning and pointed it at Tang Tian. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The 2 fist marks grew larger in Tang Tian's eyes. The crane body in his body seemed to have awakened, and the pair of crane wings slowly stood up. The outcome has been decided. You've done your best. Wang Zhen was calm as usual. This is just a competition between academies. There's no need to lose your life over it. The clear cry of a crane resounded in his heart. A hoarse voice came from behind Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen stopped in his tracks and turned his body. Wang Zhen's mind was blank, and his limbs were cold. A black figure flashed in front of him, and he didn't even notice it. Wang Zhen was calm as usual. His other arm alternated and sunk backwards. Dong, following that, a fiery red fist mark flew out of his fist and headed straight for Tang Tien. Tang Tien's speed became faster. Go and die. Black double cannon kill. He channeled his strength through both his legs, deeply embedded into the rocks. Facing the two fist marks, both fists flew out without any fancy moves. Tang Tien's face was filled with disbelief, and he stared blankly at his own palms. Bang! Tang Tien's roar was like the roar of a wild beast. His face was ferocious, and he punched out again, shattering the fist mark that had just flown out. Tang Tien, a red light flashed in front of him. Tang Tien groaned, and once again punched out with both fists. Under Wang Zhen's calm expression, there was some regret in his heart. The black flames gradually subsided, and Tang Tien's whole body was like charcoal, lying on the ground motionlessly. Wang Zhen snorted, and his body flashed and floated backwards. The second crane body in his body kept changing, and the first crane body that had dissipated once again gathered. I suggest that you don't move, it will only make your injuries worse. Wang Zhen said calmly, you have no chance of winning, there is no need to continue fighting. Roaring like a wild beast, Tang Tien suddenly turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Wang Zhen. The heart-palpitating low whistle sounded out again. The rocks around Tang Tien's feet all turned into powder. Bang! Bang bang bang! A fiery red fist mark appeared on his fists like lightning. Since you want to win even if you die, then come. Wang Zhen did not comprehend the killing move of the flash fist, but he did comprehend the killing move of the chain cannon fist. Pain came from the back of his neck, and Wang Zhen, who was in a daze, blacked out. Tang Tien's legs once again exerted strength, and continued to rush forward. Tang Tien was very clear that if he could not shorten the distance between them, he would definitely not be able to win. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in Tang Tien's body. The black flames seemed to be able to destroy everything. At the moment when Tang Tien's fist and the black fist mark collided, the fist mark contained an astonishing vibrating force, like an electric current, instantly seeped into Tang Tien's body. The crane body in Tang Tien's body instantly collapsed. Balls of fire continuously exploded in the air, and a blurry black figure, following the path of the fire, brazenly pounced forward. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000 catties. The rocks would definitely collapse, the gravel would definitely fly, and his speed would definitely be as fast as lightning. Puff! I said before, for this place, I will obtain victory, for this place, I will obtain first place. Dong! Circles of red flames, from Wang Zhen's legs, spiraled upwards, continuously emerging, continuously converging, continuously pressing towards his fists. Double black cannon kill. It was another collision. Wang Zhen's straight arms sunk down heavily. He had to take 3 steps back to get rid of the strong recoil. Another bow step forward punch. The fiery red fist mark became dark red and finally became black. All the true power in his body, every corner, every tip of the true power, were all being mobilized. Go and die. How can you admit defeat? How is that possible? 2 fiery red fist marks whistled through the air. Although Wang Zhen had long mastered this technique, it was his first time using it in a real battle. Have I become stronger? Tang Tien lowered his head to look at his palms, and muttered. The 2 black fist marks that were spinning at high speed, filled with destructive power, were like soft black snowballs, and strangely crumble. Dong! Tang Tien opened his eyes wide, lowered his body, and stared intently at the incoming black fist mark, both his fists brazenly waved out. In the past, no one liked you, they laughed at you behind your back, looked down on you, and feared you. You had no friends, no smiles, and every day you lived coldly. Now, every day you live happily, you have friends, you have smiles, you have become like an idiot, all of you do stupid things that you would never do in the past, you laugh at each other, you encourage each other. You say you have dreams, and are very, very great, but they do not understand. You say you fight side by side, never give up, never retreat. In this kind of place, how can there be no need? The 2 black fist marks were like 2 deadly black cannonballs, swept through the air, bringing about circles of obvious ripples. Ka. Bow step forward punch. I said, no matter what reason the old man has, I will help him. The second crane body, as though it had suddenly awoken, slowly flapping its body. Tang Tian's panting echoed in the cave. The power was indeed stronger than what he had imagined. A soft sound that could almost be ignored sounded like thunder in Wang Zhen's ears. Tang Tian, it's over. Countless flames engulfed Tang Tian, and a black fireball suddenly exploded. You underestimate me too much. Tang Tian was struggling on the ground, trying to get up. His body was burnt black, and his clothes were almost destroyed. Wang Zhen knew that Tang Tian's body was already heavily injured. The double black cannon kill contained an extremely strong vibration force. Tang Tian's internal organs were most likely destroyed. At this moment, Wang Zhen did not hold back anymore. His eyes stared at the crazy figure that seemed to be able to destroy everything, bringing along countless rocks and explosions. Tang Tian's fist destroying the cannon fist was nothing, but when Tang Tian destroyed the cannon fist before, there would definitely be a short pause in his footsteps. However, when Tang Tian used his fist to destroy the cannon fist, his body was not affected at all. The power that gushed into Tang Tian's body seemed to be attracted, crazily rushing towards the second crane body. The second crane body was like an endless black hole, continuously absorbing the destructive power. The originally small second crane body started to slowly expand. Wang Zhen's face changed for the first time, his pupils constricted like needles. The vibration force rampaged, following along Tang Tian's meridians, muscles, internal organs. It crazily destroyed. Tang Tian's true power, in front of the terrifying vibration force, was like paper, extremely weak. The black fist wrapped around Wang Zhen's fists, the heart-palpitating dangerous qi, filled every corner. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Fiery red sparks exploded again. Tang Tian's minute-collapsing fist smashed the fiery fist into pieces. The strong recoil, Wang Zhen's entire body was almost thrown out. His face that seemed to be shining with a metallic luster was as pale as paper. One fist waved towards the two black fist prints. Almost at the same time, Tang Tian's heart released a loud and clear cry of a crane. The temperature of the black flame was astonishing. The surrounding rocks melted. The strange black flame was like a blooming black flame, burning fiercely, but did not have any intention of extinguishing. Wang Zhen's cold face actually revealed a metallic luster. Tang Tian had already rushed past half the distance, but his expression did not have the slightest change, only his gaze was like a burning red iron, crazy and excited. Tang Tian's mind was clear, his body swayed, and he rushed forward like an arrow. Bang! Wang Zhen quietly watched the black flames churning and spitting. The black flames formed by the double black cannon kill was formed by the fire-attributed true power that was compressed to a high degree. Regardless of temperature or destructive power, it far exceeded the normal chain cannon fist. As he flew backwards, he continued to attack Tang Tian. Rays of red light, with astonishing frequency, flew towards Tang Tian. Win. I won. I really won, he mumbled to himself as if he was sleep-talking. The red light flashed. Wang Zhen's pupils constricted, so fast. When the vibration force rushed from the third-tier Dantian pool to the second-tier Dantian pool, it collided with the second crane body that was in deep sleep, not moving at all. The intense killing intent firmly locked onto Tang Tian. Tang Tian's hair all stood up. He could not dodge this move. But, as long as he could endure this move, he would win. Endure it, he still had the Great Avalanche. Chapter 47. What a spectacular sight. Tang Tian was panting. His true power was almost depleted. The black dot did not look far, but it was actually very far. In the end, Tang Tian was able to swim towards the island while waving his arms with all his might. Tang Tian tried to activate the second crane body, but the second crane body did not have any reaction, and only continued to slowly revolve. What a spectacular battle! Chain cannon fist, such an ancient fist technique, was actually reborn in Wang Zhen's hands. This kid has a bright future. For Tang Tian to be able to defeat Wang Zhen, it's even more unexpected. An indifferent voice, filled with admiration, his gaze landed on the light screen in front of him. The light screen was clearly playing the battle between Tang Tian and Wang Zhen. No one replied. He, it was not a waste of my effort to find Starwind City. Mr. Wu's face was gloomy. No matter what, this time I have to get 10 bronze blood meridians. I am really looking forward to the legendary silver blood meridians. What kind of power would it have? Tang Tian grumbled in his heart as he struggled to climb up using his hands and feet. When he swam closer, he realized the tall stone wall, extended for tens of miles, standing in the middle of the sea. Tang Tian fell into the water. The ice-cold seawater continuously slapped Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian's dizzy head suddenly woke up. 6 hours later. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Wu threw Tang Tian to the back of his mind and instructed, when Tang Tian leaves that place, go and get some blood from Wang Zhen. The descendants of the ancient martial arts aristocratic families usually have good blood meridians. Not bad, not bad. Mr. Wu was very satisfied. I did not expect to have such outstanding blood meridians so early. As long as I have 10 bronze blood meridians, haha, I can refine and synthesize them into silver blood meridians, haha. The legendary silver blood meridians, just thinking about it makes me excited. He actually won. Mr. Wu's crazy voice echoed in the room, and Di Han's heart suddenly had a chill. Huh! Mr. Wu regained his senses, and when he saw the scene inside the light screen, he was stunned, and only reacted after a while, with a face of disbelief. This labyrinth of spirits, it was clearly explored. How could it be? However, it was so hard to climb, Di Han said. It is said that Tang Tian practiced fundamental martial techniques for 5 years and was deemed to have a terrible talent. He offended the Zhu clan and was expelled from Andrew Academy. However, during this period of time, his strength had improved very quickly. He's even stronger than when he fought with me. Whoa whoa whoa, watch my 8 steps overtaking Cicada. Go, go, go. Soul Key, here I come. 5 years of basic martial skills. Is there such an interesting person in this world? Mr. Wu clapped his hands and laughed. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Oh, that means the Southern Cross constellation could be in his hands. Southern Cross constellation's hardship plate, 5 years of fundamental martial techniques, that fits the description. With that, it could also explain why the little girl could recognize the symbol of the Southern Cross constellation. Put Tang Tian on the list of people to keep an eye on. Tang Tian shouted as he carefully moved forward. His face was full of vigilance. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately turn around and run. Tang Tian's shouts resonated on the surface of the sea. He brought up a tall wall of water and quickly flew towards the little black dot on the surface of the sea. Tang Tian was at the 3rd level of true power great perfection. His chi meridians were long and drawn out. Activating the 8 steps overtaking Cicada, his speed was extremely fast. Deathly silence. Plop, his legs went soft. He sat down on his butt, his face still smiling foolishly. When Tang Tian passed through the light barrier, a suction force came from above. Only his face was gone. The grey terracotta figures were as tall as a person. They were wearing armor and holding spears. They were extremely lifelike. In the distance, there was a huge army, facing each other. The long spears were like a forest. It was a black mass. One could not see the end of it. The troops were strict and orderly. An indescribable killing intent surged towards them. Such an astonishing number of troops, yet there was not a single sound. In the dead silence, it made people's hearts tremble in fear. My luck is not bad. Mr. Wu laughed out loud. The Southern Cross constellation hardship plate is said to be hiding a big secret. I have been searching for it for so many years. Never did I expect to meet it here. Indeed, the heavens have blessed me. Ah. Tang Tian disappeared. Di Han, who was staring at the light barrier, suddenly exclaimed. If the city lord was here, he would definitely recognize him. It was his partner, Mr. Wu from Corvus constellation. Tang Tian scratched his head and laughed out loud. His pitch-black face had an innocent smile. He raised both his arms up high and shouted, "WA, I won 32 portions. Di Han replied, Blood Eye has obtained the results. There are 18 portions of ordinary blood meridians, 8 portions of qualified blood meridians, 5 portions of good blood meridians and 1 portion of bronze-grade blood meridians. Hoo. What spirit-breaking key? Is it purposely torturing me? The suction force was extremely astonishing. Tang Tian did not have any time to react. He only felt the world spinning. He did not notice that the cross constellation in his palm had suddenly lit up. Tang Tian looked around. Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot on the surface of the sea. I went to the wrong place. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. He immediately used his true power and jumped out of the sea. Only when Tang Tian approached the army did he finally heave a sigh of relief. After all, it was not a real person. Almost scared me to death. Tang Tian saw it clearly. It was indeed an army. But it was an army of terracotta soldiers. Tang Tian, you can do it. He hesitated for a while. His heart was set. There were so many of them. He would definitely not be able to escape. The true power in his body exploded. He broke through the third level in one go and reached the perfection realm. Tang Tian looked at his palm in a daze. His jet black palm was filled with burn marks. I won. I really won. What is this place? Tang Tian felt that something was amiss. He continued to move forward carefully. As Tang Tian got closer, the army acted as though they did not see him. Hee. Tang Tian laughed foolishly. He opened his mouth. On his burnt face, he revealed 2 rows of snow-white teeth. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. Tang Tian took a deep breath. His eyes regained their calmness. He sat cross-legged and started to inspect the situation in his body. During the battle, he had no time to inspect carefully. Now, he needed to inspect himself. Tang Tian climbed up with great effort. What a pity, Tang Tian was not injured. I did not collect his blood. I am very curious about Tang Tian's blood meridians. Mr. Wu's eyes flashed. This was his first real victory. How much blood have we collected? Mr. Wu regained his calmness and asked. Di-Han did not say anything. However, time passed by slowly. The army in front of him still did not make any movements. The ground beneath his feet was extremely flat. Pieces of square stones were laid out neatly, extending far into the distance. When Tang Tian's gaze followed the squares and extended far into the distance, he was dumbstruck. Tang Tian slowly regained his senses. His mind became active. What was going on? Yes. Di-Han replied. What a pity. Mr. Wu was stunned. His face was filled with regret. 17 years old? He is indeed older. The younger the age, the stronger the life force in the blood meridians. The fusion ability is stronger. What a pity. Not knowing how long had passed. I will definitely obtain more victories. This. Tang Tian's teeth were chattering. He could not make any sound. The scene in front of him was completely out of his mental endurance. Tang Tian's calves were trembling. His mind was blank. Over there. Upon activating the crane-style Qi manual, Tang Tian immediately felt something strange. Tang Tian's age is older. He is already 17 years old. Di-Han hesitated for a while before saying. Dead silence. It was still dead silence. Tang Tian looked at Wang Zhen, who was lying on the ground. Wang Zhen was still unconscious. Plop. Ha. I have won. All of the terracotta figures did not have faces. Their faces were all whiteboards. All of the faceless terracotta figures stood in silence. Their formation was orderly and strict. They stretched far into the distance, with no end in sight. Hey, where is this? Although he was not clear on how to use the second crane body, but the power released from the second crane body was injected into the third-tier Dantian pool. Unknowingly, the Dantian pool had doubled in size. I will definitely become stronger. Tang Tian opened his eyes. His eyes flashed. His true power trembled. Countless black smoke exploded from his body. The charred parts of his body were all shaken off. The charred Tang Tian returned to his original appearance. He stood up. His face was full of smiles. Tang Tian's face was pale. No matter how daring he was, seeing such a scene, he was trembling in fear. Oh, who is the owner of the bronze blood meridians? Mr. Wu asked. You said, Bai Jun died in the hands of Tang Tian? Mr. Wu suddenly asked. Behind him, a person stood respectfully. It was Di-Han. The young lad clenched his fists and told himself. This battle was not over yet. There would definitely be more difficulties and more experts in the future. Why is there a sea here? Didn't Wang Zhen say that there should be a spirit key here? The second crane body was obviously bigger. He could feel that the second crane body was emitting strands of power. It flowed along the steps of the Dantian pool and into the third-tier Dantian pool. It then circulated throughout his body and dispersed into his limbs and bones. Yes. Di Han answered. Yes. Di Han answered. Zhu Kai. Di Han said, God Might Academy's #1 expert, ranked 7th in Starwind City. He has been captured. Tang Tian was shocked. His face was pale. Because his true power had already touched the wall of perfection. This was a clear sign that his true power had reached perfection. On the wall in front of Mr. Wu, there were countless light barriers. Inside each light barrier, there was a human figure. What a talented young lad. Mr. Wu was full of admiration. Oh, you're a good opponent. I won't strip you. Sigh, what a pity. I lost a good chance to plunder the spoils of war. Tang Tian mumbled. Without hesitation, he looked at the light barrier above his head and leaped. What a strange thing. Tang Tian was overjoyed. He did not think too much. He calmed himself down and revolved the crane-style chi manual. Energy gathered from all directions and was absorbed into Tang Tian's body. Through his meridians, it was transformed into strands of pure true power. It was continuously injected into the third-tier Dantian pool. The expanded Dantian pool was slowly filled up. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva. He was on tenterhooks. Chapter 48. At the same time, the sea level continued to fall. The isolated spirit spear's power was extremely sharp. With the power of a 4th level, a Grandmaster level spear technique, it was extremely powerful, and a Maori could only defend. His body was covered with cuts and bruises. What kind of place is this? Tang Tian faced the enemy, and looked around. Bing! A voice full of dullness suddenly came out from the grey-glazed statue. Tang Tian's body suddenly froze in place. Unknowingly, Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Who was actually so strong to be able to directly break through such a meticulously laid-out puzzle? Liang Qiu's face changed. Tang Tian's face changed. Housefly cow. He could immediately tell, the one who spoke was Zhu Peng. The dust that filled the sky gradually dissipated. Tang Tian's face was covered in dust. He looked around. The ground was filled with broken pieces of the statues. The previously strict and orderly army, actually turned into ashes in an instant. There's something strange here. Bing raised his head to look at the cave, and extended his hand to pierce the cave wall with his spear. Zhu Peng. The seawater quickly withered and disappeared. These statues looked extremely ancient. The passage of time on their bodies left unerasable traces. Many of the statues already had mottled cracks, and many were covered in dust, as though they came from a distant era, mysterious and vicissitudes of life. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? Don't tell me there's some danger hidden in the dust. Don't tell me there's a sneak attack. The cracks increased, and in the blink of an eye, the cracks were as dense as a spiderweb, covering the entire body of the statue. Liang Qiu was injured in one move. It was a statue that suddenly broke, and became a pile of broken pieces. Tang Tian's mouth twitched, his throat dry. Why did you follow? Yes. The glazed statue spat out the word with difficulty. I met a monster. Ka. Rumble rumble, large pieces of rocks continuously fell from the ceiling. Tang Tian quickly recovered from the shock, and his face changed. The color of the cave's walls quietly changed, revealing a stone cave that could fit one person. That's the soul key? A cold and flat voice suddenly came from behind Tang Tian. Whoosh! Tang Tian rushed to the front of the terracotta statue in one breath. Can I ask, why, that, you don't have a face? Tang Tian couldn't help but ask. Tang Tian suddenly noticed that there was a faint luster in the places where the pottery shards had fallen. Tang Tian was dumbfounded. It can't be. Could it be that even the last one couldn't escape? Ha 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 ha. Boss Liang, you're just SOSO. Ju Peng threw his head back and laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with violence. Why is the slate floating on the sea? Tang Tian had a strange look on his face. The cavern hall was connected to countless caverns. At this moment, many people rushed out of the caverns. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. Was the labyrinth of souls about to collapse? In the blink of an eye, many people had gathered in the hall. A grey figure suddenly appeared beside Amauri. His spear was like a poisonous dragon, pointing straight at Amauri. Amauri, do you only have the ability to escape? Didn't you put on a good show? Today, I will let you die without a burial ground. Just at this moment, Tang Tian suddenly heard a cold voice. I'm going to sleep. With that, Bing transformed into a ray of light and entered Tang Tian's palm. Who was the one who made these faceless terracotta warriors? This fellow. Tang Tian's face changed. Dihan's face was pale. He was very clear that for this setup, Mr. Wu had paid a huge price. Ju Peng, enough is enough. A person stood out. It was Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sinner. Tang Tian was stunned. This question seemed to make Bing sad. Oh, let's change the question. Tang Tian changed the topic. Bing, what is this place? Unless, Southern Cross constellation, Tang Tian was dumbstruck. In Tang Tian's eyes, a blazing killing intent flash. Without saying a word, Tang Tian sprinted towards the cave. Terracotta body transformed into a spirit, his sins have been redeemed. The stone shatters and the sea disappears. Bing's unchanging voice sounded strange. There was actually a terracotta figure, that did not collapse. A shocking cracking sound came from beneath his feet. Tang Tian's expression froze. He lowered his head to look at the stone floor, only to see a shocking crack spreading out at an astonishing speed. The cracks increased. In the blink of an eye, the stone floor beneath Tang Tian's feet was filled with spiderweb-like cracks. The light barriers on the walls were like bubbles, shattering one by one. So the strange scene just now was actually a dream. Tang Tian's eyes widened. He stammered, You can actually speak? The Sea of Exile. Bing continued to say the content that Tang Tian could not understand. Amauri, today is the day you die. A cold and venomous voice sounded. Hey, Bing, do you know where the spirit key is? Tang Tian asked. Rumble. When the last piece fell, Tang Tian stared blankly at the terracotta figure in front of him. This shattering sound was like a signal. Hoo-Allah, the faceless terracotta figures fell one by one. Bing, I don't know. A faceless person is a sinner. Bing's voice was flat and direct. There were no ups and downs. If he spoke too many words, it would give rise to a weird feeling. A bone-chilling intent shot up from the bottom of Dihan's feet. Without hesitation, he turned and ran for his life. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He opened his palm. The Southern Cross imprint was glowing brightly. Time can really destroy everything. Tang Tian carefully walked through the rows of faceless terracotta figures. Tang Tian, who was completely shocked, did not notice that the Southern Cross imprint on his palm was glowing faintly. Amauri forcefully used his blade to block. Bang! Amauri flew out as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. What is this place? This monster is so weird. Tang Tian swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Everything that happened today completely challenged the limits of his imagination. He scratched his head and asked carefully, You're not human, right? Suddenly, a huge figure emerged from the ground, looking battered and exhausted. Isolated spirit spear. A silver lightning exploded in front of Liang Qiu's eyes. Suddenly, a shattering sound was heard. Tang Tian jumped in fright. He looked over immediately. The terracotta figure was no different from the other terracotta figures that Tang Tian had seen. It had a white face and a grey body. It was exquisitely carved with armor. It held a spear in its hand and stood upright. Hoo-Allah! When Tang Tian opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cave. Not far in front of him, floated a silver key that was emitting a faint light. Is that the spirit key? The scene in front of him was like the sky and earth were spinning. Countless rays of light seemed to form a strange vortex. Yes. Bing quietly floated in the air. Pa. All right. Tang Tian decided to ask a practical question. Then how do I leave this place? You, who are you? Tang Tian asked blankly. After a while, he twisted his stiff neck and turned to look behind him. Bing was floating behind him. No. The terracotta figure seemed to have adapted to speaking. The tip of the isolated spirit spear disappeared. As expected of a spirit card personally made by a master. Even Boss Liang was not its match. It's a pity it's not a gold spirit card. But, to you guys, a silver spirit card is enough. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Peng revealed his arrogance. Go and die. In front of Tang Tian's stunned eyes, a fragment fell. The spirit general's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Liang Qiu. The afterimage of the spear tip disappeared from Liang Qiu's vision. So fast. Liang Qiu's pupils constricted. He did not have time to react. His shoulder was in pain and a stream of blood spurted out. Wait a minute. Tang Tian stared at Bing in shock. Hua, spirit general. The opponent spat out another word. With the labyrinth of spirits as the core, he spent 3 bronze treasures to set up layers of defense. He set up all sorts of illusions and puzzles. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. His expression froze on his face. Stone-shattering sea disappearing. Tang Tian muttered to himself. Tang Tian was even more confused. I was clearly in the labyrinth of spirits. How did I end up here? Hee, boss beast. Zhu Peng laughed in disdain. So what? Go, kill him. No. My silver blood meridians. Mr. Wu's hysterical scream came from behind. Di Han did not stop. He only cared about running. He could sense that there were several powerful auras rushing over here at lightning speed. A grey figure with a glazed luster appeared in front of him. This figure was exactly the same as the terracotta figures. It had a white face. Even the armor on its body was the same. But it seemed to be more refined. It was holding onto a long spear. Spirit General? Tang Tian was stunned. He circled around the opponent twice. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, so this is what a spirit general looks like, Ka. Hundreds of thousands of terracotta figures collapsed in front of him. It was a spectacular scene. Tang Tian was so shocked that he could not speak. He stared blankly at the unimaginable scene in front of him. He did not understand what was happening. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. As expected, Zhu Peng's figure appeared in front of everyone. The fragments fell like rain. More and more parts were exposed. The faint luster was reflected in Tang Tian's eyes. There was indeed something. Bing was speechless. A faceless terracotta figure stood tall in the middle of the fragments. Its straight figure was unspeakably lonely. Without saying a word, Tang Tian stepped on the broken pottery shards on the ground and ran towards the only remaining terracotta figure. The opponent was speechless. Tang Tian tilted his face. He looked at the terracotta figure carefully. He had a strong feeling that this terracotta figure was different from the others. But Tang Tian could not say what was different. Pa. He looked into the distance blankly. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Just at this moment, Ka, a crack appeared on the terracotta figure's white face. He did not notice that the second crane body's rotation speed was increasing. Banishing Sin board. Bing's voice was still monotonous. Unknowingly, Tang Tian felt sad. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. Tang Tian covered his mouth, his expression was anxious. This place was filled with strangeness, even the godlike young lad could not take it. Suddenly, he felt a force grabbing him. It was Bing holding onto Tang Tian. He was floating in the air. It was not a dream. The entire mountain was shaking. It looked like it could collapse any time. This, there was something inside. Then what are you? Tang Tian was curious. The stone beneath his feet was like an avalanche, shattering with a loud bang. Mr. Wu stared at the wall that disappeared in a blink of an eye. After a while, he reacted. He screamed, "Impossible. Who is it? How can he break through my disguise with 3 bronze treasures? This is impossible. How can there be such an expert here?" One by one, the fragments fell from the terracotta figure. So you're called Bing. Tang Tian reacted, and laughed out loud. Chapter 49. That dazzling punch tore apart everyone's vision, leaving a faint mark on everyone's retina. Minute collapsing fists. Han Bingning's expression froze on her face. The incomparably fierce and domineering Tang Tian in front of her had completely overturned the previous person in her mind, who was always shouting childish words like young lady. She suddenly thought of Tang Tian's words, which she found laughable, godlike young man. The Tang Tian in front of them made them feel an extreme sense of danger. She did not find it laughable at all. Tang Tian's tone was ice cold, but it was filled with mockery and disdain. His condescending attitude was like a slap to Ju Peng's face. Ju Peng only felt his face burning, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head. With such an unreserved collision, unless there was a huge difference in strength between both parties, the impact that both parties suffered was almost the same. Usually, at this time, both parties would have a short period of rest. The whirlpool split into pieces, the silver rank spirit general's eyes flashed a stern look, the spear tip slightly retracted, and fiercely spat out. More importantly, they were worried that the Ju family's actions would once again infuriate Tang Tian. Tang Tian, however, the Tang Tian in front of them had completely violated this iron law. Hey, don't snatch my spoils of war. Tang Tian had an expression that said, I will fall out with whoever dares to touch me. With an unimaginable speed, Tang Tian used this elbow as a fulcrum, and wrapped around the silver rank spirit general's other wrist like lightning. Sima Xiangshan silently said, pretend, if you don't pretend, will you die? The silver rank spirit general also knew that it was dangerous, and forcefully exerted force, the spear body suddenly rotated at high speed. An astonishing whirlpool of air instantly appeared in front of Tang Tian, and the blade-like palm shadows that filled the sky were instantly sucked in. Han Bingning was even somewhat absent-minded. Could it be that the Tang Tian standing in front of her, and the Tang Tian that she knew, were actually not the same person? Something must have happened to him. Might as well, let us do a good deed, and help you completely solve it. The three strongest students almost instantly reached a tacit understanding. Tang Tian did not retreat, but instead advanced, his left palm arched like an eagle's claw, clasping onto the silver-grade spirit general's spear body. Who can you kill? Tang Tian's tone was cold, and a heart-chilling killing intent enveloped the entire place. All the people who were in a daze were jolted awake. The Ju clan had always been domineering, and Ju Peng's actions had undoubtedly angered them. Although they usually competed fiercely, they rarely fought and killed each other. Ju Peng's unbridled behavior naturally drew the disgust of others. The entire place was silent, everyone was shocked by Tang Tian's powerful strength. Before this, no one would have thought that Tang Tian would actually be so powerful. Could it be that this guy was faking it? The muffled sound was like thunder, the ground trembled, a formless energy, with Tang Tian and the silver-grade spirit general as the center, suddenly spread out. Tang Tian landed steadily. He looked at Ju Peng coldly and spat out a few words abnormally slowly. Who can you kill? Tang Tian was already strong to such an extent. The spear tip trembled slightly, whong, an explosive sound rang out, and three spear shadows, like three venomous dragons, pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian, if you dare to harm a single hair on young patriarch's head, our Ju clan will not let you off. One of the experts from the Ju clan shouted in a threatening manner. The rank 3 broken shadow palm, in Tang Tian's hands, became extremely dangerous. The broken shadow palm was originally used to confuse the enemy, but under the activation of the crane body, every piece turned into a sharp blade, and the sharp whistling sound caused every spectator to feel a chill in their hearts. Bang! You actually mastered all of them. Everyone only saw a silver light flash past like lightning, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Liang Qiu. And, this time, Tang Tian did not go berserk. Another expert from the Ju clan said with a trembling voice, Tang Tian, this time we have offended you. If you let us off, consecutive joint technique. Isolated spirit spear, kill him. Ju Peng's eyes were bloodshot, and he bellowed, kill him for me. And Tang Tian's intention was originally not the silver spirit general's spear body. His 5 fingers turned into an empty grip, wrapped around the spear body, and like a ghost, Tang Tian rushed into the arms of the silver spirit general. The Silver Spirit General shouted, and his right palm, which was placed at the end of the spear, was like a long rod, and the spear body was swung in a circle. Catcher. But for Yang Yun to be able to become a Grandmaster 200 years ago, his attainments in spear techniques were profound, and definitely incomparably valiant. Although this Spirit General card was created when he was young, but his spear techniques, at that time, could already be seen. A few sounds that caused people's hearts to tremble, the Silver Spirit General instantly turned into a ray of light, and disappeared in the air. A strong force came from the spear body, and the isolated Spirit General floated backwards, dispersing the force. The Spirit General's grey eyes stared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's cold sneer said it slowly and clearly. Zhu Peng's face was so red that it seemed to be bleeding, his fingernails were almost digging into his flesh, but he did not dare to move. The surrounding spectators were completely dumbfounded. This is not reasonable. A loud shout. The Zhu family's bodyguard's roar stopped abruptly, and a palm came out from his chest. The three of them were petrified. It was actually Tang Tian. The Silver Spirit General was blocked again and again, his fighting spirit was boiling, and in his grey glass-like eyes, a ray of silver light lit up. You tell me, who can you kill? Shun Yuan stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was in the arena, and suddenly remembered the day when he was at the spectator stand. Zhu Peng's face was ashen, the Silver Spirit General was completely destroyed in front of his eyes, and he lost his last bit of confidence and courage. Han Bingning silently thought, as expected, he has returned to his original form. The Silver Spirit General's 4th level true power was shockingly condensed, and with the activation of the spear techniques, it was unstoppable, and effortlessly destroyed Tang Tian's 1st level crane body. The Silver Spirit General was even more flustered, and he desperately tried to push Tang Tian out. His right fist that was at his waist brought along an undetectable tremor, and fiercely punched out. Ding! Tang Tian was not surprised at all, and his killing technique had long been waiting. He immediately released his defense, and let the energy flow along the Dantian stairs straight down, and rushed towards the second crane body. Everyone's eyes were lifeless, they looked at Tang Tian, and completely lost the ability to speak. Eagle Claw Technique, a rank 3 martial technique, the 5 fingers were like iron claws, and it was famous for its finger strength. 3 sounds of impact sounded out at the same time, and in everyone's ears, it was as if there was only one sound. Who can you kill? Tang Tian's move was out of the Silver Spirit General's expectations. Although Tang Tian's true power was only at the 3rd level, but under the activation of the crane body energy, it was far from what a normal 3rd level true power could compare to. The energy of the minute collapsing fist just now was not fanciful at all, and the Silver Spirit General was still dispelling the energy, but he did not expect Tang Tian to be fine, and actually pounced forward. Unknowingly, Sima Xiangshan appeared behind another Zhu family guard, who was lying in a pool of blood. Sima Xiangshan's face revealed a harmless smile. I wholeheartedly agree. How is that possible? How is that possible? That is the isolated spirit spear. Spear Grandmaster Yang Yun's isolated spirit spear, hiss. Many people's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They had seen Tang Tian use the flash fist before, but they had never seen such a magnificent flash fist. What a fast fist! The Silver Spirit General seemed to know that something was wrong, and was obviously flustered. Dong! Even the isolated spirit spear could not win against him. Brother Yuan, your spirit cards are really good. They are very useful. Tang Tian's other martial techniques were far inferior to the minute collapsing fist, but Tang Tian was still able to cultivate each of them more than 100,000 times. If it was any other school, any student, with such a number of cultivation, would definitely be considered to have entered the Chamber of Martial Arts. Ka. Tang Tian's entire body suddenly exerted strength. The Silver Spirit General's body trembled, and disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Tang Tian, and a spear shadow brought along an afterimage, rapidly expanding in front of Tang Tian's eyes. A fist accurately hit the side of the spear tip. Liang Qiu retracted his palm as though there was no one around. His palm was spotless, and said indifferently, "There is no need for a family like the Zhu family to stay in Starwind City." Liang Qiu silently thought, I have such an identity. Tang Tian's eyes flashed a cold light, His body slightly bent, and suddenly leapt up. Tang Tian's face was cold. He took out the black metal gloves from the Aquarius martial cabinet, and calmly put them on. Han Bingning sheathed her sword, and the Zhu family bodyguard by her feet lost his life, and said in a deep voice, "I represent the Han family and the Northern Yang, and support the annihilation of the Zhu family." Why? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Tang Tian's crane body energy was already as sharp as a blade, and the 5 fingers that locked onto the spear body were like 5 steel blades, firmly locking onto the spear body. The spear body rotated at a high speed, and instantly created countless dazzling sparks, bursting out from his 5 fingers. This brat, the incomparably ferocious 4th-level true power, plunged into the second crane body. All the blood on Zhu Peng's face faded away, and he was as pale as paper. All the anger and killing intent, at this moment, had completely melted. Endless fear, like a rising tide, engulfed every corner of his heart. His prediction was very accurate. A faint sound of bones breaking, Zhu Peng clutched his throat, his lifeless eyes lost all signs of life, and fell to the ground. And the Silver Spirit General, who was in the middle of the situation, felt an even more astonishing pressure. 5 fingers firmly locked onto the spear body. The black metal gloves firmly blocked the tip of the spear, and could not move an inch. "Zhu Peng, who do you want to kill? Who can you kill?" Ding ding ding. The black palm suddenly exploded, and transformed into 10 irregular palm shadows. These palm shadows were like mottled shadows cast by the sun through the cracks of the trees. The light and dark alternated, giving people a feeling that it was unavoidable. Tang Tian's voice that was filled with ridicule sounded out again, his gaze cold. "Fundamental Tang, you have to be careful," a Maori anxiously reminded. When Han Bingning realized this, Tang Tian was slowly walking towards Zhu Peng. Tang Tian's figure disappeared. A Maori's eyes opened wide. The process of the battle just now made him almost unable to believe his eyes. "Fundamental Tang, you actually became so strong. I've trained all 5 martial techniques. Wow, so powerful." Tang Tian had never wanted to kill a person so much. The intense killing intent in his heart was like a turbulent sea, unable to be stopped. He did not even try to stop it, but he did not know why. At this moment, his heart was unusually cold and calm. Tang Tian did not move an inch. The fist in his hand turned into a palm, broken shadow palm, but the 3 of them all had an expression of everything is over, and looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian. Tang Tian was unusually calm. Both parties' true power was in a stalemate. Borrowing the strength from the opponent's arm, Tang Tian's body swayed. His body was as soft as noodles, one of his legs at an extremely strange angle. In a flash, he locked onto the Silver Spirit General's shoulder. Like a clay ox entering the sea, he disappeared without a trace. The Silver Spirit General's arms trembled, wanting to push Tang Tian out, but this tremor, to Tang Tian who had just experienced Wang Zhen's baptism, was simply not worth mentioning. Tang Tian borrowed this force. With his right hand at a strange angle, he suddenly locked onto the Silver Spirit General's elbow. Under the strengthening of the second crane body, the true power was blocked by the wall of perfection, and could not advance any further, but the threads of true power flowed along his meridians, and dispersed into Tang Tian's entire body, and all of Tang Tian's abilities had a huge increase. What kind of pervert is he? To the black metal gloves, these sparks did not have the slightest bit of destructive power, but the huge force from the spear body made his 5 fingers unable to hold on. Chance. He was like a puppet, dazed, like a wooden chicken. Chapter 50. Tang Tian stopped. He raised his head and looked above him. It was above him. All the atmosphere immediately disappeared. Old Fart Wei's unfathomable attitude was immediately broken. "They are above us," Tang Tian shouted at Han Bingning. Among them, he was the most familiar with Han Bingning. Tang Tian was stunned. The opponent was actually rushing towards him. The rapier exploded into dozens of pieces, and like a torrential rain, it shot out explosively in all directions, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound that was like the sound of an angry arrow. The 4 of them had a change of expression. They immediately blocked and protected their bodies. That's right. The principal of Northern Yang Academy hated evil. He snorted. "It must be because the senior saw you committing such atrocities, and could not bear to do it." Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning and Liang Qiu did not retreat. They held their weapons in their hands. As though they were facing a formidable enemy, they prepared to go forward and support. Tang Tian did not retreat either. It was rare to witness such a powerful battle. Liang Qiu's scattered hands, Sima Xiangshan's whip and Han Bingning's sword, all whistled forward. The three of them were smart. They only needed to hold Mr. Wu back for a while. I can't guess. Old Fart Wei sneered. I understood when I saw Blood Eye. Let me tell you. Unfortunately, I also have a microscopic constellation treasure. Blood Eye, microscopic constellation bronze treasure. It only has one function, and that is to identify the quality of blood meridians. Am I right? He was extremely sensitive to vibrations and collapsing forces. He could feel the vibrations coming from below his feet. He could immediately deduce that the place where the vibrations occurred was above their heads. Humph, just based on you guys, you want to stop me? Mr. Wu sneered. The fear on his face was swept away. His aura surged. He said, since you don't want to come out, then I will force you out. Mr. Wu took a deep breath. His face was flushed red. His long sleeves fluttered as he collided with the three of them. Ah, why do you have to shut up? Tang Tian was astonished. They also understood that there must be an expert helping them. Otherwise, with their strength, there was no way they could break out of this situation. The changes in power within the mysterious Soul Palace were strange and unpredictable. Coupled with the other party's 3 bronze artifacts, it was a flawless plan. The 4 of them stayed inside for a long time, but they did not notice anything. The expressions of the other 4 became serious. They all knew that this was Mr. Wu's final struggle before his death, and they all gave it their all. Crystal Sky's principal looked at Old Fart Wei. Old Fart Wei glared at him. What are you looking at me for? Sima Xiangshan silently said, pretend, you continue to pretend, please, you can also pretend a little more. Silver Card, Starstone, and whatnot are too fake. The principal of Crystal Sky had an extremely high reputation in Starwind City. No one knew where he came from in the past, but everyone knew that his strength was deep and unfathomable. He was extremely upright, and did not show favoritism. Mr. Wu raised his head and screamed with all his might, who is it? Who dares to ruin my plans? Come out! Come out! All of the students were shocked. Even the other 2 principals were shocked. This old man was actually Crystal Sky's principal's partner. Where did this old man come from? This is good stuff. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound, and countless rocks fell down. Crystal Sky's principal snorted, you must have seen it. We have been partners for 20 years. Whatever you are thinking, I can see it with one look. His body moved like a ghost. A black shadow flashed, as fast as lightning, straight towards the principal of Northern Yang Academy. Old Fart Wei stared intently at Mr. Wu, and slowly said word by word, am I right? Onyx Soul Mr. Wu. A few figures fell down. Mr. Wu's figure dashed left and right. The formation of the 4 of them had a slight deviation. Mr. Wu's eyes flashed a cold aura. His figure flashed, tricking the 4 of them into moving. He shouted, and the rapier in his hand suddenly released a dazzling light aura. Principal! Principal! Everyone who had been listening attentively to the discussion of the 3 immediately tensed up. Everyone more or less felt that something was wrong. Now that they heard the 3 big shots say it, the atmosphere immediately became tense. All right, speak. No one is going to snatch it from you. Crystal Sky's principal snorted. Suddenly, a burst of energy spread out crazily. Hey, the one with the surname Wu, you can't run away, Beast School's principal said. To set up such a big trap, what you are after is not small. A whip shadow suddenly coiled around the big man. It was Sima Xiangshan. With a flick of his wrist, the big man's huge body was flung to the side. A few people exclaimed in unison. All the murderous and oppressive atmosphere immediately vanished into thin air. The big man took a deep breath. With a shout, he jumped up from the ground. The pumpkin hammer in his hand lit up with a yellow light. He swung it towards the ceiling of the cave. Old Fart Wei looked at Mr. Wu coldly, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. The three big shots looked at each other, and tactfully kept quiet. To discuss such a serious topic in such a strange atmosphere was too difficult. All right. Northern Yang Academy's principal agreed. Old Fart Wei helplessly turned his head and looked at Crystal Sky's principal. Well, that's about it. Then he did not forget to add on, we agreed before, those few bronze treasures belong to me. Tang Tian exclaimed, Old Fart, you're here too. Tang Tian first ran over and checked on Amauri. Seeing that he was fine, he eagerly ran over to collect his spoils of war. You can guess. Haha. Mr. Wu laughed, just based on the few of you, how can you break the trap? Call out the real experts behind you. I have no problem too. Beast School's principal nodded. I'll do it. A big man stood out. In his hand was a pumpkin hammer with a long handle. The huge iron hammer caused people to suck in a breath of cold air. The big man's body was as though it was cast from copper and iron. Compared to Amauri, he was actually a level higher. Mr. Wu was aware of the four's intentions. He suddenly revolved his true power, and his face revealed a bewitching red. His speed suddenly increased, and the sword in his hand suddenly pierced through the air with an ear-piercing sound. The surrounding people were overwhelmed with shock as they retreated. The impact of the fifth-level true power was filled with destructive power. Old Fart Wei's eyes twitched. He could not help but turn his face and scolded, will you die if you don't shut up? This person has it too. Sima Xiangshan and Shen Yuan were dumbstruck. They had heard that Old Fart Wei and the principal had a quarrel before, but no one would have thought that the two of them were actually partners. Shen Yuan's face turned pale. If that was the case, wouldn't Crystal Sky and Caramel Academy be brother academies? Then he would go and find trouble with Caramel Academy. But after the intense battle, Mr. Wu was already injured. Blood stains started to soak his clothes, and his sword's momentum also slowed down. Aha! This guy is really a fat sheep. Rank 4 silver grade card, 000. Rank 4 star rocks. The few of them were all injured. It was obvious that they had experienced a fierce battle. If it was Sima Xiangshan, he might have suspected that Tang Tian was plotting something. But Han Bingning would not. She suddenly stood up and asked, which senior would use a hammer? The ceiling of the cave that was made up of rocks collapsed with a loud bang. Just at this time, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Everyone tactfully turned their gazes to the side. The three elders had set a very good example. Mr. Wu had a slender black sword in his hand. He nimbly bent the sword's tip, and with a flick of the sword's body, a buzzing sound could be heard. Old Fart, you're so powerful. Tang Tian shouted with a shocked face. Rumble. The surrounding people's eyes twitched, but they continued to pretend that they did not hear anything. Tang Tian was a person who killed without batting an eye. He must not be offended. Looking at how Tang Tian killed Ju Peng without hesitation, it was as though he was killing a chicken. Even the Ju clan suffered a calamity. Bang! Bang! Liang Qiu muttered, it's just a silver grade card. Just a star rock. You did it on purpose. Stop yelling. The elders will definitely not be able to stand by and watch. They will punish you a little. Old Fart Wei said proudly, you should just admit your guilt honestly and accept your punishment. That way, we can save some effort. The starry door is real. The labyrinth of spirits is also real. In the face of benefits, everyone will be muddle-headed. You only need to quietly make a move, collect blood, use the blood eye to analyze it, find the target, make them disappear quietly, and extract the blood meridians you need. Because you have already set up a trap in the labyrinth of spirits. But you did not expect it to fail. That's right. Something is very wrong. The light barrier and the rocks are different. I suspect that someone did something to it. If not, this is a trap. Sima Xiangshan was a fan of conspiracy theories. His eyes lit up like a cat in the dark. The principal of the Northern Yang School shouted. He was not afraid. His sword aura spread out, and a storm of ding-dong could be heard. The other three did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. Mr. Wu's strength was unfathomable. 1 against 4, and he was able to hold on. His figure was extremely fast. Tang Tian could only see a black shadow. He could not see his figure at all. The thin and soft sword, in Mr. Wu's hands, was full of killing power. Old Fart Wei laughed. Of course I can see it. But it is not difficult for me to say it. Those few treasures will belong to me. My Caramel Academy is small and poor. My 2 students have nothing on them. How pitiful. Be careful. It is the bronze treasure of Volan's constellation, sword. Old Fart Wei quickly warned. The 3 bosses felt very awkward, so they pretended to discuss it. The 4 principals had rich battle experience. Their fighting style was not rushed. It was obvious that they wanted to exhaust Mr. Wu's strength. Taking advantage of this time, Mr. Wu's body was like a loach. He slipped out of the circle. You. Mr. Wu's expression froze. I advise you to be honest. The principal of Northern Yang School snorted. Crystal Sky Principal, Northern Yang Principal, Beast Principal and Old Fart Wei, the 4 of them surrounded one person. Huh. This time, something is not right. Liang Qiu's face was solemn. Han Bingning muttered, return to your original form. Mr. Wu's mouth leaked out blood. His eyes flashed a fierce look. Borrowing the force, he suddenly increased his speed. Old Fart Wei's strength caused the 2 principals to be shocked. 3 bronze treasures were nothing to them. They were willing to pay such a small price to be on good terms with him. Mr. Wu looked at Old Fart Wei in fear. You, who are you? Sima Xiangshan and the rest had a weird look on their faces. As expected, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. This Old Fart Wei and Tang Tian had the same character. His long sleeves were instantly torn apart, revealing his arms that were bleeding profusely. Mr. Wu. He could not afford to offend such a person. That's easy to guess. You set up such a big trap. You let the city lord bring the honorable martial group here. 9 out of 10, you have the idea of blood meridians. Then let me guess again. You have mastered some kind of secret technique that can refine blood meridians. But this secret technique has a requirement for blood meridians. Furthermore, it requires an astonishing amount of blood meridians. If you were in any constellation in Heaven's Road, doing this would attract attention. That's why you came to Wuan Star. You used the name of reclamation to set up this trap. Even if a lot of people died, no one would suspect you. How can there be no deaths in reclamation? It's normal for people to die. Chapter 51. Bing, we need to hit the fog wall. Suddenly, a bright red flame appeared, as though it had a demonic power, burning fiercely. The impact of this matter was far greater than what Tang Tian had imagined, and the entire Wuan Star was in a state of anxiety. Onyx Soul was a dark power, and had already started to extend its claws to Wuan Star. All the city lords started to unite, and prepared to invite some honorable martial alliance to come and help. The red flame suddenly emerged from Mr. Wu's body, and in the blink of an eye, the dazzling flame completely engulfed Mr. Wu. And when Tang Tian injected his true power, it was as fast as a gust of wind, and the explosive power of 8 steps overtaking Cicada was even more obvious. Tang Tian was confused. What has it got to do with us? As expected, Tang Tian found Bing inside. Sure, the other 3 principals' eyes suddenly turned red, all sorts of envy, jealousy, and hatred, looking as though they were about to snatch him away, especially the beast principal, who was beating his chest and stamping his feet. The most important thing was, do not be fooled by his silly appearance, it was a facade, an absolute facade. Oh, let's walk and talk. Old Fart Wei said. Without thinking, Tang Tian brandished his strongest fist, Great Avalanche. The red flame emerged, wrapping around the blade. The flame dissipated, and Mr. Wu completely turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Bang! This is a legend, anyway I have never seen it before. Old Fart Wei said this, but his face was full of pride, and with a snap of his fingers, a Maori, come, show me your Fornax fire. As expected, he could not squeeze it out this time. The students were a relatively simple group. To be able to make them do such a thing, it must be someone that they truly revere. Crystal Sky Principal opened his mouth. What do we do now? After 10 consecutive days of crazy training, Tang Tian's broken shadow palm had finally been trained to perfection. Tang Tian decided to train eagle claw technique, consecutive joint technique, and 8 steps overtaking cicada to perfection, and then train in rank 4 martial techniques. Oh! A Maori raised the black iron blade in his hand and said, "Fornax." When Tang Tian and a Maori followed Old Fart Wei to the groundsmaster's residence, it was packed with people. The sound of fists colliding could be heard. The red flames instantly entered Mr. Wu's body. Mr. Wu froze in place, his expression frozen. He stared blankly at Tang Tian, as if he couldn't believe that Tang Tian's punch could hit him. Indeed, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. "Hey, how did you get in?" Tang Tian could not help but ask. Bing's entire body was filled with mysteries, but this fellow was like toothpaste, squeezed bit by bit, and could not be squeezed out every time. The godlike young man was full of vigor again. Damn it! However, the higher the grade of the secret treasure, the stronger its martial spirit. In the past, without any reference, Tang Tian's feeling wasn't obvious. Now that he was bombarding the fog walls every day, the power of the black iron gauntlets could be seen. It was the same broken shadow palm, but with the black iron gauntlets, the power was increased by at least 20%. The Honorable Martial Alliance is one of the enemies of Onyx Soul. Old Fart Wei said, "This time, the Honorable Martial Alliance has another mission, which is to select talented youths. This is one of the traditions of the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Groundsmaster is very interested in this matter. If someone is selected, then the Wu and Star will automatically be under the protection of the Honorable Martial Alliance." Tang Tian had previously heard from the Crystal Sky Principle in the Labyrinth of Spirits that if the black iron gauntlets could summon the Fornax fire, it would be possible to advance. Thus, he specially went to the quarry and found Brother Stone. When Stone heard that he could summon the Fornax fire, he was pleasantly surprised, and told him the method to advance the black iron gauntlets. This warm feeling made all of Tang Tian's fear swept away. The bronze treasure martial spirit, compared to the iron treasure martial spirit, was much stronger. The soaring boots of the pony's martial spirit was a miniature pony. When Tang Tian's true power was injected into the pony martial spirit, the pony happily galloped. It was very peculiar. Under the illumination of the fire, the young man's panting face was flickering, bringing with it a terrifying power. The black iron gauntlets were already so powerful, causing Tang Tian to be filled with anticipation towards the bronze treasures. Tang Tian did not even raise his head. So be it. He stood in front of the fog wall, facing the fog wall. He started to activate the broken shadow palm. Bang bang bang, he started to train. Tang Tian suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Nonsense. Old Fart Wei continued, "If you guys can enter the Honorable Martial Alliance, I will be relieved. The Honorable Martial Alliance is very unique in nurturing youths, and their internal martial techniques are not the same as ours. The standards of the teachers inside are even higher. The one with the surname Wu, if placed in the Honorable Martial Alliance, he would only be an ordinary member. Onyx Soul's reputation is not good. The Honorable Martial Alliance is not bad. This guy is too poor." Tang Tian was dumbstruck. He could not believe it. After the previous incident, Tang Tian's reputation rose. The isolated spirit spear, a silver-ranked spirit general, was definitely at the 4th level of power. Adding on the Grandmaster level spear technique, it was terrifying, but it was still killed by Tang Tian. And Mr. Wu, who was burnt to ashes, was even more astonishing. It was said that he was at the 5th level, although he was lucky. Bing was silent. When Tang Tian appeared, the students who were discussing immediately quietened down, not making a sound. Everyone looked at him, their gazes filled with respect. The crowd spontaneously opened up a path. "It really is the Fornax flame." The principal of the Northern Yang Academy muttered to himself, "The Fornax weapon, the lower the grade, the harder it is to summon the flame. The probability of the Fornax weapon summoning the flame is less than 1 in 10,000. Wrong way to use it." Tang Tian was stunned. He looked at Bing suspiciously. "Then tell me, how do I use it?" The punch looked ordinary. Even the demonic red flame on the fist seemed to have become gentle. Tang Tian wanted to smack his head. Why did he not think of this method before? Thinking of the training in the past, a person punching the air, how silly was that? Mr. Wu was now truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Tang Tian's punch, he could not avoid, it firmly imprinted on his chest. You are belittling the Honorable Martial Alliance. Immortal Constellation is within the sphere of influence of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Old Fart Wei retorted with a look of disdain. I want to find Qi. Tang Tian looked at Old Fart Wei as if he was looking at an idiot. Stop training first. Old Fart Wei suddenly appeared. That was a power that people could only look up to. The people from the Honorable Martial Alliance are here. Old Fart Wei said. The method was simple, it was to wear the gloves, summon the Fornax fire, and continuously attack. The Fornax fire in the gloves would continuously temper the gloves, until it advanced. Fornax. Tang Tian roared, the Fornax black iron gloves suddenly emitted a red flame. All the true power in his body subconsciously surged to the extreme. This time it was as if the second crane body also sensed danger, and revolved at an unprecedented speed. Very quickly, a few principals decided to report to the city lord first. So powerful? Tang Tian was stunned. In his heart, Immortal Constellation was a big constellation. All the principals that were full of praise suddenly disappeared, the shock in everyone's eyes disappeared at the same time. But, 5th level, report to the city lord. Northern Yang principal said in a low voice, this matter also involves Onyx Soul, it is not a small matter. Tang Tian liked this pair of soaring pony boots very much. The bronze-colored metal boots were carved with cute little ponies. The surface was matte, it was not eye-catching, but it was very comfortable to wear. Lightly stepping on the ground, Tang Tian felt that his body suddenly became much lighter. Do not anger him. That is the Honorable Martial Group. The lowest requirement for them to join the group is to be at least a 5th level of strength. Moli's face was filled with envy. A 5th level of strength in Wu and Star was definitely a true strong martial artist. But, all these things had nothing to do with Tang Tian. Oh, I want to train. Tang Tian did not even raise his head. Northern Yang Principal and Crystal Sky Principal both stared blankly at Tang Tian. On the way, after Old Fart Wei's explanation, Tang Tian then understood the meaning behind it. Wu and Star was a fringe star, not in Heaven's Road. Regardless of whether it was the Honorable Martial Alliance or Onyx Soul, they did not care about it. But this time, Onyx Soul caused such a huge ruckus, and Wu and Star immediately became nervous, and immediately contacted the Honorable Martial Alliance. The Honorable Martial Alliance specially sent people to investigate the matter. Tang Tian stared at Bing, but Bing was indifferent. Tang Tian retracted his gaze, and thought, sigh, this is a good way to train. After continuously exploring, Tang Tian finally had his own understanding of star treasures. Every star treasure had an existence similar to a martial spirit inside. It was the source of the star treasure's power. As long as true power was injected, the martial spirit would awaken. Different star treasures, the martial spirit would also be different. Some martial spirits were good at fighting, some were good at supporting, some could increase true power, some could release true power. Silver grade cards were not very useful, so Tang Tian simply sold them, and exchanged them for star rocks. In Heaven's Road, star rocks were the hard currency. From then on, Tang Tian never took off the gloves again. Bing was silent. This time, his harvest was huge. Other than a few silver grade cards, he also obtained a bronze star treasure. The Fornax gloves were nimble and light, every joint was extremely close to each other. Regardless of whether Tang Tian used his palms, fists or claws, it was all effortless. Such a glorious battle record, in Starwind City, was definitely the first. Tang Tian was previously hailed as the most trashy trash student in history, who knew how many people mocked him. But at this moment, no one dared to mock him. Tang Tian's ruthlessness and decisiveness in killing Zhu Peng had long been spread by the spectating students. The opponent's speed was so fast, he could only see a blurry black shadow. For the first time, when Tang Tian wore the black metal gloves and used the Great Avalanche, he immediately felt the difference. A warm current flowed back into his body from the gloves, and along with his agitated true power, it once again entered the gloves. Tang Tian stopped, and looked at Old Fart Wei curiously. Fog wall. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the fog wall. There were two gaps in the fog wall, one was from the lightning kill, the other was from the Great Avalanche. He knew that the fog wall could be destroyed, but he had always been focused on training, and did not put much thought into it, so he did not bother. Equilius constellation was located southwest of Pegasus constellation, north of Aquarius constellation. It was a very small constellation, only slightly bigger than Southern Cross constellation. Fornax fire! Beast Principal exclaimed. Tang Tian looked again, and suddenly thought of a question. How did you know? There's actually nothing left. Old Fart Wei's eyes widened, his face full of unwillingness. Hey, Fundamental Tang, have you heard? The Honorable Martial Alliance has sent people over. Amauri was excited. He could not help but look at Tang Tian seriously. Southern Cross constellation, you're using it wrong. Bing suddenly said calmly. The power of the broken shadow palm was much weaker than the Great Avalanche, but the fog wall was still slowly destroyed by Tang Tian. Equilius constellation's bronze treasure, soaring boots of the pony. Only then did everyone react. To Tang Tian, this was an extremely useful treasure. It was the first time he experienced the power of a close-quarters combat expert, and Tang Tian felt that his entire body had an endless amount of energy. Once he thought about the other 4 martial techniques, and trained them to perfection, and then trained them into killing techniques. Wow, that would definitely be extremely powerful. Seeing that, Tang Tian decided to just train by himself. Hitting the fog wall? Do not ever offend him. The first thing Tang Tian did when he returned to Caramel Academy was to enter the Southern Cross constellation's light door. Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning, Liang Qiu and the rest were all there. Tang Tian had been calling himself godlike young lad every day. Do not ever think that it was a joke, it was the truth. You don't believe me? Then you're stupid. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian and the pile of flames in front of him. Oh! Standing on the balcony, the middle-aged man who was observing the students from afar had a look of surprise on his face. Crystal Sky Principal's face was also filled with shock. Legend has it that, once you can summon the Fornax fire, the black iron weapon will be able to evolve. Chapter 52. Jiyu Xiaoyu said weakly, I'll go with everyone. This rascal actually was so proud of himself. Sima Xiangshan choked. He felt as though thousands of arrows had pierced through his heart. He finally knew why Qi Shangguan liked Tang Tian, because Tang Tian was even more of a bastard than her. Everyone mocked him. Tang Tian did not care and looked around curiously. This halo was a little mystical, it was colorful. As for the Honorable Martial Alliance, Tang Tian did not care too much. If not for the fact that he heard that the Heavens Road was dangerous, he planned to train his other martial techniques to perfection, and then go to Immortal Constellation Mountain to look for Qi. Master Kong was a little surprised, but he smiled and said, the feelings of you youngsters are really enviable. The Immortal Constellation Mountain Division is not bad, and will not bury your talents. Since you guys want to go, there's no problem. Liang Qiu's face was light and breezy. Oh, my hand accidentally slipped. Amauri's eyes widened. Fundamental Tang, you're a godlike young lad, how can your talent be bad? Tang Tian's talent was bad. Tang Tian stared curiously at the halo beneath his feet. The halo was shining with a black light. He wanted to stop him, but suddenly remembered that the person in charge of the Immortal Constellation Mountain Division was Master Kong's sister. The old man immediately shut his mouth. That's right. Revenge. Sima Xiangshan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice was cold to the bone. Sima Xiangshan and the rest twitched their eyes. Please, you're an expert, can you be more calm? Can you not be so weird? Without saying a word, he flicked his finger, and an even more dazzling halo emerged from his palm, covering Tang Tian. The old man's heart was full of confusion. Everyone's expression became weird. The person that the old man said was bad could only be Tang Tian, because only Tang Tian was there alone. It was definitely intentional. When the principal of Andy Academy saw that Jiyu Xiaoyu had been selected, his face revealed an ecstatic expression. Tang Tian looked around and suddenly realized that he was the only one in the black halo. It was even darker and shinier than before. Everyone's expression turned strange as they looked at the old man suspiciously. The injury on Liang Qiu's shoulder had healed. His voice was as calm as water, just like his smile. Old mister, you used a secret treasure, right? Sometimes, secret treasures are prone to fluctuations. Immortal Constellation? Master Kong smiled amiably. That's convenient. We have a rather large division at Immortal Constellation Mountain. You can go to the outer barracks there. That terrible woman. There's naturally no problem with these 5. Their talent is not bad, and they are still young. They have a lot of potential. Master Kong then looked at Tang Tian. I think this little friend is quite interesting, but he is slightly older, he can be selected to join our outer camp. The old man's expression was terrible. It was his first time encountering such a situation, and it was in front of Master Kong. He had undoubtedly lost all his face. If it were any other students, he would have shouted at them. But these few people had outstanding talents, and had a high possibility of entering the Honorable Martial Alliance. Those who heard this had their faces flushed red, and all wanted to vomit blood. Han Bingning frowned, and said, Tang Tian, stop playing. The old man was completely dumbfounded. Since when did the Honorable Martial Alliance recruit people, and even let people choose their own division? 6 people stepped forward, and only Tang Tian remained at his original position. Everyone's hearts were filled with tears. They were already 100% sure that Tang Tian did it on purpose. Silver Halo, step forward 7 steps. This despicable fellow, he must be mocking the group. Such a vile character. So what if you are strong? Just because you are strong, you can mock the group. His face revealed a smile. Mr. Kong, please test their talents. Oh, everyone is here. The City Lord nodded his head. The previous incident with Mr. Wu made him like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Until the people from the Honorable Martial Alliance came, he then had a good night's sleep. Han Bingning said without hesitation, I want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain too. She was a diehard fan of Qi Shangguan. To be able to see her idol, no matter how far it was, she would still go. Of course, they forgot about another weirdo. Amaury's face was shocked, and he shouted, Fundamental Tang, you are indeed a godlike young lad. With such poor talent, you can actually cultivate to such a stage, it is really inspiring. Sima Xiangshan's face was all smiles, but his voice seemed to float out from a cold and damp crevice. If young lad Tang's talent is considered poor, then how can we endure it? 1 arrow of enmity. Tang Tian's eyes widened. Isn't there a lot of enmity? His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. All the students did not dare to move. Those with bronze halos, step forward 3 steps. Master Kong's eyes flashed, and he smiled at the City Lord. I have been to so many cities, like Starwind City, with so many talented and outstanding youths, this is the first time. I have long heard that City Lord has invested a lot of effort into education. Seeing it today, it is really admirable. The old man's face darkened. I have been inspecting aptitudes for more than 20 years now, and I have never made a mistake. The old man was shocked. They were here on a mission. If they did not bring a single person back, what does a godlike young lad have to do with talent? Tang Tian did not agree. Do you think we will believe it? Believe it. Believe it. If we believe it, then we are fools. Everyone turned their faces. They could not bear to look. This was simply challenging the bottom line of intelligence. The City Lord's face was full of joy. Master Kong is flattering me. I wonder how many of these students are able to enter Master Kong's eyes. Tang Tian was very clear that his own talent was not good, the 5 elements were balanced, and in other aspects, there was nothing outstanding. As for his body quality, he had benefited from 5 years of basic training. Compared to Amaury who was a natural-born bull, he was far from it. The old man turned and reported to the middle-aged man, Master, there are 5 people with outstanding aptitudes, 42 people with good aptitudes, 6 people with qualified aptitudes, and 1 person with poor aptitudes. Everyone tactfully shut up. Even Tang Tian did not by Han Bingning's account, the others did not have that much face. I want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain. Wow, I can see Miss Qi. Amaury also raised his arms and shouted. Jet black and shiny. After a while, the color of the halo started to change, becoming different. The old man's heart settled. This time he dared to guarantee that there would be no problems. Such a jet black halo, it was the first time he had seen it, which meant that the young lad in front of him was not only bad, but extremely poor. If it was another person who said such words, everyone would have rushed up and trampled him to death. But now that Tang Tian was infamous, everyone could only bear with it, but this feeling was not good. Yes. An old man quickly stepped out, stood in front of the students, his hand suddenly lit up with a stack of halos. With a flick of his finger, the halos were like a goddess scattering flowers, flying towards the students. Misty. Tang Tian was really too weird, so weird that even the old man was a little shaken. He thought to himself, could it be that this rascal used some treasures to conceal and confuse my own treasures? Should I test it again? The city lord was overjoyed. Suddenly 6 people were chosen to Star Wind City. This was an extremely good result. From today onwards, Star Wind City would belong to the real sphere of influence of the Honorable Martial Alliance, and would receive the protection of the Honorable Martial Alliance. But, what was this Honorable Martial Alliance? Was it really as powerful as the rumors said? It was a place where talent could not even be accurately measured. The future was really worrying. A middle-aged man wearing a white martial attire smiled and nodded. His martial attire was embroidered with beautiful golden lace. He had a graceful bearing, and ordered, "Then let's begin." A Maori suddenly opened his eyes wide, and shouted, "This is definitely not possible. Fundamental Tang's talent is extremely bad. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." All of Tang Tian's words were automatically filtered out by the crowd. This rascal is a bastard. He just wants to pull our intelligence to his level, and then use his rich experience to defeat us. It is like this, it must be like this. I want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain. Tang Tian stretched out his hand. He was determined, if he could not go to Immortal Constellation Mountain, then he would not go to any Honorable Martial Alliance. For the first time in everyone's hearts, there was an inexplicable sense of ridicule. Was this ridicule? It must be. And it was a group ridicule. Tang Tian heard it and exclaimed, with a strange face, "The old man did not test wrongly. My talent was originally very bad." Han Bingning's cold voice sounded, "Old mister, I wonder if you can test it again?" Pa. Everyone's eyes uniformly stared at the circle of light. The old man saw everyone's reaction, and was a little hesitant. Could there really be a problem? A Maori's head was hit. He opened his eyes wide, looked back angrily, and then saw Big Brother Liang Qiu. The anger on his face immediately dissipated, with a blank face. "Big Brother Liang, why did you hit me?" "Ah, young lady." Tang Tian's face was blank. "What are you playing at?" Seeing that some of the students subconsciously dodged, the old man shouted, "Don't move." There were only 5 people, Sima Xiangshan, Liang Qiu, Han Bingning, a Maori, and an unknown student. That student had a blank face. If Zhu Peng was still alive, he would definitely be able to recognize. This was Jiyu Xiaoyu, who was often bullied by him. This time, there were more students, Wang Zhan and a group of famous students. Most of them were among them. The remaining people were sparse. There were only 7 people. "Please, it's fine if you pretend to be a noob, but you also have to pretend that your talent is bad. Do you think everyone is stupid?" On the contrary, Tang Tian said proudly, "I told you, my talent is very bad." "That's great." Tang Tian jumped excitedly, raised his arms and shouted, "We can save on travel expenses." Everyone's weird face froze on their faces. Sima Xiangshan's face darkened. He clenched his teeth. "Qi Shangguan. That's great, Immortal Constellation Mountain. I never thought that I would have the chance to take revenge." Liang Qiu said lightly, "Not being able to fight with Miss Qi, it's a lifetime regret. Let's go together." Then he heard the old man shout, "Those with the golden circle of light, step forward 10 steps." The circle of light flew into the sky, quickly becoming bigger, and scattered down. Every circle of light covered a student. Chapter 53. Old Fart, you better worry about yourself. With us 2 geniuses leaving, if you don't have enough points next year, we won't be able to help you. Tang Tian made a face at Old Fart Wei. Tang Tian's gaze was gentle, and he muttered softly, "I'm coming." After tens of thousands of hits, Tang Tian finally felt the flame martial spirit in the gloves becoming more and more solid, and was no longer as unstable as before, as though it could extinguish at any time. Without too much sadness, Tang Tian waved to the 2, and jumped into the carriage. Tang Tian trained crazily. Master Kong continued, "But, as long as you perform well enough, the rewards you get will far exceed your imagination. Your previous school, your family, will all benefit. The power of the Honorable Martial Alliance is much bigger than you can imagine. So, in this period of time, don't think about anything else. What you need to think about is how to become strong, become even stronger, and let your teachers see your potential faster. The carriage was very big, and the decorations inside were not luxurious, but it was very comfortable, and the space was surprisingly big. That night, Tang Tian did not train. Master Center's face revealed a warm smile. Tang Tian, well done. Beside the tombstone, Tang Tian sat for the entire night. When the morning sun rose, Tang Tian woke up from his dream. Master Kong laughed. This is the Pegasus constellation's Pegasus carriage, most suitable for long-distance travel. Pegasus constellation's carriage is rather famous, and is very balanced in all aspects. This carriage can accommodate 200 people. But we usually only seat around 30 people, and the other places are all modified into training grounds. The perfect broken shadow palm, when released, the palm shadow would break into 12 small pieces, but the killing move, Sky Full of Stars, could explode into 36 rays of energy, and the range was even more astonishing. Master Kong laughed. Wuan Star is a fringe star, not in Heaven's Road, and it is your first time traveling. There are some things I have to explain to you. Now the space behind the cross door had expanded a lot, and was already 7 to 8 feet wide. It had a feeling of opening up, and the space to move had increased. Immortal constellation. Chi. Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this and were extremely astounded. You will notice that after a period of time, the familiar faces around you will become fewer and fewer. Tang Tian held onto his knees, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Bing was behind him, quietly floating. Once you can't keep up with the others, no one will scold you or beat you. Your only outcome is to disappear without a trace. In those dangerous missions, you will die quietly, and no one will know. Master Kong's expression was solemn. I'm not joking. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Tian, who was wearing the black iron gloves, constantly faced the fog wall. His palms were enveloped in flames, and each palm struck the fog wall, sparks bursting out. According to Big Brother Stone's explanation, every strike was like a forging, and the glove's martial spirit would be tempered. Haha, third-tier Qinggong naturally can't compare to the star carriage. But the star carriage consumes star rocks, and for us to go back and forth like this, we need at least a 4th-level star rock. Tang Tian was sweating profusely. Every palm he struck, the palm would explode into 12 small pieces in the air, and the fog wall in front of Tang Tian would explode into pieces. Become stronger. Bing's unchanging voice, that blank face, made him look like a robot doll that could speak. Why do we need to become stronger? After staring for a long time, Tang Tian resolutely turned and ran down the mountain. Everyone's face changed. Master Kong's words made them shocked. No one would have thought that the Honorable Martial Alliance that everyone wanted to enter was actually so dangerous internally. Only 200,000 times of training left. To all of you, this is the most important thing, and also the only important thing. Don't take any chances. Our internal competition will be more cruel and direct than you can imagine. During this period of time on the road, I will personally guide all of you. Master Kong said indifferently, everyone, do your best. When Tang Tian rushed to the city gate, he saw an extremely large carriage, with 3 copper carriages connected together. In front of the carriage, there were many people who came to send them off. Tang Tian saw Master Center and Old Fart Wei in the crowd. Master Center was recruited by Old Fart Wei into the Caramel Academy to teach the students the basics. The others could still maintain their composure, but Jiu Xiaoyu was already trembling in fear. Among these people, his strength was the weakest, and he still did not understand how he was chosen. Bing was silent. The carriage slowly moved, and everyone waved to the outside. No matter how strong they were usually, they were still teenagers. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast, and after a while, they could not see anyone. Star Wind City gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did the teenagers return to their seats, but everyone was not in high spirits. This was their first time experiencing parting. Big Brother Stonehead's method was indeed effective, and Tang Tian was greatly encouraged. If it was any other person, after tens of thousands of hits, there was only a slight change. Most people would feel that it was not worth it. But Tang Tian was extremely happy. Anyway, he had to train, and he could also upgrade the black metal gloves to bronze gloves. Where else could he find such a good thing? Everyone greeted each other, but they were not in high spirits. Han Bingning still had traces of tears on her face. Old Fart Wei also shouted at the side, "Young man Tang, don't embarrass our Caramel Academy." Looking at the arrogant and naive face of the young man, Master Center's heart was filled with emotions. He encouraged him seriously, "Tang Tian, remember, no matter what, don't give up. Because there are many things I want to do." Tang Tian said with a matter-of-fact face. He suddenly asked curiously, "Bing, don't you have anything you want to do?" After half an hour, everyone's emotions of parting gradually faded, and the atmosphere in the carriage started to warm up. "This speed is even faster than my 8 steps overtaking Cicada." Tang Tian's face was full of surprise. Tang Tian's movements suddenly stopped. This time, he was really curious, and came over. "Bing, what do you want to do? Didn't you say you have already atoned for your mistakes?" Master Kong's gaze slowly swept across everyone. Tang Tian could hear the concern in Master Center's words. His heart was warm, and he nodded his head vigorously. "Master, I will not give up. All of your talents are not bad, but don't be arrogant. When you arrive at Immortal Constellation Mountain, you will realize that there are more talented youths than you can imagine. You will realize that the life in the Honorable Marshal Group and Starwind City is completely different. The Honorable Marshal Group encourages competition, and the competition within the Honorable Marshal Group has always been intense. Regardless of techniques or resources, if you want more, you need to stand out from the competition. The more outstanding you are, the more support you will receive from the Honorable Marshal Group. You all need to quickly get used to the competition. The competition in the Honorable Marshal Group is everywhere. Not only you, even I have to face the same competition. I have picked a few of you, and arranged for you to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain. There are risks and pressures, but you are all smart people, I think you all can understand. Broken Shadow Palm was not suitable to destroy the fog wall. It was a group attack martial technique, and its destructive power was much smaller than Minute Collapsing Fist. But because of the large area of effect, although the speed was not fast, but after hundreds of thousands of times of training, it still destroyed a large portion of the fog wall. Not long after, the rest of them boarded the carriage. Master Center. Tang Tian waved his arms and shouted. With a few leaps, he flew in front of Master Center. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Through the window of the carriage, looking outside, suddenly, Tang Tian felt a little sad. After living here for 17 years, it was finally time to leave. But he immediately pulled himself together. This was a new beginning, and he could look forward to the future. The martial spirit inside the black metal gloves was a ball of fleeting flames. "Why?" Tang Tian, who had just recovered some of his strength, was stunned. He straightened his back, his face full of perspiration, his wet hair rising. He looked at Bing, and said seriously, "I want to become stronger." Everyone immediately felt a strong pressure, and their faces congealed. Everyone had seen the 4th level Star Rock before, but in Starwind City, it was definitely a rare item. But in other people's place, a round trip would require a 4th level Star Rock. The Honorable Martial Alliance immediately established a rich and overbearing image in everyone's hearts. Outsiders did not believe that his aptitude was really bad, but he knew that his talent was indeed not good. To be stronger than others, he had to put in far more sweat and effort than others. There was no room for luck. In a few days, they would be leaving for Immortal Constellation Mountain. He wanted to understand the killing technique of Broken Shadow Palm in these few days. Bing was silent. Just as Tang Tian was preparing to start training again, he suddenly said, "Yes." Old Fart Wei laughed out loud. "Young man, get lost." He patted the dirt off his butt, looked at the tombstone, and said softly, "Mom, I'm leaving. Don't worry about me, I'm very brave, I'm not afraid at all, your son is already a man. Mom, I'm going to pursue my dreams." Bing looked at Tang Tian. On the empty whiteboard, there was not a bit of joy or anger. "All the best. Godlike young man Bing." Tang Tian raised his arm, waved at Bing with force twice, wiped his perspiration, and turned to continue training. Tang Tian felt that his whole body was full of energy, and behind the cross door, he trained with all his might. Tang Tian still remembered Bing's words, his sins have been redeemed, and his body has become a spirit. Bing quietly looked at Tang Tian's back, and did not say a word. Bing floated behind Tang Tian, and did not say a word. Since there's something you want to do, then do it. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. You've already endured for so many years, so many terracotta figures, and only you have become a spirit. It means that you're destined to be an extraordinary terracotta figure. Waha. Just like me, waha, godlike young man. What kind of car is this? It's so fast. A Maori leaned on the window, with a face full of surprise. Suddenly, Bing asked, "Why are you so hardworking?" Tang Tian's broken shadow palm had long been trained to perfection, and in this period of time, he did not relax at all, but to the killing technique, Sky Full of Stars, he still had 200,000 repetitions of training. Chapter 54. Why? The carriage was about 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, but it was empty. The spirit cards on the wall were motionless. What's going on? Is there a problem? Tang Tian looked around, his face full of confusion. When the light dissipated, there was nothing on the 4 walls. The hardship training behind the cross door lasted for 10 days. It was dry and tedious, and definitely intimidating. Although they could use it to hit the fog wall, it was not as exciting as actual combat training. The speed of the light beam was not slow. Very quickly, the spirit cards on the first wall were all swept by the light beam, and it jumped to the second wall. At this moment, the spirit cards on the wall suddenly lit up one after another. The light beam quickly swept past each card, and then jumped from the second wall to the third wall. Among the bronze treasures, Grey Cat's pupil is very good, but, if it is unable to find the opponent's weakness, it will enter a state of frenzy, and its martial spirit will receive a fatal blow. When this thought emerged in their minds, it could not be suppressed and firmly occupied their minds. Really did not have any weaknesses? Everyone looked at Tang Tian as though they were looking at a monster. The old man did not understand. No, I used it a few days ago. That's right. Master Kong laughed out loud. How about it? Interested? Grey Cat's pupil is choosing a spirit card. Master Kong said. This guy. Tang Tian's gaze landed on everyone, and exclaimed, "Hey, what's with your expressions? You guys can see that something is wrong, right?" That's right, I waited for half a day, but nothing came out. You guys can see, I didn't even move a thing. I definitely didn't break it. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Just at this moment, the light beam turned chaotic, like a headless fly. Master Kong had seen countless people, but it was his first time seeing such a strange young man, so he wasted a quota of the outer barracks to choose Tang Tian. The quota of the outer barracks was not as strict as the inner barracks, so even if Tang Tian did not come out in the future, the responsibility would not fall on him. When the light beam landed on the last spirit card, the light beam suddenly disappeared, and the square light barrier slowly descended in front of everyone's lifeless eyes. This requires some time. Master Kong said, it is looking for the most suitable spirit general. He did not have time to react. On the 4 walls, the 271 spirit cards exploded one after another like firecrackers. Fundamental Tang didn't break it. A Maori stepped forward bravely. This ray of light was shot down by the Grey Cat's pupil. The Grey Cat's pupil is a bronze treasure of the Lynx constellation, and is also the core of the defense of the martial grounds. To a certain extent, it can see through the weakness of the opponent's mentality. This way, the fighting grounds will be able to choose a corresponding spirit general to fight with. Master Kong explained, and the 271 spirit cards on the wall almost cover all types of spirit generals. Even though these spirit cards were only of the 4th level, many high-leveled martial artists who entered the fighting grounds were also in a sorry state. You don't have to feel burdened. It's okay even if you lose. Actually, I built the Spirit General fighting grounds not to win or lose, but to overcome my own weakness. This is also why I used the 4th level spirit cards, because if the level is too high, the suppression of strength will cause people to overlook my weakness. The old man's face was full of shock. He suddenly realized, this Tang Tian seemed to be a little weird. He was very familiar with the weak point fighting grounds, and he used it frequently. Although his strength had long surpassed the 4th level, but as long as he suppressed his own strength, and maintained his strength at the 4th level, the weak point fighting grounds could still find a way to counter him. The two of them looked at the fighting grounds. Their faces were weird. The 2 walls contained 134 spirit cards. That also meant that the Grey Cat's pupil thought, out of the 134 spirit generals, none of them could counter Tang Tian. Master Kong laughed. High-level spirit cards are too expensive, and low-level cards are useless, so we might as well use the 4th-level cards, and create such a thing for entertainment. Impossible. This, one after another, the light rays exploded on the walls, forming a sea of light. How could there not be people with weaknesses in the world? Every round, the Grey Cat's pupil would be able to clearly see through your weakness, and the next round of spirit generals would be even more targeted. Everyone was dumbstruck. That also means, we can go in and fight with 200 spirit generals? Tang Tian pointed at the walls, eager to try. Master Kong and the old man were stunned. The light rays swept across the spirit cards one by one, 271 spirit cards, on the 4 walls. It was a shocking sight. That's true, alright, I'll let you go first. Master Kong laughed. He was extremely curious about Tang Tian. For this young lad to be able to gain everyone's approval, it was undoubtedly because he was extremely strong. But on the day of the test, Tang Tian's talent was poor, and he was the last. The survival of the outer barracks was very difficult, and the elimination rate was very high. He was very clear. Amauri agreed, that's right, Fundamental Tang is a godlike young lad. Hey, why aren't the spirit generals out yet? Amauri had a face of surprise, and did not understand. But Sima Xiangshan and the rest, all of them were very smart. From Master Kong's and the rest's increasingly serious expressions, they could see some clues. Thinking about Master Kong's introduction of the weak point fighting grounds, they had some reaction. In the 3rd carriage. This Tang Tian. Master Kong turned and asked, there hasn't been any problems with the fighting grounds recently, right? A red square line lit up on the ground. Aha, young lady, don't worry. I'm a godlike young lad. Tang Tian was full of fighting spirit. Ding. Master Kong squinted his eyes. Kill them all? Hehe, you guys are underestimating the fighting grounds. He nodded to the old man, who took out a star rock, walked to a corner, and placed it into a groove on the wall. The sparkling and translucent star rock, upon being placed into the groove, lit up with a ball of light. Weak point fighting grounds. It was the first time everyone heard of such a fighting grounds. No one understood the weak point fighting grounds better than them, as they practically trained here every day. Sometimes, they would form groups of 3 to 5, and start a gambling house, using their 4th level strength to endure a few rounds. This was one of their favorite things to gamble on. Everyone's attention was attracted to the 4 walls. Every wall was filled with cards. Every one of them was a 4th level spirit card, containing all sorts of martial techniques, causing people to be dazzled. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 200 spirit cards. Pa. But, Master Kong's face congealed. The weak point fighting grounds was born from a single thought of his, and he had spent a large amount of time and effort, specially looking for treasures like the Grey Cat's pupil. Although the spirit cards on the 4 walls were only of the 4th level, they were all carefully selected by him, representing all sorts of techniques. Hey, why aren't you out yet? Tang Tian, who was in the fighting grounds, shouted impatiently at the spirit cards on the walls. The light swept past the 3rd wall, and had already jumped to the 4th wall. Let's retreat from the red line fighting grounds. Master Kong said. Hearing that, everyone retreated out of the red line fighting grounds. Just as everyone retreated, the square light barrier slowly rose from the floor, isolating Tang Tian from them. Not good. How is that possible? There had never been anyone who was able to use the 4th level strength to endure 5 rounds in the weak point fighting grounds. The old man snorted, let's see how you can boast, with such a bad aptitude, you dare to boast like that. In his heart, he increasingly believed that Tang Tian was the kind of person who would shoot his mouth off. His mouth was powerful, but in reality, he was useless. He had seen many of such people. If Master Kong had chosen Tang Tien to enter the inner barracks, he would definitely have strongly objected, but since it was the outer barracks, he could not be bothered. Master Kong, the old man and the other honorable Martial Alliance martial artists who were watching from the side, all looked at each other in dismay, in disbelief. Everyone immediately had a look of awe. Look, 271 4th level spirit cards, he was just doing it for entertainment. Master Kong suddenly remembered the words of the master who created the weak point fighting grounds for him. A ray of light enveloped Tang Tien. Tang Tien looked up curiously. The ray of light shone on his body. It did not hurt or itch, but it was a little numb. They stared blankly at Tang Tien, who was in the fighting grounds. The martial artists of the Honorable Martial Alliance all around, the confusion on their faces, all disappeared, as though they could not believe their own eyes, and stared blankly at Tang Tien, who was in the fighting grounds. His voice, in the silent carriage, was exceptionally clear. Han Bingning warned coldly, "Be careful. Godlike young lad, godlike young lad." The rest naturally did not have any objections. They were not as naive as Tang Tien and Amauri, they were all extremely intelligent. The words that Master Kong said yesterday, after a night of digesting, they had slowly regained their senses. They suspected that the test for them was about to begin. Sima Xiangshan and the rest's foreheads were filled with wrinkles. Every time they heard this phrase, they could not help but think in their hearts, "It's actually a crazy young lad." Yes, yes, yes. Tang Tien's eyes lit up. Training alone every day, it's too boring. Unless the Grey Cat's pupil could not find Tang Tien's weakness. Master Kong's face revealed a pleased look. It was obvious that he was extremely satisfied with his work. Fundamental Tang, go go go, kill them all. Amauri raised his thick and sturdy arms, and shouted loudly, causing everyone's ears to go numb. But that's interesting. Master Kong was surprised. The first wall is actually not suitable. Seems like, young lad Tang is very powerful. The old man introduced, this weak point fighting grounds cost Master 271 spirit cards. All of them are rank 4 silver grade spirit cards, which contain almost all the different types of martial techniques. The cost is so high, even in the Martial Alliance, it is considered an outstanding masterpiece. 130 spirit generals, but not one was able to restrain Tang Tien. Just nice. Tang Tien, this rash young lad, was at the front, so that they could see the situation clearly. The old man said in a deep voice, 271 spirit cards, that means there are 271 spirit generals. This carriage was created by a grandmaster. As long as there are enough star rocks, these spirit generals will live forever. The spirit general fighting grounds will automatically pick out the spirit generals that can restrain you, and challenge them level by level. Until now, no disciple has passed the test. Chapter 55. I am a groundhog, digging a hole is full of strength, full of strength. Go, teach those few rascals well. Master Kong waved his hand dispiritedly. Actually, he was most interested in Tang Tien. The other 5 had outstanding talents, but he was not interested in them. Their talents were second to none in Starwind City, and had reached the standard of Honorable Martial Alliance. But to him, who often saw such talented youths, they were not worth paying attention to. On the contrary, Tang Tien, from head to toe, gave off a mysterious feeling. Yes. Bing nodded his head. With a new target, Tang Tien was full of motivation. He used all his strength, waving his claws like the wind. Like a tenacious groundhog, he flew forward quickly. 2 kilometers. Tang Tien's expression froze on his face, as he stammered. Master Kong's face congealed, as though he was deep in thought. One of the strongest powers of the clock constellation. Bing continued, this is actually a sealed land. The time here does not flow, is because of the clock sand fog, sealing this place. Yes. Bing was stiff as usual. With victory in sight, Tang Tien was extremely excited, full of energy. When Bing had nothing to do, he would quietly float in the air, staring at the fog wall in a daze. Tang Tien greeted Bing, and prepared to start training. His broken shadow palm was not far from mastering the killing technique, Sky Full of Stars. Luckily, it was time to enter the cross door again. Without hesitation, he entered the cross door, and prepared to start his new hardship training. Tang, do you want to increase your hardship training time? Bing suddenly asked. Oh, just by hearing it, it was an extremely powerful place. Master is right. The old man immediately replied. I don't know. Bing shook his head. Bing, this is the Southern Cross Army's encampment. The hole was extremely narrow, and could only accommodate one person, while Bing floated behind him. That's possible. This toy has already been here for 5 to 6 years, who knows, its lifespan is almost up. If not, why would it explode? This is fun. Tang Tian's interest was piqued, he was extremely curious. I have never been in an army before. Bing, tell me about your past, it must be very interesting. Tang Tian was sweating profusely. Tang Tian scratched his head. I didn't do anything. It's so strange. Why did they all explode? When Lord Kong saw this, he waved his hand and let everyone return to their rooms to rest. We're here. Bing's dull voice came from behind. However, the weak point Marshall Field had been destroyed by Tang Tian, so the original training plan was naturally cancelled. Bing replied. The old man said in a deep voice, this subordinate is certain that it is not a problem with the weak point Marshall Field. This subordinate thought about it carefully and felt that there were a few possibilities. First, Tang Tian's mind was truly flawless. This possibility was the smallest. How could someone be flawless? The second possibility was that Tang Tian had some kind of protective secret artifact that prevented Whis from seeing through him. That was why Whis suffered a backlash. However, when this subordinate inspected him, he did not find any secret treasures on him. Either he did not have a secret artifact, or it was very powerful. The third possibility was that he had a very unique blood meridian, and Wheez's prying had triggered the power of the blood meridian in his body, causing Wheez to suffer a backlash. Everyone was discussing. The more they talked, the more they felt that it was normal for the weak point Marshall Field to explode. Tang Tian, who was scratching his head, heaved a sigh of relief. 271 rank 4 silver grade spirit cards. If he really destroyed them, he would not be able to pay for it even if he sold himself. Why does my mother have this bronze plate? Tang Tian asked blankly. Everyone was speechless. The scene that had just happened was too bizarre and unimaginable. How do you increase it? Tang Tian's interest was immediately piqued, and he asked curiously. Although hardship training was painful, the effects of hardship training were definitely better than normal training. In the room, Bing stopped for a while, as though he did not hear anything, and said in a dull voice, if you walk forward from the Black Crystal, you will reach the recruit training camp. There are a few things there that you should be able to use. There was dead silence. No one could say a word. His wrist shook slightly, and his 5 fingers seemed to have sunk into the fog wall. With a slap, he was able to bring down a large piece of sand fog. If it landed on a human body, it would definitely tear off a large piece of skin and flesh. Even Tang Tian, who was mentally strong, felt a chill in his heart. In the future, when he fought with someone who was proficient in the eagle claw martial arts, he had to be alert. Could it be that we have been playing here for too long? The old man replied, yes. Suddenly, his fingertips felt extremely hard. Tang Tian felt pain in his 5 fingers, and could not help but groan. Although the Honorable Martial Alliance had many martial techniques, but in terms of Blood Meridian's research, there was nothing worthy of praise. The one who had the most profound knowledge in this aspect was their archenemy Onyx Soul. After all, the Honorable Martial Alliance's goal was light, and the power of Blood Meridians had too many taboos. The door to the treasure trove was about to be opened by himself. The 9th day. Yes. The old man was also full of regret. Tang Tian was silent for a moment. He raised his head, and his expression became cheerful again. He asked curiously, were you here in the past? The third possibility is the highest. The old man said without hesitation. Tang Tian's eagle claw martial arts improved very quickly. Tang Tian suspected that the person who created this martial technique was also planning to use it to dig holes. Tang Tian's eagle claw martial arts became more and more incisive. The copper claws were like iron hooks, and the strength was astonishing. Following the direction that Bing pointed, Tang Tian dug a deep hole. Looking at the majestic black door in front of him that was 12 jong tall and 30 jong wide, Tang Tian was so shocked that he was speechless. Sima Xiangshan and the rest also revealed a look of understanding. That was normal. Although Tang Tian was powerful, but he was still far from having no weaknesses. Bing raised his white face and looked at the black door. Unknowingly, on his blank white face, there were 2 lines of tears. Tang Tian wiped away the thin layer of time sand mist on the surface, revealing a smooth and flat object. Tang Tian excitedly started to clear the time sand mist that covered the door. But, after half a day, Tang Tian had cleared an area that was more than 3 zhong tall and 5 zhong wide. The black door was exposed. But the size of the door far exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. What exactly is this place? Bing, how do you know? Tang Tian stared at Bing and asked. Southern Cross Constellation hardship plate. It was left behind by my mother. Bing, who exactly are you? Tang Tian hummed a tune and pushed forward. Yes. It's been 6 years. Even a man of steel, to be tormented like this every day, would not be able to take it. Southern Cross Army? Tang Tian was stunned. Bing was silent for a moment, then said, this is time gray mist. Recruit training camp. RRR, what's inside? Tang Tian heard that it would be of great help to his training, and immediately became excited. How far is it from here? When these 2 words fell into Tang Tian's ears, it was like a celestial voice. His spirit was roused, the pain just now disappeared. He did not care about the sweat on his face, and laughed. Ha, I am indeed a godlike young lad. 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers. They were still killed by me in one swish. Oh, even the time sand mist cannot stop me. Master Kong did not bat an eyelid. Which do you think is the most likely? His biggest expectation was gone, and immediately lost interest. A mysterious, ancient, and sealed recruit training camp. Bing replied. Breaking through a 2-kilometer fog wall, this amount of work, even for the determined Tang Tian, hearing about it made his limbs go soft, his face pale. Time sand mist. Tang Tian felt that the things Bing mentioned were all strange and weird, and he had never heard of it before. Tang Tian's entry seemed to have awakened Bing. Clearing the entire door, Tang Tian spent an entire day. Yes. Bing said calmly, I belong to the Southern Cross Army's Dao Division. What exactly is this fog wall? Tang Tian's face was full of curiosity. It's like fog, but not like fog. It can be destroyed, and it's everywhere. Luckily, once the time sand mist leaves the fog wall, it will be destroyed, and does not need to be transported out like sand. Could it be the main door? Tang Tian asked Bing excitedly. If that's the case, then it's a pity. Master Kong was slightly regretful. He agreed with the old man's judgment, because his judgment was exactly the same as the old man's. Everyone's spirit has a flaw, even those famous experts were no exception. It was just a matter of how many there were. As for the powerful star treasures, Master Kong completely did not sense the undulations of the star treasures. Training grounds. Tang Tian followed Bing's spear, and saw the vast fog wall. Don't tell me the training grounds is inside the fog wall? He was in a narrow tunnel, digging continuously. His 10 fingers were like hooks, bringing with them a flame, dancing like the wind. The fog wall in front of him disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the broken shadow palm's killing technique, Sky Full of Stars, was successfully trained, Tang Tian immediately switched to the eagle claw technique. The efficiency of the eagle claw technique was much faster than the broken shadow palm, and was simply the best technique to dig a hole in the wall. Everyone stared blankly at the empty training grounds. Tang Tian returned to his room, and fell asleep. He did not put the matter of the weak point training grounds to heart. He felt that the weak point training grounds was broken by himself, and did not have any psychological burden. It was just that the fight he was looking forward to was gone, and that made him slightly depressed. Hearing that, Tang Tian was startled. He stopped in his tracks, and looked at Bing curiously. The hardship training time can still be increased? On the black door, there were 4 jewels embedded, impressively the imprint of the Southern Cross constellation. Yes. Bing said indifferently. This region used to be the recruit barracks. Bing raised the spear in his hand, and pointed ahead. There is a training grounds there. As long as you enter the training grounds, you can enter it more frequently. 2 kilometers. Bing's voice was stiff as usual. Using a quota for the outer barracks, To let our opponents have one less target to groom, it is not a loss. Master Kong said. The 4 jewels were like real stars, flashing with dazzling luster. Chapter 56. The smallest planet appeared in Bing's hands. Take care to avoid the vital parts, but, other than Jiyu Xiaoyu, the rest were all determined people. Although their nerves were taut, they were not flustered. Bing's voice came from above. Bing was floating above his head. Are you sure? Bing looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian only felt the scene in front of him change, and the surrounding scenery changed. He looked around blankly. He was in an endless dark wilderness. Countless fist-sized balls of light floated in the wilderness. They were densely packed, like a sea of light. Bing replied, the army has a rule. Without reaching the 8th level, you cannot pass the recruit assessment. Captains need to be at least the 10th level, and colonels need to be at least the 12th level. Although the weak point arena was destroyed by Tang Tian, and was now empty, it was still suitable for training. Tang, your strength is too weak. Bing's tone was stiff, but he seemed to be very familiar with recruit training. The Southern Cross Army's recruit selection criteria is the 6th level of strength and above. You are obviously not enough. Therefore, many of the trainings will be extremely difficult for you. This is the recruit training camp of the Southern Cross Army. Bing's voice was no longer stiff. His voice was filled with emotion. Every recruit will go through 3 years of recruit training here. Only those who pass can enter the army. Get beaten? His expression froze on his face. He stuttered in disbelief. Bing replied calmly. A ball of light bounced onto Tang Tian's back. The power was actually about the same as Tang Tian's own strength. Tang Tian felt as though he had been punched. He staggered. 3 years. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. What are you training for? It takes 3 years. Let him fend for himself. I have the duty to remind you. Bing said calmly, the recruit training is very cruel. It is much crueler than you can imagine. The Southern Cross constellation is the smallest constellation. The reason why it could produce such a top-notch army is because of its strictness and cruelty. The recruit training of the Southern Cross Army is the most cruel recruit training in the world. In our era, the probability of a recruit passing the assessment was only 9%. The mortality rate is as high as 26%. The balls of light around him attacked him like a storm. I've thought it through. Tang Tian's face showed a maturity and firmness that did not match his age. Come. Bang, bang, bang. Take a beating. Bing said indifferently, and with that, he waved his palm lightly, and the planets in the room started to spin quickly. The old man's expression did not change. Tang Tian's situation is rather special. He will receive specialized guidance. The heavy door was not as heavy as Tang Tian had imagined. It was slowly pushed open. Bing could feel Tang Tian's fighting spirit. He was silent for a while. The recruit selection criteria is the 6th level, but even so, the probability of passing is only 9%, and the death rate is 26%. Right now, you're not even at the 4th order, so your chances of passing the test are very slim. Your chances of dying are very high. Once we start, I won't give you any preferential treatment. Have you thought it through? That sounds very powerful. Bing, how strong were you in the past? Tang Tian's eyes were filled with stars, and he was fascinated listening to it. Someone can do it. Bing's voice was stiff as usual. A constellation that has a strong martial artist protecting it will release even brighter light auras. I can feel that many constellations have astonishing light auras. In this era, there are also many strong martial artists. Unrivaled under the heavens? Bing tilted his head. Unrivaled under the heavens, how can he lose his encampment? Amauri suddenly looked around. Where's Fundamental Tang? Why didn't he come? Tang Tian opened his palm, exhaled, and pushed the door open. Tang Tian shook his head. There are only 12 constellations in the ecliptic. Leo constellation, Sagittarius constellation, and Aries constellation are currently the 3 strongest constellations. But the 12 constellations are not all very powerful. Scorpio constellation is very ordinary. But I have never heard of the 13th. Tang Tian was in so much pain that he cried out. Without saying anything, he used minute collapsing fist to punch the dense balls of light in front of him. The old man's words immediately caused everyone to become anxious. So beautiful. Tang Tian muttered to himself. His face was filled with shock. Tang Tian's mind was already numb. Then aren't you guys unrivaled under the heavens? Seems like the snake army has been annihilated. Bing said calmly. Arphiuchus constellation was the strongest constellation in the past. It was also the only constellation that crossed the equator, the Milky Way and the ecliptic. The snake army was the strongest of the three armies. Bing was in a daze. Then come on. A godlike young lad, I will never retreat. Tang Tian raised his fist. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It is split into individual martial techniques and tactical qualities. Bing said calmly. Individual strength needs to reach the 8th level. You need to be enlightened on at least 3 8th level martial techniques. There are 12 subjects for tactical qualities. Bing did not care about him. He continued, you have to think carefully. Once you open this door, you have to complete the recruit training. If you are unable to reach the standard of the 8th level in 3 years, you will never be able to enter the cross door again. All right. Tang Tian did not hesitate. He nodded his head. The old man sneered in his heart. What special guidance? It was just something he used to fool the ignorant young lads. He did not have any good feelings towards those young lads with terrible talents. As for the power of blood meridians, he and Master Kong did not know anything about it. What guidance could they give? In the spacious room, there were many big and small planets floating in the air. The big planets were the size of baskets. The small ones were the size of pigeon eggs. They floated in the air and slowly rotated. They released different colored light auras. Some were dazzling and bright. Some were dim and dull. Some were azure and translucent. Some were as red as blood. Eighth level is just a recruit. Tang Tian stammered. His expression was sluggish. 8th level. No matter where he was definitely an expert. A true expert. Even in Heaven's Road, he was an expert with a name. Such an expert, in the Southern Cross Army, was actually just a recruit. The body's ability to resist attacks is a basic skill that any soldier must possess. In a battle, martial artists with high resistance will always have a higher chance of winning. The higher the level, the harder it will be to kill in one hit. Protracted battles will become the mainstream of combat. Strong resistance to attacks will allow you to maintain a clear mind even when you receive violent attacks. It will ensure that your attacks won't deform because of the attacks. It is the foundation of the foundation. Pay attention to the rhythm of your defense. Pay attention to the true power you revolve. Tang Tian pinched his fingers. Scorpio Army is Scorpio constellation? I've heard of it. Snake Army? Is it Hydra's constellation or Serpent's constellation? Never heard of it. Bing's voice fluctuated again. Arphiuchus constellation is one of the 13 ecliptic palace constellations. In the darkness, there were many light spots floating. They were like stars. They floated in the night sky. It was an unspeakably beautiful dream. The old man's eyes flashed a look of satisfaction. Although these young lads had a lower starting point, they did not have the arrogance of the young geniuses from the big constellations. In 3 years, to reach the 8th level. Tang Tian's expression froze. He shook his head. Bing, that's impossible. Although I don't know how you guys did it, but I'm sure no one can do it now. Tilda, how strong is this Southern Cross Army? Tilda, the light auras that were like dots of stars suddenly became brighter one by one, and an extremely mysterious world appeared in front of Tang Tian. The old man looked at the 5 people in front of him and said solemnly, from today onwards, on the journey to Immortal Constellation Mountain, I will be the one guiding you in martial techniques. I hope you guys can learn well and train seriously. No. Bing said calmly. The Southern Cross Army was one of the 3 strongest armies at that time. The other 2 were the Scorpio Army and the Snake Army. Everyone had a look of realization. It seemed like Tang Tian's performance that day had moved Master Kong. Master Kong had decided to personally guide Tang Tian. Everyone's doubts disappeared. They started to listen to the old man seriously. It can make me stronger, right? Tang Tian was not afraid. He raised his head and asked. Bing's indifferent and stiff voice rang out above Tang Tian's head. Accompanied by Tang Tian's screams, it was like a long time ago. Bing's stiff voice had not finished speaking. The light balls around Tang Tian were like sharks that smelled blood and rushed over frantically. Tang Tian was shocked. Hey, Bing, I'm here to train, not to get beaten up. Ouch. Even the recruits were at the 8th level. The light balls all bounced off. Yes. Tang Tian clenched his fists with a serious face. Since others can do it, I can definitely do it too. Yes, the Southern Cross Army's recruit training. Although it is the most cruel and strict training, but as long as you can complete it, it is definitely the most effective training method in the world. Bing's voice was stiff as usual. Tang Tian's jaw dropped. After a long while, he said, Don't tell me there's an army stronger than you guys. Arphiuchus constellation? Hey, I've never heard of this constellation before. Tang Tian was stunned. Although your talents are not bad, but due to the limitations of the surrounding environment, Wuan Star is after all a peripheral planet. There are few martial techniques, and their standards are not high. So compared to the same age and talents of youths, your standards are slightly worse. Big and small planets, there were 10s of them. Together, they formed a beautiful and dreamy picture. Is there really someone who can do it? Tang Tian looked at Bing. Bing shook his head. It's Arphiuchus constellation. But, before Tang Tian could retract his fists, bang bang bang, a few light balls shot out from the weak points and struck Tang Tian's chest. Tang Tian retreated a few steps. Yes. Bing's stiff voice did not have any undulations. 8th level? Tang Tian thought he heard wrongly. Alright, then let's begin. The old man's face was solemn. They believed that the old man was not lying. In fact, they knew that too. Although their strength was considered not bad in Star Wind City, but compared to the other planets in Heaven's Road, it was definitely not much. Where do we start? Tang Tian was eager, without any fear. Chapter 57. The cold voice of iron and blood resonated in the wilderness. Yes. The martial artist revealed a look of admiration. Minister said, the chances of success this time is very high. Bang bang bang. Minister is currently in closed-door training, and will probably come out at the end of next month. The martial artist was slightly regretful. If she knew that you are here, she would definitely be very happy. After a long journey, they flew for a full 2 months before arriving at Immortal Constellation Mountain. The other guy could be a Blood Meridian user. You can throw him to the outer barracks. Find a poor and tough outer barracks, let the Blood Meridian user struggle on his own. Master Kong said casually. In the dazzling rain of light, Tang Tian's expression was abnormally focused, and did not dare to be distracted. Any distraction, and the outcome would be very tragic. Just now, because Tang Tian was slightly distracted, he was directly hit in the nose by a ball of light, and now there were 2 lines of nosebleeds below his nose. Master Kong was stunned, and his face revealed a look of joy. Is she going to break through to the 8th level? The old man's eyes revealed a look of disdain. Tang Tian did not even step out of his room for the past few days. What was he training for? In the carriage, other than Master Kong's room, the rest of the rooms were pitifully small. Other than meditating, it was impossible to train other martial techniques. That's right, you can't defend against all the attacks, but don't you defend? You should use all your strength, all your potential, and block a few more attacks, block even more attacks. The more attacks you block, the less attacks you have to endure, and your chances of survival will be higher. Don't look down on me. I am a godlike man. Tang Tian intentionally stared at a Maori. Bing's iron-blood merciless voice continuously drilled into Tang Tian's ears. Upon entering the recruit barracks, Bing seemed to have changed into another person, iron-blood merciless. Han Bingning and the rest were then enlightened. Han Bingning said a few words of concern, and the rest immediately felt an immense pressure. Tang Tian was already so powerful, and yet he still trained so hard. What reason did they have to be lazy and waste time? Let's go, let's get off the carriage. A Maori urged. That's great. That's great. Lord Kong's face was filled with joy. If his sister could advance to the 8th rank, that would mean that the Kong family's strength would explode. He hurriedly said, don't disturb her. This time, I sent a few talented newcomers over. Their talents are not bad, and they have the intention to come to Immortal Constellation Mountain, so I specially sent them over. Bing, who was in the sky, muttered to himself, to start such hellish training at the 3rd level, what kind of freak will he nurture? Amauri relaxed and laughed. That's right. Like I said, a godlike man, who can defeat you? Sure enough, Tang Tian's method was very effective. The balls of light that were bounced off were like billiards, bouncing off many of the balls of light that were pouncing on him. The pressure on Tang Tian decreased sharply. No one cared about Tang Tian anymore. Master Kong believed that Tang Tian had most likely destroyed the weak point arena because of the power of his bloodline. This could also explain why Tang Tian wasn't weak despite his poor talent. Innate bloodline users would always have some sort of power. But the power of the bloodline was always very strange, and could not be stimulated by ordinary powers. This rascal had most likely offended the minister's brother. The weak point arena had cost Master Kong a lot of effort. If he used this as the price to discover a rare genius, Master Kong would not feel it was a pity. But if the weak point arena was destroyed, and only one innate bloodline user was found, Master Kong would feel a little heartache. Sima Xiangshan and the rest secretly decided that from today onwards, they would immediately double the amount of training. No one dared to have any ideas on the carriage of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Amauri shouted from the side, his training too hard. Is your minister here? Master Kong smiled. Bing's change was too obvious. Although this rascal was a little dumb previously, he did not have any aggression. Now that he was so fanatical and excited, what was going on? Ever since he entered the recruit training camp, Bing was like a different person. Although his words were still cold and stiff, but his actions were filled with an indescribable feeling to Tang Tian, as if he had suddenly found his target. The ball of light was just the size of a fist. Using the eagle claw technique, he could grab it with one claw. More importantly, the eagle claw technique's attack rhythm was extremely fast. From then on, Tang Tian paid special attention to protecting his vital parts. Tang Tian was like a target. Countless balls of light came one after the other, and continuously hit his body. The power of these balls of light was just right. It caused Tang Tian to feel a piercing pain, but did not cause him to faint immediately. But there were still balls of light that penetrated through Tang Tian's defense and hit his body. Every time this happened, the crane body in Tang Tian's body would automatically revolve and dissipate more than half of the power, but it would still leave a bruise. Just like what Bing said, the darkness before the dawn, in Tang Tian's heart, Bing was definitely a pervert. He was not cute at all. This fellow was a fanatical and iron-blooded pervert. Even a godlike young lad could not take it, so pitiful. Yes. The martial artist immediately replied. He had already made up his mind to pick the worst and worst camp for Tang Tian. Master Kong, a martial artist, came forward with a respectful expression. Bing raised his head and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. When the sun rises, you can rest. But you have to take note, the closer it is to dawn, the more pressure you will face. Thank you, Master. The martial artist immediately replied respectfully. To be able to have fresh blood to replenish was a very good thing for the Immortal Constellation Mountain. Tang Tian lamented in his heart. Housefly cow, you are looking down on all the perverts in the world. The sun rose from the horizon of the wilderness. The balls of light were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, the first crane body could not hold on any longer and collapsed. The second crane body sensed the danger. It slowly rotated and continuously absorbed the power of the balls of light. To him, Tang Tian's current strength was only because of his blood meridians. Lacking talent and lazy, he only knew how to boast. The elder had seen too many of such people. Plop. Tang Tian stubbornly resisted. He slowly grasped the trick. When resisting the balls of light, if he added some force, it would bounce back at a faster speed. This way, he could knock away some of the balls of light that were flying towards him. You have to take care of your rest. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Amauri said with concern. Not bad. You found a way to deal with it so quickly. Bing's cold and stiff voice had a tinge of excitement. I'm fine. It's just that I trained too hard. I'll be fine after some rest. Tang Tian's heart warmed. He forced a smile. In his tone, there was a tinge of excitement and fanaticism. When Tang Tian thought about the training that he had to continue tonight, he had the urge to cry. This kind of boastful person, other than boasting, was destined to be a mediocre person. The moment his fragile nose was hit, Tang Tian almost lost his resistance. His entire body suffered over 30 hits before he regained his senses. Tang Tian cursed in his heart, "Darkness, you perverted soldier. I need to remind you, during this period, in the Southern Cross Army back then, there were basically 6 people who died every month because they received too many attacks." Han Bingning frowned. "Tang Tian, are you not feeling well?" The journey was peaceful. Bang bang bang. His mind was filled with thoughts. How could he rebuild a weak point Marshall field? Or perhaps he could create an even more powerful weak point Marshall field. "Yes. We're here." A Maori said with concern. "Fundamental Tang, you look terrible. Are you sick?" Every day, Tang Tian endured it. "Bing that asshole, not only did he not give me any face, he became even worse." Tang Tian's entire body was covered in injuries. Bing's training was getting more and more perverted. Every day, Tang Tian was covered in injuries. If not for the bamboo queen bee glue on him, he would be in an even worse state. After the recruit training camp opened, Tang Tian had to enter the cross door to train every day. But he did not expose him. Such a mediocre person, let him fend for himself. Tang Tian did not understand. But he did not have time to think about it. More and more balls of light were coming to attack him. The best was the eagle claw technique. A Maori pounded on the door with force. He was excited. "Fundamental Tang. Fundamental Tang. Come out quickly. We're here." Both of his claws were blazing with flames. In front of him, the balls of light collided with the fire and bounced off. When the carriage stopped, everyone revealed looks of joy. After staying in the carriage for 2 months, everyone felt extremely bored. At the same time, they did not dare to slack off. In his hands, the eagle claw technique continued to increase in speed. Every claw of Tang Tian's gradually had a sharp piercing sound. As for his subordinates, they did not even think about Tang Tian. A Maori and the rest thought that Tang Tian was undergoing a special training. No one disturbed him. On the contrary, everyone was secretly encouraging themselves. Tang Tian had already used the weak point fighting grounds to prove himself. They could not fall behind. Bing's voice in the sky seemed to be extremely cold and emotionless under the contrast of the crescent moon. But the number of balls of light continued to increase. The pressure on Tang Tian increased. When Tang Tian finally could not hold on any longer, his defensive line crumbled. Countless of light balls rained down on his body. His screams spread far and wide. "Pay attention to your defensive area. Didn't you learn a few martial techniques? Any martial technique should be able to be used for offense and defense." Could it be that this was his mission to transform his body into a spirit? Tang Tian clenched his teeth and held on. He did not even have the chance to reply. The light in front of him was like a weave. When the balls of light swarmed him, it was like a ball of light suddenly blossoming in front of him. Tang Tian quickly realized that Minute Collapsing Fist and Broken Shadow Palm were not useful here. Although Minute Collapsing Fist was powerful and heavy, its attack frequency was too slow. Although Broken Shadow Palm covered a large area, it could not be controlled. It was unable to effectively protect the vital parts. This is the darkness before dawn. Creak. The room door opened. Tang Tian's face was pale. He was at a loss. Have we reached Immortal Constellation Mountain? When Tang Tian appeared, everyone was surprised. Tang Tian, who was in a daze, fell to the ground and fell asleep. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. His eyes were wide open. He exerted all his strength. His claws that were enveloped in flames became even faster. Only then did he manage to block the attacks of the balls of light. Tang Tian, who was in a mess in the torrential rain of balls of light, did not notice the changes in the true power in his body. Tang Tian replied weakly. Chapter 58. Don't tell me you still want to pretend to be young. Hey, uncle, people need to know their place. Although you don't want to admit it, but under the contrast of the youthful and tender, godlike young man, your original appearance as an uncle who has gone through the vicissitudes of life has nowhere to hide. Tang Tian was oblivious, as he flicked the ball of light away, and shouted loudly. Bing became more and more perverted, as though he had changed into another person, as though tormenting Tang Tian had caused him to accumulate thousands of years of passion, and suddenly burst forth. Tang Tian quickly parted ways with Amauri and the rest. No one was surprised, as they had long said that Tang Tian was going to the outer barracks. To everyone, although Tang Tian was going to the outer barracks, but now that Master Kong had placed so much importance on him, he would definitely be heavily groomed. Although Tang Tian's true power had reached the 3rd level of perfection, to Bing, the quantity was there, but the quality still had room for improvement. And the crane body could not be used as he wished. To Bing, this could only mean that the training of true power had not reached perfection. He decided to continuously attack, to temper the crane body in Tang Tian's body. But Tang Tian's improvement far exceeded his expectations. Under such a terrifying intensity, the eagle claw technique that was tempered had long surpassed the conventional definition of perfection and reached an even higher level. The eagle claw technique in Tang Tian's hands was already not inferior to any ordinary rank 4 martial technique. The biggest improvement was the crane-style chi manual in Tang Tian's body. Although it was Bing's first time seeing the crane-style chi manual, but with one look, he could clearly see its advantages and disadvantages. You don't know about this. The bearded man showed off. In the past, the higher-ups had detected that there were treasures here, but in the end, after searching for half a month, they still did not find anything, and the leader was a silver-ranked martial artist. Following the conversation between the two, on the ground below them, started to appear, densely packed like a beehive, with no end in sight. About 20 years ago, there was once a group of very powerful star spirit beasts, suddenly appeared in Immortal Constellation Mountain. At that time, the losses were severe. After investigating, they found out that the star spirit beasts had appeared from there. The higher-ups were very worried that something like the beast tide would happen, so they decided to reactivate the Big Tomb outer barracks, to act as an outpost. The bearded man explained. Tang Tian was not frightened at all. He laughed. Looks like you are really ignorant, uncle. Let this godlike young man open your eyes and let you know the vastness of the world and the endless fighting spirit of a young man. And this time, Bing was surprised at Tang Tian's improvement speed. Tang Tian's improvement speed far exceeded his expectations. Where was his previous dullness and stupidity? Bing, who could not even speak for half a day previously, now loved to yell at the top of his lungs. As long as Tang Tian's performance was slightly worse, he would scold him mercilessly. Uncle. Bing Bai's face darkened. Bing's perverted training caused Tang Tian to struggle in a life worse than death. So unlucky, every time I come to this broken down place, I am always on tenterhook. In the cabin at the front of the carriage, a man dressed in a white honorable martial robe could not help but scold. His martial robe was embroidered with a black line, signifying that he was an official iron-ranked martial artist of the Honorable Martial Group. Tang Tian's arms danced very quickly, the sky was filled with screams, the balls of light in front of him, as if they had collided with a wall of fire, the strong force kept on rebounding. That's true. The man with the crew cut was rejoicing. Luckily I was not sent to this broken-down place that year. The Honorable Martial Group's Immortal Constellation Branch Chief was a silver-ranked martial artist. Bing, who was in the air, squatted down, his saliva spraying wildly on top of Tang Tian's head. Uncle vicissitudes of life. Bing's face was full of black lines. Tang Tian's singing stopped abruptly, the screams were earth-shattering. The so-called beating training was not something he came up with on a whim. It was as if, in one night, Bing's body had found its soul. All the balls of light turned their bodies and looked at Tang Tian's position. On the 9th day, the difficulty of Tang Tian's training had already reached the highest level of difficulty. Actually, it's not that there are no benefits. The bearded man said, the higher-ups also know that ordinary people are not willing to go. But whoever goes to the Big Tomb's outer barracks, even if they have not been promoted to an iron-ranked martial artist, after 3 years, as long as they continue to stay there, they will all enjoy the treatment of an iron-ranked martial artist. Many of the newbies who do not have much strength Go there, it's not bad, just that it's a little boring. Previously, Bing did not think of opening the recruit training camp, until Tang Tian asked him if there was anything he wanted to do, then he was truly touched. After sleeping for so long, so many of his comrades, all turned into broken pieces of the terracotta figures, only he himself, the terracotta spirit, woke up. That's true. The man with the crew cut nodded. The iron-ranked martial exam is so difficult, if your strength is not enough, you can go there to get the treatment of an iron-ranked martial artist, and your family will not have to worry. Accident? What accident? The man with the crew cut was stunned. They were all thinking, in this period of time, they must work hard, the next time they meet, they must not let this crazy young man pull even further apart. Bing looked at the sky full of claw shadows, his heart was secretly shocked. Previously when Tang Tian was training, he had always been secretly observing, but with his experience, Tang Tian's training efficiency could only be considered average. This was because Tang Tian's talent was terrible. I am puzzled, why would the higher-ups set up an outer barracks in such a desolate place? The man with the crew cut had a face full of doubt. Only such a tenacious fellow would be able to endure such a perverted training. Genius young lad. Bing said coldly, there has never been anyone who dared to call himself a genius young lad in front of me. Isn't that so? To a chief instructor of a super army who had handled over 460,000 recruits, with regards to the speed of training, Bing had long reached the point of perfection. Tang Tian did not know, the difficulty of his training, even in the era of the Southern Cross Army, was considered to be relatively high. Tang Tian did not go and strike up a conversation with them, he completely did not have the time. Although Bing's tone was light, it was extremely domineering. Silver-ranked martial artists. The man with the crew cut exclaimed, don't tell me it's the department head. Iron-ranked martial artists were the lowest-ranked martial artists in the Honorable Martial Group. If a newcomer passed the newcomer assessment, he would automatically become an iron-ranked martial artist. Of course, if the newcomer's strength was valiant, after passing the bronze martial assessment, he could become an even higher-ranked bronze-ranked martial artist. His eagle claw technique, after these few days of training, was extremely sharp. His 10 fingers were like hooks, bringing along a bright red flame, bringing along a mournful scream. Raise your head, bullshit. It's been 10 days. You actually only improved by this little. Can you be even more stupid? I have handled 463,619 recruits, every one of them is stronger than you by 100 times. With your standard, in the army, you can't even reach the standard of an errand boy. If not for Tang Tian, Bing would not have thought of such a method. Bing did not understand, why would the army encampment land in Tang Tian's hands? This kind of place, no one would be willing to go. The man with the crew cut did not understand. Compared to the previous bitter training, the current hellish training, the efficiency was even more shocking. Specialized in training the recruits' little farts. Bing's empty whiteboard, a black line, like a wave, flashed past. To be traumatized by this fellow was truly embarrassing. In the boundless wilderness, all the balls of light suddenly stopped, and every ball of light appeared a pair of blood-red eyes. Did you not eat? Let me tell you. If my subordinates dared to train like this in the past, I would definitely beat the shit out of them. Bing looked down, his stern and cruel voice entered Tang Tian's ears. Using very bad to describe it, might not be accurate, it was extremely bad, the worst Bing had ever seen. Tang Tian once again boarded a carriage, but compared to Master Kong's Pegasus carriage army, this carriage could only be described as wretched. From the second day onwards, Bing quietly increased the difficulty of the training. Beside him, another iron-ranked martial artist with a full beard consoled him. We are still all right, it's just that this trip here, this bunch of new recruits are in trouble. How is that possible? The bearded burly man shook his head. That was a long time ago, I also heard it from a senior. Because that place, the concentration of energy is much denser, it would be a pity to waste it, so the higher-ups simply built an outer barracks there. But it's a pity, the environment there is too vile, it's dangerous to go in and out, so no one is willing to go there. That place used to be in a half-abandoned state, until later on, an accident happened. But Tang Tian's strong willpower made him rather shocked. Aha. Woo woo woo, Uncle Bing, Uncle Bing, Uncle Bing, yo yo yo, He has a little bit of vicissitudes, he has a little bit of sorrow, little vicissitudes, little bit of sorrow, little bit of sorrow. Tang Tian used an extremely unpleasant voice to sing loudly. You did not offend anyone, why would you be sent here? The bearded burly man shook his head. Usually people who offend important people will be sent here. These people will never be able to become iron-ranked martial artists, and are destined to guard this place for life. But a pity, it was a perverted soul. Come on. Let this godlike young lad show a little fart like you, what is called a genius lad. Tang Tian was calm and fearless, roaring continuously, his hands moving extremely fast. On the first day, Tang Tian held on until daybreak, and only at the last moment did he announce that the line of defense was lost. Tang Tian did not retreat, his hands were not slow at all, and he retorted sarcastically, "Ha ha, I thought you were an arrogant big shot in the past, so you're just a little fart who specializes in training new recruit." Tang Tian was not sent alone, along with him, there were 7 other 13 to 14-year-old youths. These youths did not seem to be in a good mood, their expressions were gloomy, and all of them were silent. But, until Tang Tian started the recruit training, then Bing was shocked. Bing was not surprised that Tang Tian could hold on. From the start, Bing thought Tang Tian would definitely be able to complete the recruit training, just that it would take a little longer. In a short period of time, he already had a good understanding of Tang Tian. Tang Tian's tenacious willpower had long caused him to be moved. No wonder. The crew cut man was enlightened. I was just saying, why would the outer barracks be built in such a godforsaken place? The ball of light rushed towards Tang Tian like a tide. That's right, no one was willing to go, but someone had to go. So, you understand, it is a place of exile. The bearded, burly man said. Bing, who was in the sky, froze. After a moment, his black face turned into a sinister smile. Let us see, who is the vicissitudes of life, who is the sorrow. Chapter 59. The youths were shivering, their faces pale. The 2 iron-ranked martial artists' faces were filled with sympathy and ridicule. He was curious, what would the outer barracks of the Honorable Martial Alliance be like? Hearing old Fart Wei and the rest praise the Honorable Martial Alliance to the skies, Tang Tian had a lot of expectations for the Honorable Martial Alliance. He and a Maori had separated in a hurry, and during that period of time, he had been tormented by Uncle Bing every day. Once he left training, he would be in a muddle-headed state of exhaustion. Everyone seemed to have awoken from a dream, and hurriedly flew forward. Tang Tian followed behind unhurriedly. One by one, the youths flew across the river. A knocking sound came from the door, and an impatient voice came through. "Hey, you're using the Aquarius Martial Cabinet too?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Bang bang bang. Everyone's eyes widened. Was this guy crazy? Jing Hao glanced at the newcomers, and said, "Follow me." This discovery made Tang Tian's blood boil. "Are you challenging me?" "Yes." The 2 iron-ranked martial artists ran away. Tang Tian was puzzled, but he did not meddle. He did not plan to stay in the Honorable Martial Alliance for long. He planned to wait for his rank 3 martial techniques to be trained to perfection, and then go find Qi. Everyone hurriedly activated their light body techniques, and followed closely behind. Tang Tian's 8 steps overtaking Cicada attracted everyone's attention, and even Jing Hao looked at him in surprise. Rank 3 light body technique? We've arrived. Jing Hao brought everyone to the side of the waterfall, and countless water vapor rushed towards them, and the sound of the water was deafening. Jing Hao's body suddenly lit up with a faint aura, and he actually followed the waterfall, and rushed towards the other side. Everyone's gaze immediately became incomparably passionate. The soaring boots of the pony was a very practical treasure, it could greatly increase the level of light body technique. This kind of treasure, anyone would like it. No one would complain that their light body technique was too good. A strong light body technique could allow them to have the initiative in battle. Yes, 8 steps overtaking Cicada. Tang Tian laughed. The 2 of them sighed. The rope was not long, and after about 10 meters, they walked on a rock path that was as thick as an arm. Tang Tian looked down at his feet, and saw that it was completely suspended, and was filled with densely packed, crisscrossing rock paths. These crisscrossing rock paths were like the meridians of a beehive, and were very peculiar. With one glance, Tang Tian was actually unable to see underground. How strange. Didn't he offended? The bearded man also heaved a sigh of relief, his tone full of regret. Otherwise, with Master Jing Hao's strength, how could he have fallen to such a state? Walking out of the room, he met a few youths along the way, and Tang Tian could not help but frown. Before, he did not notice, but now, he realized, on the faces of these youths, there was actually some fear. Tang Tian was very surprised. In his mind, to be able to enter the Honorable Martial Alliance, the youths should at least be like a Maori and the others, high-spirited and full of vitality. Tang Tian did not like the people in front of him, and the unfriendliness in their eyes. Tang Tian could see it with one glance. This guy could only grab the rope and use his hands and feet to climb down. Tang Tian could not be bothered to talk to them, and just stood on the rope, gently floating. Finished speaking, he walked forward, and the crowd hurriedly followed. The ground was filled with densely packed caves of all sizes, and when some places were stepped on, there would be hollow echoes. Many people's faces were somewhat pale. After a few leaps, they arrived in front of a cave. Only then did the crowd realize that the cave under their feet was somewhat different from the other caves. The door of the carriage opened, and an iron-ranked martial artist shouted, "Get off." Pa, jumping off the bed, Tang Tian raised his arms and shouted excitedly, "Tang Tian, go go go." The faces of the newcomers became even paler, and Tang Tian asked curiously, "What's down there?" When Tang Tian opened his eyes, he only felt relaxed and energetic like never before. This was the first real rest he had since entering the recruit training camp. He slept for 18 hours, and all his tiredness disappeared, and all his injuries recovered. That pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars, dazzling and blazing. Tang Tian muttered in his heart, this place was filled with a depressing and gloomy atmosphere, which made Tang Tian instinctively dislike it. Jing Hao did not say a word, and soared into the sky. There was a chuckle in the crowd, and the others showed contempt on their faces. Jing Hao secretly shook his head, and looked at Tang Tian, as though he was looking at a dead man. Without the strength of a rank 4 martial artist, it was impossible to survive here. But he did not plan to meddle in other people's business. So strong, the youths looked at each other, but no one moved. Seeing that, Tang Tian took a step forward, and was the first to step out of the car. The cave was not completely dark, the walls were covered with a kind of glowing moss, releasing a faint light. Luckily, everyone's eyes, as compared to ordinary people, were much sharper, and only needed this bit of light to see through everything. As expected of the Honorable Martial Alliance, a random outer camp actually had such a powerful expert. Inside the cockpit, the crew cut man was relieved, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Master Jing Hao's aura is too strong. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking, to actually put Master Jing Hao here. A rope was tied to a rock at the entrance of the cave, and the other end went deep into the cave. Come out. We're here. Hurry. Following the river, not long after, a gigantic underground waterfall appeared in front of Tang Tian. On the other side of the river, there were many houses, and it looked like a small town. No wonder. Tang Tian stared blankly at Jing Hao, who had reached the other side of the river. He was completely shocked by Jing Hao's strength. Jing Hao's strength, compared to the Mr. Wu from the Mystery of Souls Palace and the Jing Hao in front of him, was far weaker. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. What powerful strength! Tang Tian stood firmly on the rope, relaxed and at ease. At this time, the other people's gazes then noticed the unremarkable bronze boots on Tang Tian's feet. He could not see such things on these people, although they were still young, but they gave Tang Tian a feeling of lethargy. Everyone only felt an extremely sharp light blade, cutting the waterfall in half. The crew cut man and the bearded man immediately retracted the smiles on their faces. Master Jing Hao, a total of 8 newcomers, have all been brought. In the darkness ahead, Jing Hao's displeased voice came. What are you standing there for? We've brought them all. The bearded man hurriedly said, because we thought that the next time we come, it would be 3 months later, so this time we specially brought an extra month's worth of supplies. Tang Tian excitedly clenched his fist, his body slightly trembling due to the excitement. He did not know why, but his body was full of fighting spirit. In Starwind City, it was impossible to meet such a strong martial artist. Wow! This place is not bad. What a strange place. Jing Hao lightly looked at Tang Tian, ignored him, and said to the two iron-ranked martial artists, "You can go." Jing Hao's expression slightly relaxed, and nodded, "You guys are considerate." With that, he walked to the open cargo carriage, and with a wave of his hand, the mountain of supplies was immediately swept away. Tang Tian did not say anything, and jumped down. Jing Hao, who was on the other side of the river, suddenly felt something, and raised his head to look at Tang Tian. Not long later, the carriage soared into the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Jing Hao's expression was indifferent. Where's the supplies? The stream of water that was like a sharp blade was forcefully sliced apart by Jing Hao. Jing Hao's speed was extremely fast, constantly flying between the rocky paths. The others were already dazzled by the complicated rocky paths. Very quickly, the sound of water came from ahead, and as they continued to move forward, a raging underground river appeared in front of them. "If you fall, no one will save you." Jing Hao's cold voice came from the front. His goal was Heaven's Road, and the Honorable Martial Alliance was just his temporary residence. When Tang Tian walked out of the carriage, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The expressionless Jing Hao's mouth curled into an undetectable smile, with a trace of playfulness. "Death Lair," Jing Hao said, and then activated his movement technique. Not long later, a small town appeared in front of them. A group of burly men blocked the entrance. All of them had unkind faces, and looked at the young men with ridicule. Jing Hao did not stop, and went straight in. So powerful. The underground river was about 80 m wide, the water was plentiful, and the sound of the surging water covered all other sounds. Tang Tian's shout sounded out in everyone's ears. He raised his head and looked at the gigantic beehive-like mountain, his face filled with passion. "If we can climb to the peak, the scenery will definitely be good." In front of him was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. The mountain was majestic and winding, but what made Tang Tian's hair stand was that the entire mountain was filled with densely packed caves, looking like a gigantic beehive. A gust of biting cold wind swept past the hollow of the mountain, releasing a terrifying howling sound, as though there were countless of monsters appearing and disappearing in the mountain. "No one can reach the peak." A cold voice sounded out behind him. Fortunately, the rest of them had regained their senses. They naturally could not be like Jing Hao and cross the river. The sharp-eyed people quickly discovered the protruding rocks in the waterfall. These rocks were like stone pillars, allowing them to fly across the river. "Ha ha. Brats, take out all the good stuff you have, and hand it over. Don't wait for me to search. Then if you lack anything, don't blame us." Without saying a word, Jing Hao bent down, like a nimble bat. The tip of his feet lightly tapped on the rope, and disappeared into the darkness. Seeing that, the other newcomers quickly followed. Some of them revealed expressions of watching a joke. The rank 3, 8 steps overtaking cicada, was known for its explosive power, but flying on the rope was extremely difficult. A sharp-eyed person exclaimed, "Soaring boots of the pony." The surging river water flowed down. The snow-white foam was like a pile of snow, appearing and disappearing. "This is the opponent I want to surpass, the opponent I want to defeat." Tang Tian looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man dressed in grey martial artist clothes, appearing behind him. The symbol on his body showed that he was a bronze-ranked martial artist. When Jing Hao walked past, the burly men lined up. The leader was a baldy with a fierce look, a face filled with a sinister smile. Tang Tian was startled. He immediately stood up and opened the door. Chapter 60. Who knew? The moment Tang Tian's feet touched the ground, his entire body was like a spring, immediately bouncing up, without even taking a breath. A golden square palm print, with astonishing power, whistled through the air. There was no light, no sound. Tang Tian's right fist, under everyone's mocking gaze, struck the King Kong palm print without any fancy moves. The crane body energy in his body suddenly burst forth. But, it feels so good. Figures were sent flying, wailing and wailing could be heard everywhere. Pa pa pa. They were actually a bunch of paupers. Sharp and fierce, nothing could stop it. The rest of them were silent. A layer of ripple that was hard to see with the naked eye, spread out from the golden King Kong palm print. Brother Biao's gaze swept across Tang Tian, his eyes immediately revealing a greedy look, and said, "Seems like you have a lot of good stuff on you, no wonder you can't bear to part with it." releasing true power, could actually produce so many changes. Eagle claw technique. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, changed his fist into a claw, like a goshawk hunting a rabbit, pouncing straight towards the bald man. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, his fighting spirit rising. To be able to see different martial artists, different strong martial artists, this itself made him excited. Why? Do you really want me to do it? The bald man sneered, suddenly took a step forward, his face full of ferocity, his body like an iron tower, made people fearful. Tang Tian looked at the bald man in his hand, looking as though he was not willing to throw the bald man away. It was so strange, so unbelievable. Little ruffian. Brother Biao was stunned, and immediately became furious. No one dared to call him a little ruffian. No, honorable martial alliance martial artists, how could they be poor? They must have hidden the good stuff. Tang Tian did not know where he found a small stool, and sat on it with a face of satisfaction. Poof! Bang bang bang! With that, he was like an arrow leaving the bow, and pounced towards Brother Biao. Tang Tian, who originally planned to have a good fight, was a little dispirited, and simply started to check his spoils of war. One by one, the burly men were stripped naked, and were casually thrown by Tang Tian. One by one, the naked burly men piled up like a human pyramid. Consecutive joint technique. As expected of a rank 4 palm technique. Brother Biao snorted, not panicking, and welcomed Tang Tian's figure with both palms. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and the true power in his body. He did not dodge, nor did he slow down. Tang Tian's eyes turned cold, and his right fist, unknowingly retracted to his waist. The explosive power of 8 steps overtaking cicada was fully displayed. The Vajra palm was an extremely representative palm technique of the metal element. It was known for its fierceness, and when cultivated to the extreme, the Vajra palm could easily break through metal. For the martial artists of Honorable Martial Group to be in such a state, it was a disgrace. Thinking about how rich Master Kong was, that weak-point arena made Tang Tian drool. These rascals did not even have a single bronze treasure on them, they were so poor. The other youths kept quiet out of fear, their faces were pale, and obediently took out their things, and threw them on the ground. The baldy only felt his vision blur, and Tang Tian's afterimage appeared in front of him. The baldy was shocked, and with a flip of his elbow, his King Kong palm struck outwards. Tang Tian, who originally thought he could reap a bountiful harvest, suddenly realized he had fought for nothing, and was naturally not in a good mood. After a while, a row of wooden frames were lined up, and on every wooden frame was a naked burly man. He clenched his fists, with a sinister smile on his face, his iron tower-like body stretched out, and his palms emitted a golden aura. The dense gold attribute true power made the other youths' faces even worse. Many of them heaved a sigh of relief, as though they were relieved of a heavy burden. Tang Tian muttered to himself, I thought the outer barracks would have some high-level people, but it's just a bunch of ruffians. Brother Biao's attainments in King Kong Palm were obviously profound. But why was Brother Biao at a disadvantage? The rank 3-minute collapsing fist, how could it be a match for the rank 4 King Kong Palm? Everyone was silent, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. Every one of their strengths, even if they were not at the 4th level, they were at least at the 3rd level. How could they not see the disparity between the two? Brother Biao was at the 4th level of perfection, the distance to the 5th level was just a layer of paper, but Tang Tian was obviously only at the 3rd level. His unkind gaze swept across the surroundings, and Tang Tian noticed a pile of wood in the corner. Luckily he did not resist just now. The baldy Brother Biao, who was scared out of his wits, suddenly felt that Tang Tian's claws had slowed down, and his heart relaxed. The opponent was already exhausted. The baldy immediately gathered his remaining strength, and shouted, Everyone, let's go. Tang Tian's every step was small, but after a few consecutive steps, the astonishing explosive power caused Tang Tian's speed to reach the extreme. If the baldy was still awake, and heard this, he would definitely have the heart to vomit blood. Every day he was tortured by Uncle Bing to the point that he wanted to die, but had no way to retaliate. Tang Tian was actually rather unhappy, even if he knew it was training. After a night's sleep, his entire body's energy was completely recovered, and his entire body seemed to be filled with endless energy. Now that he met someone to challenge him, Tang Tian's suppressed fighting spirit for so many days immediately became like a spark thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The claw and palm collided. The square palm print that was as hard as iron crumbled into countless of fine golden sand and disappeared in the air. Then, the baldy was swung up. Not long later, the young lad carried a bucket of water over. This brat. What exactly was his background? Tang Tian's body did not move an inch, and the baldy brother Biao retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. With a few simple movements, Tang Tian felt that he was already in his best condition. He stopped, his body slightly bent, his gaze locked onto brother Biao, and said in a deep voice, "Hey, baldy, you dare to challenge a young lad who is like a god of war, your finish." The golden wall of light, with a shocking speed, enlarged in his eyes. Tang Tian exhaled, and punched out. En. Brother Biao's gaze suddenly landed on Tang Tian, and squinted his eyes. "I never thought a tough one would come." Tang Tian, who was fighting excitedly, did not have the slightest intention of letting the baldy go. His figure flashed, and his feet stepped on the aerial stake steps. Like a bone maggot, he appeared beside the baldy like a ghost, and under the baldy's panicked gaze, he placed his hand on the baldy's shoulder. As he moved, Tang Tian did not forget to sigh, "Really, I haven't been a school tyrant for so many years." King Kong Palm, rank 4, brother Biao's heavy and huge body, was like nothing in Tang Tian's hands. The eagle claw that Tang Tian had honed in the recruit training camp was extremely strong. His 5 fingers were like hooks, and the shrill sound of breaking through the air was like the cry of countless eagles in the sky. All the hairs on the baldy brother Biao's body suddenly stood up. Not caring about anything else, his 2 palms that were wrapped in golden light were like a seal, and his figure flew backwards at the same time. The scene that was happening in front of them completely challenged the common sense in their minds. The golden wall of light that was as hard as steel was like snow, exploding with a loud bang. A figure that was extremely fast, like an angry arrow, pierced through the golden wall of snow, straight towards brother Biao. When Tang Tian stopped, the baldy in his hands was already rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. In the spacious dirt field, a row of wooden shelves were spread out, and a group of youths were standing far away. Only Tang Tian was leisurely sitting there. Peng. 3 golden palm prints, split into 2, forming a triangle, headed straight for Tang Tian. This move was called first-grade Vajra, and it was extremely difficult. Although the Vajra palm was strong and fierce, but it was slow, and everyone knew that. The 3 golden palm prints in the air, with a buzzing sound, formed a golden triangle, like a whistling wall of light. Its power increased explosively, and crushed towards Tang Tian. Baldy brother Biao's face changed, cold sweat dripping down his back. No one knew the power of a first-grade Vajra better than him. In his hands, this move had never failed before. But, the opponent actually used a rank 3 martial technique to forcefully smash a first-grade Vajra into pieces. Biao brother suddenly roared, fiercely bouncing off the ground beneath his feet cracked. Borrowing the power from the spring shoes, his entire body was like a cannonball, whistling towards Tang Tian. Everyone stared blankly at Tang Tian. "You." Tang Tian casually pointed to a youth. "Go get a bucket of water." Tang Tian, who was sitting on the bench, was like a reclusive underworld boss, with a face full of sorrow. "Really, I have not been a school tyrant for so many years." The crane body activated the killing move, Mega Avalanche. The other 7 youths were all dumbstruck. They stared blankly at the big man who was wailing in pain, and then stared blankly at Tang Tian. A few of the youths who previously mocked Tang Tian were so pale that there was not a trace of blood in their faces. In front of Tang Tian's claw, baldy brother Biao's palms formed a line of defense, like tofu dregs, suddenly smashed. "Brat, you're dead." In front of Tang Tian was a pile of corpses, but Tang Tian's face did not have a hint of happiness. Baldy grinned, and said, "I like people who know their place the most. Don't worry, follow me, brother Biao, and you'll have food to eat in the future." The golden wall of light came crashing down. It was unstoppable. Minute collapsing fists. The youth was shocked, his face turned pale, but after hearing Tang Tian's words, his face regained some semblance of normalcy. He did not dare to say anything, and immediately went to find a bucket of water. Brother Biao's face was gloomy, the true power in his body was circulating crazily. He had decided to beat the despicable brat in front of him into dregs. Here, other than Master Jing Hao, no one could disobey Brother Biao. Tang Tian stood up straight, and started swinging his arms, stretching his body, and muttered, "I haven't fought for a long time." Those big men who heard Baldy's call and pounced towards Tang Tian, were all hit by Brother Biao, who was swung up by Tang Tian, and flew far away. Poof! Tang Tian still threw Baldy on the ground, and muttered, "Why is he so weak? Isn't he at the 4th level? Seems like this brat is a fake." Brother Biao's face changed, he squinted his eyes, and started to size up Tang Tian again. It was just a fist, but he immediately realized, he had met a tough opponent. How could a rank 3 fist technique be so strong? Could it be that this brat was intentionally hiding his true strength? The palm and claw clashed, and Baldy Biao brother only felt a piercing pain in his palm, as though countless of small knives were drilling into his palm. But at that moment, he could not care about anything else, and borrowing the force, he took the opportunity to roll backwards. Brother Biao was always in a state of alertness. Tang Tian's fist just now had filled his heart with caution. But, to be able to become the second in command of the Big Tomb's outer barracks, he completely relied on himself. He had rich battle experience, and was full of confidence in his own strength. He had already touched the doorstep of the 5th level. As long as he entered the 5th level, he could become an iron-ranked martial artist. He was naturally ruthless to others, and ruthless to himself. Others had abandoned themselves, but he still trained hard. As long as his strength truly reached the 5th level, he could leave this damned place. Chapter 61. Tang Tian's spirit was immediately roused. Tang Tian's eagle claw technique could only be described in one word: farce. His speed was beyond peerless. In the beating training, if he was slow by even a little bit, there would be light balls that would heavily hit his body from the weak points, leaving behind a bruise. And he had to withstand the torrential attacks of the light balls for more than 6 hours every day. With such a perverse training method, the eagle claw technique that he had honed was naturally extraordinary. Tang Tian looked at the spirit general and said in a deep voice, "Senior, if you want to test me, then come. I will prove that I have the ability, and will not disgrace them." Tang Tian grinned, "Don't worry, I will definitely come out." Brother Biao was awoken by a bucket of cold water, and then, he regretted waking up. Spirit General. As he walked, he placed his hands together and muttered, "Senior, whatever relics, treasures, martial techniques, give them all to me. I will definitely not disappoint Senior. This godlike young lad is the best successor. I will work hard to bring glory." But, what Tang Tian did not expect was that the Spirit General's attack was actually not inferior to his. Brother Biao's cheeks were streaming with tears. Who was the one who said that the Honorable Martial Alliance were all fat sheep? Towards this kind of person, Tang Tian respected him very much. Brother Biao then reacted, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "It's all there, your technique is so clean, so powerful." A sharp ear-piercing impact sound came out, and Tang Tian felt a sharp needle-like true power, drilling into his fingertips. As he continued to go deeper, the surrounding stone walls started to have sporadic scars. These scars were like words, but not like words at the same time, extremely sloppy, but seeing it, Tang Tian was secretly speechless. The surrounding stone walls were extremely sturdy, and it was not difficult for him to break a piece of it with one punch, but to want to write as he pleased, he was definitely unable to do it. "We really did not," Brother Biao said with a trembling voice. "Ding. There is a very powerful spirit general inside, we have all tried, but we could not defeat it." Brother Biao explained. Baldy did not lie to him, he could feel that in the depths of the tunnel, there was a faintly discernible qi. Although the aura was erratic, it was dangerous. Tang Tian repeated Brother Biao's words. Almost without hesitation, Tang Tian turned sideways, his 5 fingers forming a hook, and went straight to the left. His 10 slightly bent fingers were like 10 iron sickles. Every time they swept through the air, they would create a shrill whistle. The spirit general looked at Tang Tian indifferently, as if he did not hear anything. The depletion of true power was very obvious, and the frequency of the spirit general's attacks started to show an undetectable decrease. Tang Tian's intuition was sharp, and he immediately noticed the change. If not for the fact that he had the crane body to dissolve the true power that entered his body, any ordinary martial artist who met with such strange true power would be at a disadvantage. Although the Spirit General's strength was only at the 4th order, its attack method was too strange, causing its strength to be much stronger than ordinary 4th order Spirit Generals. Ding! The pure green flames were less turbulent than before, and more elegant. Tell me, where did you hide my secret treasure? Tang Tian's voice drilled into Brother Biao's ears. Fist gloves upgrade. Tang Tian's eagle claw technique might not be the strongest out of all the versions of the eagle claw technique, but it was definitely the fastest, and it had already reached the highest limit of the eagle claw technique. But Tang Tian was in the recruit training camp, and was ravaged by countless of light balls every day, so he gradually honed his keen intuition. Most of the time, the eyes were not reliable, sometimes it was hard to catch, and sometimes it was the opponent's intentional confusion. The flames enveloped both palms, and the black metal glove's flames had an additional green color. This method was not taught to him by Bing, but by himself. He realized that as long as he maintained a deep tranquility in his heart, his intuition would become extremely sharp. Realizing the benefits of intuition, Tang Tian consciously began to train. Beating training was not only suitable for tempering the true power in the body, it was also suitable for tempering intuition. Tang Tian looked at the tunnel in front of him, with a face of surprise. This place seems to have been here for a long time. Brother Biao's face revealed a trace of happiness. Let this bastard go in. If he was killed by the Spirit General inside, hey, Brother Biao's head was full of fog. Your treasures? Tang Tian bowed seriously, and said, Senior, I'm here to retrieve your treasures. Although you're still protecting these treasures, but you must be unhappy, they're buried in the dust, and can't display their value in battles like before. Treasures that can't release light in battles, what a pity. This was also the reason why Tang Tian was able to last longer in the beating training. Whoosh! Tang Tian felt a strong force surging from the gloves. Rays of true power flowed along Tang Tian's fingertips and continuously drilled into Tang Tian's body, but were all absorbed by the crane body. Don't try to trick me. Tang Tian looked at Brother Biao with a face of disdain. Such a big pile of things, there's not even a single bronze treasure, not even a silver grade card. Who are you trying to trick? How can a person from the Honorable Martial Alliance be so poor? Let me tell you, don't think I'm an amateur, the Honorable Martial Alliance people are all rich. In the beating training, Tang Tian was facing balls of light. It was like a rainstorm. If he wanted to use his eyes to catch them, it was an impossible task. Brother Biao immediately panicked. Suddenly, he thought of a place, and immediately said, I remember now. There's a place with treasures. The frequency of attacks from both sides was astonishing. In a short period of time, there were more than 300 rays of true power, like a clay ox in the sea, disappearing into the crane body in Tang Tian's body. The mournful shrieks were unprecedentedly concentrated. The splashing of energy hit the stone walls. In a blink of an eye, the stone walls had many scratches, finger holes, and broken pits. One man and one spirit, wherever they passed, the surrounding stone walls would be riddled with scars. Tang Tian quivered, and immediately stopped in his tracks, with a face of alertness. Suddenly, his smile froze. Looking at Tang Tian, he said with a trembling voice, You, what are you trying to do? After countless of tempering, the martial spirit of the black metal gloves quietly changed. Tang Tian had a feeling that the transformation of the black metal gloves would come very soon. Tang Tian knew how powerful it was, and did not dare to be negligent. The eagle claw in his hands was like a torrential storm, enveloping the Spirit General. The sky was filled with shrieks, like a surging tide. Seeing the Spirit General's fingertips, and thinking about the scribbled symbols on the wall, Tang Tian knew the Spirit General in front of him was most likely the senior, the martial spirit that transformed before he died. Tang Tian took out a rope, and tied all of them, one by one. Looking at the fellows in front of him whose hands and feet were tied up like a bunch of beans, Tang Tian clapped his hands, revealing a satisfied look. Like this, you guys can't mess with me anymore. When I come out, I'll let you guys go. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the Spirit General's hands. Both palms were skinny like firewood, 10 fingers like hooks, pitch-black nails sharp and sharp. It looked extremely terrifying. Tang Tian's face congealed, the old man's body emitted a cold and eerie aura, causing Tang Tian's hair to stand. "Hey, if you don't come out," Biao Ji asked with a trembling voice. Tang Tian's face was fierce, his expression was unkind, he clenched his fists. "Seems like I'll have to let you have a good memory." A light sound, enveloping Tang Tian's palms, the red flames, suddenly turned green. Tang Tian's method was to train his own intuition. Fornak's bronze gloves. So fast. The spirit general probably did not think that there would actually be someone who could absorb other people's true power. With a long whistle, Tang Tian's attacks became even more ferocious. He did not care about the consumption of true power, and attacked with all his might. The spirit general was a skinny old man, his figure was slightly crooked, and his arms were very long. Both parties fought with speed, countless sparks blossomed between the two of them. Seeing that Biao Ji was speechless, Tang Tian said proudly, "Even I have bronze treasures on me, and you guys don't even have one. How is that possible? Let me tell you, you better obediently spit out all your treasures, whoever hides. Oh, then if you lack something on your body, don't blame me." Tang Tian thought of Master Kong's luxurious carriage, thinking of the wall full of rank 4 silver-grade spirit cards. Tang Tian's entire body was filled with enthusiasm. A trace of respect surfaced in Tang Tian's heart, especially, he could see that the scribbled markings on the wall seemed to be a reflection on martial techniques. "That's right." Tang Tian stood up, opened up his arms, and with a matter-of-fact face, "You are now my captives, your treasures, of course, are mine." He finally understood why Baldy and the rest did not dare to come in. The image of a senior expert who was obsessed with martial techniques immediately surfaced in Tang Tian's mind. But at this moment, he only had eyes for the spirit general in front of him, his body slightly bent. Tang Tian's expression turned solemn, and bellowed, "Fornax." Tang Tian's heart was suddenly in ecstasy. Not sure if it was because of Tang Tian's words, a faint figure, suddenly, slowly formed in front of Tang Tian. In the past, there was a senior, because he made a mistake, he was sent here, and spent the rest of his life here. This passage leads to his closed-door training. Biao Ji explained, he once left behind his last words, "As long as you can reach the deepest part of the passage where he closed-door training, you will be able to obtain his belongings." Sounds powerful. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Suddenly he thought of a question. "Why aren't you guys going in?" The spirit general's grey eyes suddenly exploded with a cold light. Tang Tian only saw the figure in front of him flash, and he lost sight of the spirit general. The passage was not dim at all, on the contrary, it was extremely bright. The air that floated out from the depths of the passage brought along a slight fishy smell. Tang Tian's face congealed, and carefully walked into the depths of the passage. The passage was completely made of rocks, and one could not see the end of it. The energy here was extremely dense, only slightly lacking compared to behind the cross door. With that, he no longer cared about these people, and turned to walk into the passage. Intuition was like a rough copper mold, with continuous polishing, it became extremely smooth, and it was able to shine on more and more things. How strong was the finger strength needed to do that? No one had been in the passage for a long time, and there was a thick layer of dust, and spiderwebs could be seen everywhere. In the deep and serene passage, Tang Tian's footsteps reverberated. If it was a timid person, they would immediately turn around and run. But other than the congealed look on Tang Tian's face, he did not have any fear. If that's the case. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, and nodded. "All right, I'll go in and try." Chapter 62. Jing Hao opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in front of him in shock. Eagle strike. Tang Tian's palm was like a hammer, using the heavy to break the light. The spirit general, who was originally at a disadvantage, faced with Tang Tian's unreasonable attack, it became even more difficult. How could it be like this? The spirit general suddenly exploded in front of Tang Tian, countless martial spirit fragments, like willow catkins being blown by the wind, scattered all over the passageway, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the surface of the armor melted like wax, lines of patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the bronze armor. The patterns became more and more complicated. The originally stiff and straight edges also quickly melted, turning into beautiful arcs. Jing Hao suddenly had a feeling of this world is too ridiculous. Dong. This is the bronze armor of Pavo constellation, its name is Blue Peacock. A voice suddenly came from behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eagle claw technique started to change in style. It was big and wide, the gloomy and cold aura became fainter, and instead gained a sense of righteousness. Sparks flew everywhere. The spirit general under Tang Tian's powerful attacks retreated step by step. A brand new blue peacock appeared in front of him. This ignited Tang Tian's competitive spirit. A green lightning flashed in the air. This. The sky full of mournful screams disappeared. The green claw shadow, its power, became like a poisonous snake hissing. The killing technique that was fused with the crane body energy exploded in an instant. The dazzling green claw print, without any warning, drilled out from the air, accurately hitting the Spirit General's iron scythe claw. The Spirit General's 5 fingers swept through the air. The astonishing speed of the fingertips actually rubbed against the air, creating dazzling spark. With a thought, Tang Tian's hand movements started to quietly change. This was a killing technique. Beneath Tang Tian's feet, suddenly countless light rays lit up. Tang Tian immediately noticed this detail. He seemed to understand. Generally speaking, people who practiced claw techniques were not known for their strength. Most of them focused on the strength of their fingers and wrists, and rarely used the strength of their whole body. However, Tang Tian's physical fitness was excellent and well proportioned. Although his pure strength was slightly inferior to that of a bull like a Maori, Tang Tian's technique was more perfect, and his strength was purer. With the perfect basic force exertion technique, Tang Tian was able to quickly mobilize the strength of his entire body. The blue flame suddenly expanded and spread along Tang Tian's arm. In the blink of an eye, it had wrapped Tang Tian's arms. He noticed Tang Tian's guarded expression and said, "Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you." As soon as he entered the cave, Tang Tian's eyes were firmly attracted by something in the middle of the cave. He could not move his eyes away. Fornak's bronze gloves. But the Grandmaster grade claw technique was displayed without a doubt, although it was at a disadvantage, but it was watertight. Tang Tian's torrential attacks still did not give it a fatal blow. "Ah, Senior Nong has acknowledged me." Tang Tian was grinning from ear to ear. "Ayaya, as expected of a powerful senior. Your foresight is so accurate. You can definitely tell with one look that I am a young man worthy of being entrusted." Waraha. Suddenly, Tang Tian thought about the changes in the Spirit General's rhythm. The Spirit General's attacks were sometimes light and sometimes heavy. Between real and fake, it made him want to vomit blood. Tang Tian started to imitate the Spirit General. His attacks were sometimes light and sometimes heavy, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The Spirit General immediately became more and more battered. His originally watertight defense line immediately showed a flaw. "Whoa, as expected, it's very powerful. I can feel a surge of power," Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed. Tang Tian stood in a daze in the empty tunnel. In that moment, a tinge of sadness welled up in his heart. Just from the Spirit General, he could tell that this senior's attainments in finger techniques were extremely powerful. After a person died, the martial spirit would dissipate. This senior's martial spirit had actually transformed into a Spirit General and was guarding here. That meant that he definitely had some unfulfilled wish. Double claw combo. What a powerful martial spirit. Tang Tian was extremely curious. He could feel that the power contained in the armor on his body had actually increased by a few notches. Tang Tian could not help but think of the isolated spirit spear. After the battle with Zhu Peng, Tang Tian specially understood the life story of Yang Yun, the great spear master, and could not help but secretly rejoice. Luckily, the spirit card in Zhu Peng's hand was made when the isolated spirit spear was young. At that time, the isolated spirit spear had just made a name for itself. At that time, the isolated spirit spear had only just formed a prototype. How could the armor be so easily subdued? Tang Tian, who was pleased with himself, stopped laughing. He thought of Jing Hao's exclamation just now. Suddenly, he asked curiously, "Oh, right. What is the awakening of the martial spirit?" Jing Hao's expression froze on his face. This brat was actually able to obtain Senior Nong's approval. For the first time, Jing Hao felt jealous. Why did the armor not have any reaction? What a powerful claw technique! Both parties fought with speed, and countless sparks exploded. Hearing Tang Tian's exclamation, Jing Hao raised his head. His expression instantly froze on his face. What if all the power in his body was integrated into the eagle claw technique? Tang Tian immediately beamed with joy. Aha, that's great. With that, he ran straight towards the blue peacock. Tang Tian closed his eyes and carefully felt it. The speed of Tang Tian's claw was extremely fast. It was actually comparable to the slaying lightning bolt. He did not know what Senior Nong's wish was. He could only use this method to express his respect to Senior Nong. Tang Tian's expression once again became serious. He took a step forward and turned to walk deeper into the tunnel. Tang Tian's figure flashed. His right claw stretched out like lightning. An indescribable feeling of freedom came from his wrist. It was as though there was no restraint at all. It was as light as a feather. Tang Tian could feel that the martial spirit in the armor was extremely strong. It was even stronger than the martial spirit of the gloves. But very quickly, Tang Tian realized that even though he had completely suppressed the Spirit General, it was extremely difficult to break through the Spirit General's defense. The Spirit General felt as though it was struck by lightning. It had expended a large amount of true power. But Tang Tian's sharp and powerful eagle strike had given it a fatal blow. The martial spirit has awakened. This made Tang Tian pleasantly surprised. All along, lightning flash had been his fastest attack method. But its power, to the current Tang Tian, was too weak. Tang Tian's original eagle claw technique was already very fast. But now it had become even more terrifying. Seeing that the Spirit General was going to lose, suddenly, the Spirit General's eyes lit up with a dazzling red light. Ding ding ding. Tang Tian muttered to himself, Senior, don't worry. I will not disgrace your martial techniques and treasures. If he did not have the Fornax gloves and the crane body, Tang Tian would be far behind in terms of pure claw techniques. The Spirit General's claw techniques were at the point of perfection. Tang Tian gasped in amazement. Tang Tian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His face changed. The originally bulky armor became even more slim. Pieces of it were engraved with exquisite blue patterns, like the feathers of a peacock. They were layered, like a perfect work of art. The slightly curved shoulders did not affect Tang Tian's movements at all. Every time Tang Tian moved his arms and legs, they would be like flowing water, forming a blue ripple. It was extremely beautiful. Why? Tang Tian was taken aback. Jing Hao said indifferently, I have my own armor. SSSSSSSSSS. In the light, the surface of the bronze armor started to melt. Ding ding ding. The green flame actually had a trace of coldness that seeped into the bones. He did not know if it was because of Tang Tian's own tempering, but the bronze martial spirit of the gloves was connected to Tang Tian's mind. Tang Tian's confidence increased. He suddenly shouted, Fornax. After walking for about 400 m, a cave appeared in front of Tang Tian. Jing Hao looked at the bronze armor calmly, and said indifferently, although Parvo constellation is not a big constellation, but this armor is the best among the bronze armors. I never thought that it would actually be in Senior Nong's hands. Without hesitation, he retreated. A complete bronze armor was quietly placed there. Although it had experienced the passage of time, it was bright and clean, without a speck of dust on it. Tang Tian could feel its powerful qi. It was his first time seeing a bronze armor. Jing Hao did not move from his original position, and said to himself, this armor is slightly different from other treasures. It contains a much stronger power. To tame it is not easy. Tang Tian quivered, and immediately turned his head. It was Jing Hao. The sky suddenly lit up with a dazzling green lightning. Tang Tian was completely immersed in the brand new eagle claw technique. He continuously poured all the power in his body into his claws. The originally snake-like claw sound became deep and vigorous. The new claw technique was powerful and heavy. Although there were fewer changes, its power was much stronger. His words stopped abruptly. He stared blankly. Tang Tian had already started to put on the blue peacock in a flurry. Staring blankly at Tang Tian, Jing Hao's expression was extremely weird. The armor was one of the most complicated treasures. Only with a sufficiently strong constellation could it be nurtured. Thus the power of the armor was the strongest. But the armor was also surprisingly hard to tame. 5 dazzling sparks suddenly lit up in front of Tang Tian. The sound of the two palms colliding immediately changed. Dang dang dang. The green lightning claw shadow was strangely powerful. Although the spirit general blocked Tang Tian's attack, the power was transmitted, and his body involuntarily retreated. But the spirit general in front of him, although his level was not high, his claw technique was experienced and ruthless. It was even more powerful than the isolated spirit spear. An unprecedented danger enveloped Tang Tian. Tang Tian, who was retreating, had goosebumps all over his back. Without thinking, Tang Tian suddenly roared. The light in his eyes intensified. He used all the true power in his body to its maximum. He raised his right claw and closed his 5 fingers. Like a bird's beak, he ferociously pecked. Jing Hao remembered clearly that it took him an entire month to subdue his own armor. Jing Hao, who was in a daze, muttered to himself. His body suddenly trembled. He was enlightened. I understand, Senior Nong has acknowledged you. His voice was mixed with shock, envy, and disbelief. Jing Hao had long known about this place. He did not come because he trained in sword techniques. He was not interested in finger techniques. But seeing the brand new blue peacock on Tang Tian's body, he suddenly regretted it. Chapter 63. Unless it was a special spirit general, normally, the spirit generals summoned by the spirit general card would be divided into different ranks, and the duration would be different. A bronze spirit general could last for a month, a silver spirit general could last for a year, and a gold spirit general could last for 10 years. It was Jing Hao's first time seeing such a powerful eagle claw technique. Now that he heard Tang Tian say that he only knew rank 3 claw techniques, it was no wonder he felt that it was ridiculous. You can't train these few days. Bing was still stiff and emotionless. You need to quickly digest and absorb the scattered true power. If you can't digest it in 10 days, the 7th level true power will be like a poison, and start to destroy your Dantian pool. Jing Hao was surprised, although he was a newbie, but he was an honorable martial alliance newbie. How could he not even know about the awakening of the martial spirit? Tang Tian was once again shaken to a crisp. You say one thing but mean another. Tang Tian muttered, but he immediately beamed with joy. He fondled the blue peacock on his body, and happily walked towards the passageway. You need to pay attention to your crane body. Bing said stiffly, your crane body has absorbed a few hundred streams of energy. If you don't digest them in 10 hours, they will completely explode. You will be like a ripe pomegranate, exploding. Then how can I digest them now? Tang Tian quickly asked. Tang Tian was shocked. Such an important thing, you actually didn't remind me. The energy absorbed by the crane body has already been completely dispersed. Bing's tone was as though he was talking about how to roast a piece of steak. The spirit general floating beside Bing was the senior Nong spirit general he met in the passageway. Thinking about this, Jing Hao sighed in his heart and empathized with him. I still have a few cards, see if there's any that you can use. Rank 3 claw technique. Jing Hao's face was weird. When Tang Tian and Baldai were fighting, he was secretly observing. Tang Tian's entire body was strange. He was obviously only at the 3rd level of strength, yet he could easily defeat the 4th level Baldai and the spirit general. You know a lot. Tang Tian was surprised. Why do you know so much? Tang Tian generously untied everyone from their ropes. You mean, the peacock knows the claw art of the ancestors? Tang Tian's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. For senior known to suffer like this, I'm afraid he's unwilling for his ultimate art to be destroyed just like this. Jing Hao was a little emotional, but very quickly regained his composure. Senior Nong is most famous for his Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. You have just experienced it. However, what you just fought wasn't even 1/10 of Senior's strength. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was ranked 3rd amongst the 5-level claw techniques of the Honorable Group. Before Elder was sent here, he had already begun to raise the level of the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. I wonder if he succeeded in the end. Why are we leaving? Tang Tian's voice was awkward, vague, and weird. Jing Hao said indifferently, Senior Nong and my elder have some history. The peacock's entire body was covered in blue-gold feathers, fluttering down. On its forehead were a few fine red feathers. Its expression was exceptionally lively. It quietly stood on Tang Tian's shoulder, elegant and calm, its expression cold and elegant. I told you not to call me uncle. Bing's forehead twitched. He forced himself to calm down and said, the recruit training camp has one use, and that is martial spirit projection. Martial spirit projection? It was the first time Tang Tian had heard of this. Seventh level. Tang Tian was completely dumbfounded. He defeated a 7th level spirit general? That was too funny. The fire scythe ghost claw could not be trained. Tang Tian was already mentally prepared. He continued to ask, then what do we train now? After saying that, Jing Hao turned and left. Tang Tian's mournful scream was immediately drowned out by the concentrated bang 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 sounds. Indeed, we need this long. Bing explained, although your true power is much purer and stronger than the average 3rd level true power, and the amount of true power you absorbed is also very little, but the grade is as high as the 7th level. What about the Southern Empress? Tang Tian asked incoherently. His face was swollen, and he could not speak clearly. Good person. Jing Hao laughed coldly. I just don't want to see the fire scythe ghost claw that Senior Nong painstakingly created be lost. Sounds powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Then how do we awaken the martial spirit? If the fire scythe ghost claw was at the 5th level, then he still had some hope, the 7th level. That was a matter of who knows when. Tang Tian seemed to win effortlessly. But, since he was sent here. That's right. It's too nourishing. Bing said seriously, you now need to continuously use the crane body to absorb the pure true power. This process might last for 10 days. If it wasn't for the long time, and Senior's spirit was greatly weakened, with your current strength, you would not be able to inherit Senior Nong's inheritance. Jing Hao said expressionlessly. Still sloppy. Tang Tian used his muffled voice, and asked again. Tang Tian closed his eyes, as though he was savoring and pondering. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and a strange look surfaced on his face. But Tang Tian suddenly shouted, Indigo Peacock. Especially when Tang Tian defeated Senior Nong's spirit general. 3 hours later, Tang Tian, whose entire body was swollen like a bun, looked at Bing with a resentful gaze. Hit him repeatedly, Bing said coldly. Understood. Tang Tian nodded his head, and said fiercely, that's fighting. Although Senior Nong's spirit general, after years of being destroyed and weakened, was only at the 4th level of strength. But the Grandmaster grade, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, still made its strength astonishing. Even if Jing Hao were to do it himself, he would need to expend a lot of energy. What an unfathomable fellow. Also, what that fellow said was wrong. The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw is not the 5th level, but the 7th level. It is an extremely outstanding 7th level martial technique. It was not easy for him to obtain an absolute art, but was suddenly told that this absolute art was even better than what he had imagined. Originally, he could eat the meat in his mouth, but was suddenly told that he could only eat it next year. Tang Tian did not care. We need to be filled with dreams. After saying that, Tang Tian looked around, searching for other things. Now that the true power has been crushed, to you, it is a great tonic. Bing said dully, but the problem now is, it is too tonic. Hearing 700,000 times, Tang Tian's eyes turned green. Just as I expected. Jing Hao looked at the peacock, and said indifferently, before Senior Nong died, he probably split his own martial spirit into 2, one into the indigo peacock, and the other into a spirit general, to protect this place. If you want to learn the claw technique, you only need to communicate with the peacock. The indigo peacock must have already attracted Senior's martial spirit, no wonder it woke up. When Baldy Biaoji and the rest saw the gorgeous indigo peacock on Tang Tian's body, they were stunned for a long time. The treasured martial spirit, once it starts to wake up, it will have its own consciousness, and it will automatically train like a human. The awakened martial spirit will continue to grow stronger, until it reaches its limit. Tang Tian was filled with deep grief and indignation. How can I speed up the digestion and absorption? That's great. Tang Tian raised his arms and cheered, you're a good person. This person's strength, when he was alive, was at the 7th level. Bing's tone was firm. Obviously he was very confident in his own judgment. You can defeat the spirit general, because its strength is greatly weakened. But the core of every energy is an extremely thin thread of 7th level true power. Tang Tian's swollen face was immediately filled with grief and indignation. Uncle Bing, what is going on? Tang Tian stammered. That's true. Tang Tian scratched his head. Such a good thing, if I could toss it out, how powerful would that be? Tang Tian's face was full of regret. It sounded very high class, once he thought about his gloves and the soaring boots of the pony being able to cultivate and strengthen the martial spirit. Tang Tian started drooling. Jing Hao glanced at him and said indifferently, "Stop daydreaming." But, it seems, I still underestimated Senior Nong. Jing Hao stared at the indigo peacock on Tang Tian's body and said indifferently, "You can summon the indigo peacock martial spirit." Especially at the last stage, Tang Tian's eagle claw technique had obviously reached a new level. "Stop looking, there's no more." Jing Hao said indifferently, "You should know, the summoning of the spirit general has a time limit. Senior Nong's martial spirit, to guard this place, naturally has to pay a huge price. Where's my room? I want to rest." 7th level. The indigo peacock on his body suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. A blue peacock quietly floated out from the armor, quietly squatting on Tang Tian's shoulder. To Tang Tian, who was still trying his best to climb to the 4th level, the 7th level was like a mountain peak. Then, Tang Tian saw the sea of light regiments that covered the sky and earth, whizzing towards him. "I don't know." Jing Hao shook his head. "As long as there is a bit of the martial spirit, the training camp can perfectly project it. Initially, we wanted to use it to make up for the lack of manpower for our instructors. But later on, we found out, it's not just for that." Bing's white face was still expressionless, even his voice was like a white board, without any undulations. "But, that has nothing to do with you now." Bing said indifferently, "Even the fire scythe ghost claw, you have no way of learning it for now. I have already seen it, it is an extremely powerful claw technique. This is common knowledge." Bing said stiffly, "I also did not expect you to use such a dangerous method to use the crane body energy." Tang Tian was then enlightened. "Oh, no. You can consider a high-intensity battle." Bing gave himself a suggestion. Just as Tang Tian was looking forward to listening attentively, Uncle Bing's topic changed. 5th level claw technique? Tang Tian scratched his head, with a face of distress, "But I only know the 3rd level claw technique." "Then, it actually helped you a lot." Bing said stiffly, "The degree of condensation of this energy far exceeds the average 4th level true power. Normally, this kind of energy is extremely difficult to absorb, its destructive power is very shocking. But now, after 700,000 strikes, it has already completely shattered." Without a doubt, Tyrant Tang had taken the best room for himself. Tang Tian stared blankly at the spirit general beside Bing. After a while, he rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? Chapter 64. Tang Tian's last glimmer of hope was shattered. Tang Tian, who was in a bad mood, immediately became unfriendly. "I want to fight." "You are familiar with this. Quickly think, where can we fight? If you can't think of anything, I can only take care of all of you again. Early in the morning, you ran over to look for a fight. It's fine if you want to fight, I admit defeat, what else do you want?" One man and one ape, like stones, fell to the ground. The true power that was scattered in his body caused his entire body to be in pain like needles. He could clearly feel that the true power that he did not absorb was extremely harmful to his body. Tang Tian's eyes blurred, and a black shadow pounced on him. "Do you know where Jing Hao is going?" Tang Tian asked. Baldai had personally witnessed a green sandalwood ape tearing an adult dark saber-toothed tiger apart. That bloody and violent scene was something he could never forget. When he saw Tang Tian not taking anything, and just opening his arms wide towards the green sandalwood ape, the scene of the dark saber-toothed tiger being torn apart uncontrollably appeared in his mind. An intense fear surged through him, and his mind went blank. Tang Tian roared, and without hesitation, he punched out. But their levels were too high, and with Tang Tian's 3rd level Dantian pool, It would take a long time to absorb even a little bit of it. Brother Biao shook his head like a rattledrum, and his entire person was like a docile sheep. Big brother, from today onwards, you are my big brother. If you don't like me, feel free to hit and scold me. This little brother will definitely not dare to have any complaints. If sacrificing this little brother's broken body can make big brother happy for a moment, then this life is worth it. Tang Tian's reaction was fast, and he raised his hand to block. Although the green sandalwood ape's body was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength, but its body's astonishing flexibility was displayed vividly. Its body curled into a ball, but its arms were like two heavy hammers, crashing towards Tang Tian's head. Hey, Baldy, let's fight. Tang Tian said excitedly. That head that was covered in bandages sized him up. Brother Biao felt an indescribable grief and indignation in his heart. If you want to fight, find someone else. What are you trying to do by threatening Brother Biao? His palm suddenly grabbed the waist of the green sandalwood ape. His 5 fingers were like iron hooks, firmly grasping the flesh of the green sandalwood ape. The fur of the green sandalwood ape was unusually hard. Although the flesh around its waist was as hard as iron, if not for Tang Tian's powerful eagle claw technique, he would not have been able to grab it. Brother Biao instantly felt better and started to gloat. Although he felt a little strange, why did he bring such a large group of people? He had just gone to look for Jing Hao, but who knew that the fellow would appear and disappear like a shadow? He had been looking for him for a long time but still couldn't find him. Although Baldy's strength was a little lacking, he could still make do with it. If it's around here, there isn't anyone. Biao Ji, who was forced into a corner, said carefully, but there are star spirit beasts. Baldy, who was watching from the side, swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Could it be that he wanted to fight with the green sandalwood ape with his bare hands? The rest of them also had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was approaching the green sandalwood ape with his arms wide open. Bang! Pervert, lunatic, asshole. Forget about his abnormal strength, it wasn't like Brother Biao had never seen those geniuses before. But why was his personality so abnormal? Nothing happened last night, right? So early in the morning, how bad was his luck today? The green sandalwood ape was in pain and let out an earth-shattering roar. Its palm slapped towards Tang Tian, who was on its waist. Brother Biao had a face of a martyr. Green sandalwood ape? What level? Tang Tian asked. Since they couldn't find anyone to fight, they came to find trouble with us. How unreasonable. Even if you want to bully others, you can't do this. Brother Biao wanted to reject, but upon seeing Tang Tian's unfriendly gaze, he immediately swallowed back his words. His heart was filled with sorrow. Seeing that Tang Tian was about to crash into the tree trunk, Tang Tian forcefully twisted his body. Under the strong momentum, both of his legs hit the tree trunk fiercely, causing countless wood shavings to fly. A cold light flashed in Tang Tian's eyes. His body was like a compressed spring, suddenly disappearing. Think carefully, if you can't find him. The slight numbness that came from his body made Tang Tian excited. He thought of a good idea. This green sandalwood ape was about the same size as Tang Tian, but its body was much stronger. Especially its arms, which were almost the same size as Tang Tian's thighs. Its arms were much longer than a human's, as though they were propped up on the ground. A pair of dark green eyes stared at Tang Tian with an unfriendly gaze. However, it was still relatively cautious. This was the first time it had seen this weird fellow who was wrapped in white cloth. Minute collapsing fists. Joint technique, back arm lock. With the Baldai leading the way, the group quickly arrived at the settlement of the green sandalwood apes. The others were naturally unwilling, but under Tang Tian's coercion, no one dared to reject. There was actually such a dense forest underground. Tang Tian was very surprised. Among all the star spirit beasts, the ape type was one of the hardest to deal with. They were astute and cunning, had astonishing strength, outstanding defense, and impeccable agility and speed. These made them almost have no weaknesses. However, the most frightening thing about them was their outstanding skills. Many martial techniques were learned by humans from the star spirit beasts, and the ape type was one of the most important learning targets. Their arms were extremely long, and their movements were agile. They were natural-born experts in fist techniques. Even lions and tigers did not dare to provoke them. Tang Tian suddenly changed his mind. Call everyone. Tang Tian's body strangely shrunk downwards, brushing past the two fists and dodging them. The green sandalwood ape did not expect that its sure-kill attack did not cause any substantial damage to Tang Tian. Brother Biao had seen unreasonable people before, but he had never seen someone this unreasonable. A cold light flashed past Tang Tian's eyes, his arms wrapped around the green sandalwood ape's shoulders, his body shrunk, and both his feet stepped on the green sandalwood ape's back. Tang Tian suddenly appeared beside the green sandalwood ape that was thrown high up in the air. But not only did this not make him feel fear, it made him feel an indescribable excitement. As expected of a beast, a man and an ape crashed heavily into the ground. The strong impact caused the man and the ape to fly to both sides. The green sandalwood ape crawled up as if nothing had happened. Tang Tian, who was covered in bandages, also crawled up from the ground. Tang Tian's heart trembled, but when he moved his palms, he was surprised to find that the piercing pain on his hands seemed to have decreased by quite a bit. This discovery made Tang Tian excited. Uncle Bing was right, fighting could speed up the absorption of high-level true power in the body. There were countless fist techniques with the word ape in them. There was the long-armed ape fist, which was known for its strength, and there was also the 100 transformation ape fist, which was known for its variations. Fighting. Big brother. That was purely being beaten by you. Dong. 4th level, extremely strong, invulnerable, and extremely agile. Brother Biao said, we usually don't dare to go near there. Both fists collided fiercely on top of Tang Tian's head, the intense energy piercing his scalp. Walk down for about 10 miles, there is a gathering place for the green sandalwood ape. Brother Biao quickly said, thinking to himself, as expected of a pervert, he is already thirsty to the point that he can't differentiate between man and beast. Tang Tian saw the green sandalwood ape, and immediately became excited. An unpleasant odor assaulted his nostrils. Why me? Isn't the green sandalwood ape the perfect training partner for the interlocking technique? When Brother Biao saw Tang Tian's new appearance, he could not help but be stunned. Tang Tian's entire body was covered in bandages, and only his eyes could be seen. He looked like a mummy that had just crawled out of a coffin. Although this time, Tang Tian was not fully prepared, but the strength of the green sandalwood ape's attack was ridiculously strong. Even a Maori did not have such a strong strength. Brother Biao thought in a daze. This is a sinkhole, and also the place with the most sunlight. Brother Biao was very familiar with this area. In the past, there were a few 5th-level star spirit beasts that wanted to attack this sinkhole, but in the end, they were defeated by the green sandalwood ape. These fellows have thick skin and thick flesh, and are very strong. They are also very cunning and very smart. Tang Tian somersaulted in mid-air, and landed steadily on the ground. The green sandalwood ape did not expect that the weird fellow in front of it would actually continue to approach it. In its dark green eyes, there was a strong killing intent. The green sandalwood ape roared fiercely at Tang Tian, and with both its arms on the ground, it pounced towards Tang Tian. 4th level. Tang Tian suddenly thought of the ink black iron rhino that he had killed, and it seemed to be a 4th-level beast. Wouldn't that mean that he could sell it for a lot of money? He opened his mouth and asked, is there anything valuable on the green sandalwood ape's body? Bang! Star spirit beast. Tang Tian was stunned, and immediately nodded, that's fine too. Brother Biao shook his head. Master Jing Hao has always been a loner, and his whereabouts are uncertain. When Tang Tian stepped onto the grass, he immediately attracted a green sandalwood ape. Oh, alright, then I'll choose this one. Tang Tian said to Brother Biao, bring me there. It roared angrily, and with both of its arms on the ground where it stood actually exploded. Based on this efficiency, it would definitely not be able to completely absorb it within 10 days. Tang Tian's entire mind was filled with the desire to find Qi as soon as possible, and he could not bear to waste time. Chance. Such a strong power. There's only the spirit nucleus. Brother Biao said, this fellow is very difficult to deal with only the spirit nucleus, there's nothing valuable on it, so basically no one has any ideas on it. Bang. I don't dislike you, I just want to fight. Tang Tian shook his head that was covered in bandages. Brother Biao's heart trembled when he heard that. The painful experience yesterday made him not even have the courage to recall it. His heart was filled with tears. God, when did the honorable martial group have such a perverted person? Tang Tien felt as if he was hit by an astonishingly heavy hammer, and his entire body flew out. Tang Tien saw that there was no other way. The other party had already said not to fight back, not to talk back. Then what was the point of fighting? The 4th-level green sandalwood ape was undoubtedly one of the best. One big and one small fists clashed, and energy burst out in all directions. Tang Tien's entire body was like a rubber ball that was whipped by a stick, crashing into a big tree. The green sandalwood ape was not much better, and drew a high arc in the air. Brother Biao quivered, and his face instantly turned green. Big brother, I did not provoke you. He immediately put on a fawning look. Big brother, where do you dislike me? Tell me, I'll change. I'll definitely change. Is it because the reflection of my bald head is too glaring? I'll wear a wig tomorrow. But, once his body was locked by Tang Tien, it would definitely be a terrible thing. Tang Tien's body was like a soft noodle, borrowing the strength from his hands. Tang Tien's body swayed, and suddenly appeared behind the green sandalwood ape. Tang Tien stared at the green sandalwood ape in front of him, and opened his arms. Who knew that the green sandalwood ape was unusually agile? Its arms completely went against all logic, and wrapped around Tang Tien like vines, tightly wrapping around him. Chapter 65. The sound of fists hitting flesh caused everyone present to turn pale as they could not bear to look at it. This was also the problem that Tang Tien had been facing previously. The other 4 martial techniques had all been trained to perfection, and the other 3 offensive martial techniques were all comprehended killing techniques. Only the joint technique had become Tang Tien's biggest shortcoming. His body suddenly froze. His last shortcoming was about to be fixed. The green sandalwood ape's fists continuously landed on his body, but Tang Tien did not dodge, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the green sandalwood ape. All sorts of joint techniques were continuously displayed. Catcher. Hoo, it still has its uses. Bing said, since you have condensed a martial spirit, then you can open the martial spirit chamber. Baldy's heart was in a mess. When Tang Tien thought about this, he simply wanted to laugh out loud. The other knee was removed. These roars were completely different from before, and spread far and wide. Baldy and the rest were frightened, completely frightened. In their eyes, the figure wrapped in bandages was as scary as a demon from hell. They could not describe the fear in their hearts, and the scene in front of them made them shudder. Inside his body, there was actually one more thing. Tang Tien was immediately shocked, and hurriedly ran into the cross door, and found Uncle Bing. Uncle Bing, there's something wrong with my body. When Tang Tien returned to the camp, he went into closed-door training. An entire hour passed, and Tang Tien had not returned. Baldy's heart trembled. Could it be? Could it be? He. Tang Tien was already dead. Tang Tien hugged the green sandalwood ape's knee, his hands constantly groping, and the sound of fists hitting flesh could be heard. Tang Tien's eyes lit up, and he muttered, not right. The technique seems wrong. Oh, the back of the knee is too hard. Yes, it's here. Tang Tien was very excited. Then aren't I very powerful now? The joint technique was a set of special close-range martial technique that was developed using the human joints as the target. The joints were the weaker parts of the human body, and were easily destroyed. And the difficulty of strengthening the joints was much higher than other parts. However, Baldy didn't feel embarrassed at all. He was completely stunned. Hey, come and give me a hand if you're here. Tang Tien suddenly tilted his head and shouted at Baldy's hiding place. The bald man muttered in his heart. He hesitated for a moment, but he still slowly moved towards the sinkhole. He mentally prepared himself to turn and run if things went wrong. His light body technique was not bad, and the green sandalwood ape did not like to leave the crater. Tang Tien's eyes lit up. He had just gotten excited, so how could he leave just like that? He waved his hand and said, "You guys go first." Everyone was frightened by such a fearless fighting style. Tang Tien didn't expect Ghost Claw Gnome to speak, but he was attracted by his words and quickly asked, "Why?" Bang, bang, bang. If there was one skill that Tang Tien was most unfamiliar with among the close-quarters combat expert skills, it would be the interlock technique. Martial spirit. Tang Tien was stunned. He then relaxed and scratched his head. So it's the martial spirit. That scared me. That's not right. I'm only at the 3rd level. It's impossible for me to condense the martial spirit. Don't I need to be at the 4th level to condense the martial spirit? The green sandalwood ape's frenzied attacks, if it hit a person, shouldn't they be turned into meat paste? Could it be that Tang Tian had a body of steel? With every improvement, he would feel that he was getting closer to Qi. He would feel that he was getting closer to his dreams. Baldy's face was pale, and his lips trembled. This was actually him wanting to die. Thus, an incomparably strange scene appeared. But it was all worth it. After today's battle, his understanding of the interlock technique had reached a whole new level. In such a dangerous situation, his focus was focused like never before, and the effect was surprisingly good. Today's rewards were far more than that. He just needed to go back and understand it, and the interlock technique would reach another level. And the high-level true power that caused his entire body to swell gave him an additional layer of protection. As long as he protected his eyes and other vital parts, he did not need to worry about getting hurt. He had already tried it earlier. The green sandalwood ape's fists were full of power, but when it hit him, it did not hurt or itch. Tang Tian stuck to the green sandalwood ape like a dogskin plaster, using all sorts of wrestling techniques. Sometimes, he would even lift the green sandalwood ape up and smash it on the ground. And the green sandalwood ape's fists were like raindrops, continuously hitting the bandaged Tang Tian's body. Although I'm not willing to call you big brother, but since I called you that, I'll treat it as a good deed. I'll collect your corpse. If you're a ghost, don't come and pester me. Baldy hesitated for a while, but the entire forest was rumbling and shaking. His heart shivered, and he brought the rest away. What was he doing? Tang Tian had not thought of it before. Until just now, he suddenly realized that the green sandalwood ape, which was good at hand-to-hand combat, was not the best sparring partner. Oh no, it's calling for companions. Baldy panicked. Big brother, run. It's calling for companions. This type of spirit card was very difficult to buy. Other than that, there was another important reason, which was that it needed a sparring partner. Without a sparring partner, training with a wooden dummy would never be able to master the real interlocking technique. Without a second word, he dashed towards the green sandalwood ape without restraint. If one green sandalwood ape was already very scary, then a group of green sandalwood apes was definitely not something a human could handle. The snow-white bandages were full of mud and mixed with fresh blood. Many parts of the bandages were damaged beyond recognition, and it looked very pathetic. The Baldy was so shocked that he fell on his face. They stared blankly at Tang Tian, who was hugging onto the green sandalwood ape's thigh. His hands seemed to be groping non-stop. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The green sandalwood ape laid on the ground like a pile of mud. It twisted its body frantically, but it could not move an inch. Normally, yes. Bing said, your situation is special. High-level true power, crane body energy, I don't really understand these things. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, he realized that he had no words to describe it. Although you have condensed a martial spirit, you can't use it. Suddenly, Ghost Claw Nong, who was beside Bing, spoke. That lump of something, like a mist, and also like a flame, quietly floated in his dantian. That was why there were traces of blood on Tang Tian's body. All the green sandalwood apes were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Their limbs were all dislocated. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 400 to 500 of them. It was a spectacular scene. The green sandalwood ape's fist suddenly stopped, and it suddenly let out a mournful cry. When Tang Tian returned to the outer barracks, the entire outer barracks was in an uproar. No one thought that Tang Tian would return alive. They could not imagine that Tang Tian would return with 500 spirit nuclei. Everyone looked at Tang Tian, not with fear, but with fanaticism. Breathing heavily, Tang Tian, who was wrapped in bandages, grinned. Plop. Catcher, catcher. Tang Tian did not care. He looked at the wailing green sandalwood apes on the ground, and his heart was filled with a sense of achievement. Today, his improvement in the joint technique was more useful than any of his previous practice. He had lost count of the number of punches he had received, But there was only one thought in his mind: joint technique. But at the same time, joint technique was extremely difficult to learn. The outer barracks, which was usually very depressing, seemed to have a bit more sunshine today. The green sandalwood ape's fists were too heavy. Every punch that landed on Tang Tian's body would involuntarily tremble. But Tang Tian acted as if nothing had happened, and continued to pounce on it. The ground looked like it had been plowed. It was a mess, and not a single place was left intact. This feeling, it was so good. Tang Tian wiped the bandages that were soaked in sweat, and finally dislocated the ape's knee. His hand touched the other knee of the green sandalwood ape. Baldy muttered to himself as he touched the crater. The attacks were too strong, and in the end, the high-level true power in his body could no longer withstand it. Suddenly, the green sandalwood ape, which was a pile of mud, let out an angry roar. Bing's stiff voice had a hint of surprise. "It's nothing, that's a martial spirit." The green sandalwood ape's eyes revealed a look of fear, but it quickly turned into rage. It attacked Tang Tian in a frenzy. Tang Tian was completely enveloped by the rain of punches. The soil around him suddenly exploded, and the soil flew high up into the air. Tang Tian was disappointed, and mumbled, "I thought I got lucky, I was happy for nothing." This person who was not much older than them actually managed to accomplish such a miracle. Martial spirit chamber? Tang Tian was stunned. It was the first time he heard of it. Just around the corner in front was the crater. Baldy held his breath. He was very clear that the green sandalwood ape's hearing was very sensitive. Baldy carefully clung onto the rocks, and slowly stuck his head out. The joints on both of his arms were also dislocated. Looking at Tang Tian, he was like a starving wolf, ignoring the rain of punches, tightly hugging onto the green sandalwood ape's leg. Before you reach the 7th level, the martial spirit cannot be directly used by you. Ghost Claude Nong said, "Its biggest use to you now is to establish a connection with your treasures, and increase the power of the treasures. But, don't expect too much now, your martial spirit is too weak, and the connection won't increase by much." That's right, this was a miracle. Catcher. The most chilling thing was that Tang Tian did not waver even in the midst of such a violent attack, and persisted in removing the joints. In the eyes of Baldy and the rest, this was madness. Tang Tian inspected his own body, and was shocked. The dangerous true power in his body had disappeared without a trace. Tang Tian felt strange. It shouldn't be, even if it absorbed it, it shouldn't have been absorbed so quickly. Until Tang Tian realized that there was an additional blurry thing in his body, then he was truly shocked. A figure covered in bandages, holding onto his knees, panting. The heavy panting, even Baldy, who was far away, could hear it clearly. Martial artists who were proficient in the joint technique were extremely feared. Once an expert with the joint technique got close to you, the nightmare would begin, as any part of your body could become his target. These martial artists were extremely familiar with the small joints that were protected by muscles, and were experts in destroying them. Chapter 66. But the biggest difference was the spirit generals. Every single person here had a spirit general floating beside them, from 1 to 7. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing so many spirit generals, and the strength of the people here surprised Tang Tian. Until now, the lowest level he had seen was a 4th-level martial artist. With his 3rd-level martial artist strength, walking on the streets was extremely eye-catching. Occasionally, passers-by would look at him in astonishment. Tang Tian immediately took out 10 spirit nuclei and passed them to Bing. No choice, there are always rich people in this world. Another shop assistant laughed. Alright, then let's take a look. Tang Tian walked into the shop. The area of 3 Spirit City was even bigger, with towering buildings everywhere, with patches and patches of red tiles, like dazzling red clouds. The people on the streets were dressed differently. When the other shop assistants saw Tang Tian enter the shop, they all revealed looks of schadenfreude. Devour. Tang Tian was shocked. These 2 words seemed to have some special power. If this mission is completed, I will recommend you to Little Spirit Island. The lady said indifferently. Bing pointed to Ghost Claw. Bring him along. Bing's mood was slightly down. The lady obviously knew what no future meant. I want to see too, after so many years, I wonder how it has changed. Bing thought for a while. My strength has recovered a little. As long as we don't meet people from the Scorpio army, there won't be any danger. We still have another way. The shop was extremely spacious, and on the wooden shelves, there were all sorts of dusty things. There were all sorts of strange and weird things. The shop owner had a glib tongue, talking non-stop to a broken piece of porcelain, talking about a bunch of history and whatnot. And the shop owner was recommending the cross emblem, which was exceptionally exquisite, but Bing only glanced at it, and directly ignored it. That year, the martial spirit chamber was monopolized by the three big armies. It was extremely chaotic there, and many people from the three armies died there. Just the Southern Cross Army, I remember that in 10 years, about 30,000 people died there. It was a very dangerous battlefield. Bing said. Bing was indifferent. I didn't know there was such a strange place. Tang Tian was surprised. What method? Tang Tian asked curiously. Isn't Senior knowing a projection? How? Tang Tian didn't quite understand. Tang Tian walked into the shop. Yen, a place to collect martial spirit fragments. Bing's usual stiff voice sounded out. There are two ways to strengthen the martial spirit. One was to strengthen oneself. Many forces had similar methods. The other way is to devour them. Some people's gazes landed on Bing's body. Bing's empty face was rather eye-catching. Senior Ghost Claw's blurry body became much more solid. Her voice was low and deep, with a unique hoarse feeling. Her snow-white slender neck was beautiful and elegant, and her small and exquisite collarbone added a bit of sexiness. Even the black warrior attire was unable to conceal her graceful curves. Her cold temperament filled her with a sense of mystery. How did it become like this? Bing's voice had a tinge of confusion. A light door appeared in front of Tang Tian. Only the word spirit in the name Three Spirit City seemed to prove that this place had a trace of relationship with the martial spirit chamber in the past. Tang Tian thought about it and agreed. 10 spirit nuclei could be sold for a lot of money. If it was used normally, it would definitely not be worth it. Now that he had Bing and Senior Ghost Claw as his bodyguards, Tang Tian was relieved. As for the Sky Scorpion thorn, it was a bronze thorn with intricate carvings. Tang Tian didn't feel any undulations from the martial spirit. Bing waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Young master, do you want to come in and take a look? Our shop has a lot of treasures left behind from the ancient times. 6,000 years ago, the Sky Scorpion dynasty, the famous Sky Scorpion thorn. Our shop has just arrived. Even further back, you must know about the Southern Cross Army. What is the Southern Cross Army most famous for? Of course it's the Cross Medal. It's beautiful and noble, and has all sorts of functions. Our shop has just collected a set of Fire Cross medals. It's a treasure awarded by the Southern Cross Army after the Flame Star battle. This kind of young master was definitely a fat sheep. Seeing that he didn't have any bodyguards by his side, this young master might have snuck over. Using the spirit nuclei in your hand, you can help him condense a physical body. But the time is very short. It can only last for 3 days. Bing explained. An outer barracks is nothing to worry about. The lady said indifferently. But we can't be careless. Bing took a look and said, these spirit nuclei are too low in grade. Ghost Claw's strength will drop by a level. This trash seller might be able to open his shop today. A shop assistant said, he just went to Old Cow to get a new batch of trash. His luck is not bad. There's such a way. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tang Tian urged, then let's hurry. How many spirit nuclei do we need? Although Tang Tian was dressed in tattered clothes, to be able to enter Three Spirit City at the 3rd level, he was definitely a young master from a big family. Without the strength of the 4th level, it was impossible to enter Three Spirit City. To be able to enter Three Spirit City at the 3rd level, only a few top-grade treasures would be possible. Looking at the 2 spirit generals beside Tang Tian, Yu Bao was even more certain of his judgment. One was at the 6th level, and the other was unsure of his strength. Yu Bao had stayed in Three Spirit City for so long, and had seen thousands of spirit generals. But he had never seen a spirit general without anything on his face. Yu Bao looked at the few treasures of the shop. None of them made Tang Tian stop for even a moment, and immediately became anxious. Although Tang Tian was bursting with confidence, he was not stupid. The recruits from the Southern Cross Army were much stronger than him. Many of them had died when they went in. He was merely at the 3rd level, and he was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. There was nothing else that could make people feel more clearly. Things remain the same, but the people have changed. Different from Bing's disappointment, Tang Tian was filled with curiosity. Martial Spirit Chamber? Tang Tian was always curious about the new things that Uncle Bing kept coming out of his mouth. Every spirit nucleus was the size of a soybean. The green sandalwood ape was a wood-type star spirit beast, and its spirit nucleus was also jade-like. The 10 spirit nuclei entered Ghost Claw's body, and transformed into countless green rays. Senior Ghost Claw's eyes suddenly became crystal clear jade green, and then slowly disappeared. I have investigated, and it is said that there were once honorable Martial Alliance martial artists who felt the undulations of treasures there, but did not find any treasures. The outer barracks has always kept it. The black-robed man laughed lightly. Now that place has become the honorable Martial Alliance's place of exile. Those who are sent there are all newbies with no future. That's right, devouring martial spirit fragments to strengthen one's own martial spirit. Bing continued, the recruit barracks martial spirit chamber, or more accurately, should be an entrance to the martial spirit chamber. In the martial spirit chamber, there are many ancient martial spirit fragments floating. We were not the first to discover the martial spirit chamber. The first to discover it was the Scorpio army. But not long after, we in the Snake army also found the entrance. We guessed that the martial spirit chamber should be in some unknown corner of Heaven's Road. Suddenly, Bing pointed to a pile of junk in the corner and asked, "How much is this pile of junk?" "I have checked." One of the black-robed men said respectfully, "There is only an honorable Martial Alliance outer barracks there, and there are no experts. The young master of a big family, and not just any big family's young master. This was an extremely flourishing city." "Yes." Tang Tian replied honestly. "Yes." The black-robed man immediately replied. Tang Tian stopped in his tracks. He heard the words Southern Cross Army, and turned to look at Bing. A dazzling array of shops, the clamor of hawkers, and the bustling flow of people. This was no longer the wilderness. There were no more wandering spirit generals, no more hidden enemies, and no more fatal attacks that could appear at any time. The Honorable Martial Alliance has an outer barracks located there. The other masked lady was suspicious. The two of them laughed out loud. "Don't you want to go take a look?" Bing looked at Tang Tian. "That's still very powerful," Tang Tian said. Senior Gnome was a level 7 martial artist. After dropping a level, he was still at the 6th level. With such strength, he was still much stronger than him. With Tang Tian's current strength, there was no problem dealing with a level 4 martial artist, but he was definitely not a match for a level 5 martial artist. "This is just an emergency measure," Bing said. Tang Tian shook his head. "Hey, Uncle Bing, I'm not going to such a dangerous place. Your strength is indeed a little weak, but I can accompany you. I'm a spirit general." Bing suddenly tilted his head. Arfiuka's constellation has been annihilated, and the Snake army is definitely annihilated. Only I'm left of the Southern Cross army. I don't know if anyone from the Scorpio army is still alive, and I don't know what the martial spirit chamber looks like. "Thank you, Master, for your nurturing." The black-robed man was overjoyed. Yu Bao had a glib tongue. He was very clear of what this type of young master liked. Beautiful, enigmatic things. To them, they were filled with attraction. They completely did not care about the functions of these things. Yu Bao's reputation in the entire street was extremely bad. He used extremely low prices. No one knew where he got a bunch of trash, and used it to swindle those who did not know the ropes. Yu Bao's shop had the most disputes, but he was the most famous scoundrel in the area. It was said that he was a distant relative of the security chief of 3 Spirit City, so no one dared to provoke him. "Then in the future, can I use it like this too?" Tang Tian pointed to Senior Ghost Claw and asked. 10, Bing said. 3 Spirit City and Star Wind City were completely different. Yu Bao had long set his eyes on the young man who was looking left and right. His eyes were extremely sharp. When he saw that Tang Tian had the strength of a level 3 martial artist, His heart started to beat wildly. A fat sheep, definitely a fat sheep. Uncle Bing, are you strong enough? Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain and doubt. Seeing that Tang Tian had stopped, Yu Bao became even more excited. Young master, come in and take a look. This small shop just brought in a batch of treasures. They are definitely real. It doesn't matter if you buy or not. Young master coming to take a look is giving me face. It's not that I'm bragging. In Three Spirit City, there are not many shops that have more things than my shop.